not covering them. I love Megan Genius, little reminders on the back of the name tags. That's top class. Also remind you that those little side conversations get picked up on the microphones. So like hot mic warning. I don't think there's any of those side conversations that have been problematic, but be mindful it's a distraction to the group, but also that everybody on Zoom is listening to whatever that side conversation is. So just to be mindful of that. Welcome back. Rusty and Josh, you want to get us kicked off?
Great.
I mean, you know, the formal, all the good stuff.
Sure, yeah, so thanks, welcome everyone. So just so everybody knows, I think Senator Driscoll and Representative Summers are both, I think, at appropriations. And Senator Driscoll said he'd try to get on if he could. Jen will be in and out today with her meetings, and Joe will be here in a little while, and then his staff, we'll talk about that in the agenda, but his staff is going to do their presentation around at the noon hour, so we'll adjust the agenda a little bit for that. That was kind of something that happened last night. So I think that information went out to everybody.
Did I think the PowerPoint maybe just got sent to a handful of us, but everybody will see it and then we'll make it available.
Great.
Yeah.
They'll present that to us in a minute. So I guess first of all, I'll ask if I know that Lee has some small adjustments to the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, it's nothing major. I'll get with Megan on it later. It seems like we might have two drafts out there. She cleaned some stuff up before I got a chance to look at it. A couple typos was pretty much all it was.
I think there was one thing, and maybe she already did change it, but off of page 8 on your minutes, which just says 90-10 resident license allocation. I think you'd like to see that 90-10 resident / non-resident license allocation.
Yeah,
I mean, it's simple, but other than that, you can clean up the typo things with her. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, then
There's one more too.
Oh, go ahead, Simon.
So on page 8, at the bottom of the page, the wording is such that it kind of it changes the meaning of what we actually talked about. So it says, very page bottom says the task force then launched into a discussion of the issues surrounding license allocation, once in a lifetime opportunity / waiting periods and preference points. So there's too many onces in there. 2 of them. And then on page 9, there was, let's get to it. Okay, talking about the waiting period. And there was agreement that people currently in a 5-year waiting period will not be shifted to once in a lifetime. That's not what we said. They would be shifted to once in a lifetime.
Mr. Chairman, I understand where size is going with this. It's just a matter of schematics. What it basically means is they're out. They're not going to have a chance at that anymore. So they have basically burned their once in a lifetime. Is that what you're saying, Si?
Yeah, it needs the word will not should be changed to would be.
Yeah.
Secondary tracking those.
It definitely needs to.
So we're going to change that. It says currently in a 5-year waiting period would be shifted to once in a lifetime. So they.
I think that we were clarifying that the once in a lifetime would not be retroactive, except if you're already in the waiting period. It's like you checked your box, and so you would.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of schematics in the on that sentence.
Are we in agreement that if we change it to those in the 5-year waiting period would be limited?
It just doesn't say that the way it is
Yeah.
right now.
So could it just be as simple as striking the word not? Is that what you're asking?
I would just say 5-year waiting period would be shifted to once in a lifetime.
So we can just strike the word.
Will not.
Would or will.
We can just strike the word not. Yeah, I think, and it'll say the waiting period
Yeah, that
will be shifted to once in a lifetime. Is that okay? Just strike that word not.
And Joe Schaefer's name is spelled wrong. One more? Catholic school. I know how to spell.
all in all, very good job. That's a lot of.
Yeah, they're
minutes
very
to put
good.
Together in a very short. amount of time.
Details there, that's really good.
Okay, so we have some small amendments to that. I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Lee Livingston, seconded by Pat Grant. Is that right? Or-
No, Lisa.
Lisa.
Lisa, I'm sorry. My
I
voice
was
is
just kinda
hopefully a
chipper.
little bit lower. Okay, I apologize.
He thought he had a chipper this morning.
To approve the minutes with the minor amendments. Any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Next on the agenda, we are going to shift a little bit. Gary, I'll have you help me with this a little bit, but I think we're going to insert at the noon hour, Joe and his staff doing the PowerPoint presentation on what they came up with and what we asked them to do last time on short notice.
Right.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, so we put in here, let's get a check-in on issue number 1 and see if we have new numbers to look at, understanding how some of those options might impact things. So we had the agenda set going in order. Let's check in on issue number 1, then go to issue number 2, and we're just like to flip-flop that. Because Joe and his miracle staff, hi, welcome. They do have some content for us to look at, but it was easiest for them to present around noon. So just want to suggest flip-flopping those. So we'll jump right in today after our kind of grounding time to issue number 2, opportunity on deer, elk, and antelope, and then we'll circle back on issue 1 with presentation over lunch, if that works.
And then I know that we have a couple members also today that need to leave a little bit early. And with the members that are going to be on Zoom, and if they're not on Zoom, maybe they may be maybe at a point where we're fairly participation. So at 5 o'clock or 4:30 or something, we may be looking at around the room and seeing if we're going to meeting or not. So that's just my recommendation. If everybody's on Zoom and all those folks are on there, then a couple leave, then I think we're fine. But if we have none of those folks on here, then I have a couple of 3 leave, then it's a little bit lower.
When we do our check-in today, maybe if folks can let us know if you're part of that, what time you need to be taken off, so we can get a sense and make a plan. Great.
With that, I guess I would take a motion to approve the agenda, amended agenda.
So.
Second.
All right, moved by Jamie and second by Keith. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Introductions and updates since last meeting. I guess we'll just start over there. Dwayne, you want to start?
I'll just remind us who you are, what your role is, and then any updates since last time. I think there's a handful of public meetings that happened, so we'd love to hear any insights from those, and then we'll tag on to that. If you have to leave early, let us know, so we can make those adjustments. Go ahead, Dwayne.
On the 13th, we had a town hall in Cal. We had about 20 people that showed up. It was very, very civil. It was some good discussion. There were some opposites, but everybody was very polite, and we had a lot of good discussion. Unfortunately, I think some of the outlying, like Petici, even though we had the town hall call 500 people with a message that we were having to have town hall, only one person from Petici showed up, but it is a long ways to go. I think in the future, we're probably going to look at having a town hall in Petici. One of the other things, even though grizzly bears are not part of the discussions that we're having because of the situation with judges and whatever, I think it's going to be important for the task force to at least take a position on grizzly bears and have it on our website as to where the grizzly bear situation, the delisting situation is at this point, so just people understand it is what it is. We just need to deal with it as best we can. Obviously, the state's not in management as of yet, complete management at least, which it should be. But so I would really like to see the department put some kind of a statement together on grizzly bears, so the public knows that we are at least looking, curious about it as well. So in our area, that's the number one thing that when I talk to people, what are you guys gonna do about grizzly bears? When are they gonna get listed, whatever? You know, you explain it, so it's still the number one topic. So just taking that position and getting it on our website, I think would be a good idea.
Thanks, Kane. Do you need to leave early today?
Pardon?
Do you have a time constraint? Are you leaving early today or? Well,
Yeah, I've got a school board meeting tonight, and I need to be there by 8 because we're doing a budget hearing, so I gotta leave in enough time to get there.
what is that? What is that?
Probably about 5.
At 5 o'clock. Okay, thanks, Wayne. Appreciate it. All of you juggle so many things. Just want to acknowledge that. So taking off at 5 today. Thanks, Wayne.
You drive it too fast, leaving at 5.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Teach you 3 hours, piece of cake.
I don't speak.
My geography is poor enough that I'm going to learn the distances between places through you all and your driving speeds. Let's keep going around. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Not a lot to report. I failed miserably at trying to be on vacation last week. We spent most of the time trying to see if we could get something for you from the statistical analyses, and I think we've got to start there. The one thing I will say, I continue to receive feedback from just the public, and the one thing that I feel compelled to at least put on the table is a reminder that we need to be having a conversation about youth opportunities, especially around antelope. And so I probably had 4 different contacts over the last week where they said everything we're tackling looks great, but I'm not seeing youth opportunity in there as a priority. So I don't know if that makes it there or not, but I said I would.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that.
Good morning, Brian Nesbitt with the department. We haven't had we had our local meeting, Pat, Janet, Joe and I here a couple weeks ago and updated on that last meeting. In response to what Dwayne said, I'd be willing to put together a kind of a statement that the task force would take a look at and then vote on and say, this is our position on moving grizzly bear management to the state as soon as possible. I'll put something together like that for the whole group to consider and we can edit. And there will be a point at which I can provide some news on this, on the next steps for the state. Know that there hasn't been a lot of news on the grizzly bear situation lately. And I hope folks don't take that to mean the state's kind of sitting on their hands and not doing anything, because we have a lot of discussions on this topic and have been charting a course forward. But because of all the legal intricacies, it's not ready for prime time yet, but we will be able to provide some information, if not at the next task force meeting, and the one after that. So, that's it. I don't have any time concerns.
Thanks, Brian.
Good morning, Jamie Flitter, Chairman, TRW, legislator, landowner. I represent every resident of Wyoming. With Lee and Dwayne, we met in Powell on the 13th. I did take some notes, so I'll just kind of run down the list. People were saying if you maintain a preference point system to maybe begin garnering those points at birth. Some were no preference points for elk, deer, antelope. Some said not opposed to increased resident fees for habitat management and predator management. They threw out the Home to Hunt Montana program and the Holiday Hunt Nebraska program as some suggestions for, if you were born in Wyoming and moved away and like family. Limited outfitting areas, and then the mandatory surveys. That was an idea that most seem to be in favor of, but they felt like the questions asked on the survey need to be changed up and more relevant. The timing of the surveys and this incentivization of surveys was important. And there was good discussion. We had about 20 people in attendance, and so yeah, That's my update.
Jamie?
I don't have time.
Lee Livingston, County Commissioner out there. Jamie, I'm glad Jamie took notes because I was busy talking, it seemed like, but, yeah, the home to hunt thing, when folks were talking about that, one of the, you can't apply as resident, non-resident in a party. And they would like to see something, I talked to one guy on the side, would like to see something along that lines. If you got a son that lives out of town, all you want to apply for the, for that. It might be problematic, that's something Game and Fish would have to look at, but that was one suggestion that was brought up. It might be incorporated if we do come up with a home hunt program. I'd have to say that, the best comment that came out of that group was from Tim Metzler, and he said, we need to think about it. It's not what you take, but it's what you leave behind. And there was a lot of discussion about habitat protection and habitat enhancement out of that group. That's about what I got. And well, I'd really love to go attend the Matisse School Board meeting. And I think as a county commissioner, I probably should. I don't have to leave.
Thanks, Steve.
Tony Laner, Commerce County Commissioner, small landowner south of Glen Rock. Not a whole lot to report other than had a long visit with our local game warden and talked about some of the issues that he encountered over the course of his work. And by and large, access is a huge problem or a huge issue in our area, and it leads to a lot of other problems as well. So we talked at length about that, and didn't really have any great ideas how to solve that problem, but certainly identified some things that we had talked about, and he does a great job in our area and always has boots on the ground. So he's been a good source of information to work with, and I appreciate his help. But other than that, as I read through these things, it's all over the board. Rusty and I were just commenting, you get both sides of it pretty much equally. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Tony.
Rusty Bell, Campbell County Commissioner, sportsman and tax service, small business owner. And we are going to have a town hall, I guess, on the 29th this month in Gillette at the library at 6 p.m. So that's something that's kind of dropped from last meeting, and thanks to Josh for all the work getting that flyer out and the words getting out there. So we'll see how that goes. It should be fairly well attended. It's a pretty big group of people up there that have my ear all the time. So thanks. Nothing else. I don't have to leave early.
Josh Corsi, Muley Fanatic Foundation, Kimmer, Wyoming. I just gotta say, Rusty, poster, we gotta give all the credit to Joey on all the posters that have been done. I don't want to take credit for that. He puts a lot of time in that, working with Sarah to work out those details.
Did we add fish to the posters?
We did.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Just think about that from last time.
Yeah, any of those additions, he's been real quick to implement a change right away to me. We did hold another town hall meeting in Western Wyoming. It was on the 13th, same night as Dwayne, Jamie, and Lee's. It was in Pinedale. Representative Summers was, he thought it was important that we spearhead that effort, just from the lack of Sublette County participation at the Rock Springs event, which certainly proved to be a good move. We had 31 attendees, covered an array of topics. My take that really stood out to me was that there was not a lot of support for preference points. That was pretty clear by the majority of the folks in the room. There was a lot of discussion about youth opportunity and prioritizing that. There was also some great discussion and something we haven't touched on that I thought it was important that this group start to maybe put ourselves in a position to seek out how we gain more information about this, but this was regarding folks that are using technologies online to be able to promote areas where they're sitting on deer all summer long, and then really operating in a gray area of how they're not necessarily, it doesn't sound to me like they're breaking a direct law and having illegal activity, but yet at the same time, way that they're moving forward in those platforms that they operate within, that they're definitely putting themselves in a position that needs a little bit of maybe regulation or some sort of effort to try to curb those. But it sounds to me like there's one platform, particularly in Utah, that has really built a reputation for doing this and has figured out how to circumvent the Forest Service. So I think it's probably something we should probably get a little more information on, and talk about a little bit more and see if there's any remedies that we can offer or bring to light to curb those activities. But I'll let Lisa talk. She was also there at that meeting, which I thought was great. Hear your take.
Okay, thanks. I'm Lisa Anselmi, and I'm in the hotel business, and I'm former senator. I was on the Travel Rec and Wildlife Committee with Jamie as well. So I'm very interested in having both hunters and non-hunters be able to use the land and make sure we kind of do things fairly. The meeting I thought was very well attended in Pinedale. I was glad to see a lot of people there. Strong opinions on things, no shock. One of the things that most people seem to agree, at least at our meeting, I thought, maybe I'll make sure Josh agrees with me, but most people seem to think that, at least for the big five, that we should say it's once in a lifetime. That seems to be a pretty, I haven't heard a lot of people say, no, don't do that. A lot of people say, you know, one person's got it 3 times for a moose and it doesn't seem very fair when other people have been putting in for 40 years. So I feel like that's somewhere where probably we could all get to based on what I've heard. One other, yeah, they talked about the issue, and we looked at that in TRW, whether or not, you know, this advanced hunting techniques, how to regulate it, and it's a little tricky. So I'll just throw out there, I don't object to it. It's tricky to define fair chase, and I know Brian Nesvik, Director Nesvik, has dealt with that a lot already. They also talked, one thing I wasn't very familiar with was how these group permits work and these group hunts, and they said there's some person, I think out of Utah, that's every year goes on a big hunt because he just pays them a lot of money to say, okay, you have a lot of points, preference points, so I'm going to go in with your group. And they said that in another state, maybe Colorado, they use the lowest points for the party or something. And I'm not familiar with how that all bundles, but it was an interesting concept that this one person is just buying into the system and gaming our system. And so that's what I took away. Preference points, people were kind of in favor of phasing them out, but not everyone. I don't know if Josh agrees.
Yeah, I was trying, because Albert did something very similar that we did at the Rock Springs Town Hall meeting, was give everybody an opportunity to kind of weigh in on that and express their either removal or validation of that. And both of them were certainly expressed, but the tally I had was the majority of folks were in favor of phasing out preference points. There were strong opinions about the bonus point system and a weighted bonus point system, but all in all, the best means put forward seemed to be just stop issuing preference points. Let's see that phase itself out.
Thanks.
Hi there, Pat Crank from Cheyenne Sportsman. I mostly worked on my day job between the now and the last meeting, so I don't have a lot to report. I did receive what I thought was a real thoughtful email from a gentleman from Cheyenne named Paul Wood, who appeared at our meeting in Cheyenne. And I sent that to Todd and he forwarded it on to the group. So it's worth reading. I mean, he's a thoughtful guy who's very passionate about wildlife and has been involved for years. So I did receive that comment. Dwayne, on grizzly bears, Brian can help me out maybe. About a year ago, maybe, I testified in front of some Senate committee that Barrasso chairs. So at that stage, I had to provide written comments. It was a cooperative work product between me and the department. And I have that someplace. if the committee wants, I can email you my written comments. At least as of whenever that occurred, Brian,
I think it was September.
September of 2020, it was a pretty good statement of the state of affairs, and I'm sure things have changed, but it'll give you a perspective through that date anyway.
We've got that. We can disseminate that.
If you want to send it out, if the committee wants it. The only bad thing about my testimony was Cory Booker and Joe Lieberman are on there, and even though are on that same committee, even though I'm a fuzzy-headed liberal, I really wanted to do battle with them over the bears, and they were too afraid. They didn't show up that day, so I didn't get to answer their questions.
Did you ever, as an AG, did you ever litigate any?
We did a lot of litigation, Jamie, during my time on wolves. We actually filed a lawsuit seeking delisting. So I was more in the wolf battle than I was grizzly bears. We weren't quite to that stage with grizzly bears where we thought we had a good chance of surviving a petition to delist and all the court challenges. You know, here's the deal on grizzly bears, Dwayne, and the public. The federal government treats us like a third world country. I mean, we have the world's best grizzly bear biologists, you know, and crew to manage grizzly bears. We are fully capable of managing grizzly bears far more than the Fish and Wildlife Service would ever be able to do. We have the personnel, we have the resources, we have the intimate knowledge. I mean, we've been monitoring these bears since 1973. Yet the federal government and, you know, all of the NGOs that are involved in that say we can't do that. And that's just horse pucky. I mean, we could do it and we could do it very well, just like we've done with wolves. You know, we manage wolves at a level that no other state does and do it very efficiently and very well, but we get treated like a third world country because we have 3 electoral votes and the rest of the world has a bunch more. And so people that have no interest in Wyoming other than, you know, a keen interest in wildlife, which is a good, you know, and grizzly bears and wolves, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, but they drive the policy that continues to allow federal judges and the Fish and Wildlife Service to prevent us from managing a wildlife species that we know more about than any other species on the face of the earth. No wildlife population has been studied more than grizzly bears. There's no greater data set about a wildlife population than grizzly bears, yet we are prevented by the federal government, you know, and federal judges and federal law from doing what we do incredibly well. I mean, that's the bottom line in grizzly bear.
Sounds like a place where the task force wants to have a statement. It's good to have that loaded and recognizing where hands are tied, having to wait and advocating for being more empowered to do what we do best here in Wyoming. Appreciate that.
Well, Brian, does your statement, will it include that we're a third world country?
No, it probably won't.
The cause of blaming liberals, what they have done.
Or fuzzy-headed liberals.
I am a fuzzy-headed liberal.
I'm gonna make a note to make sure we get the topic of grizzly bears on the agenda. I don't know if it's one that we need to do the whole cycle on, or if it's something where we can kind of just take a statement that the task force can evaluate and polish or something.
Yeah, my recommendation is that there's just a good, strong statement, and it adds to the list of respected entities that will support state management. I mean, there's really, you know, the bottom line is that we're in the place we're in right now because of a court decision. And any actions that we take either in response to that court decision or in trying other options, either through Congress or there's other options, administrative ones, they can't be acted upon by this group.
Right.
So it's just, it adds to the list of some of Wyoming's brightest people.
Yeah.
Support
Leaning in
this
behind
statement.
it,
We
yeah.
can, like I said, we'll put a statement together and have it for you to look at. We'll use And Pat's written testimony is really good. We use that as a starting point.
One last thing, Pete, say it please, because I won't say it as well as you do. You frequently said over the years, we don't manage grizzly bears,
No, we monitor them.
we monitor grizzly bears.
Big
That's all we can do.
There's a big difference there. You know, the Endangered Species Act, I mean, this is a poster child for how it works. I mean, you had a species that was quote on the brink and has been brought back. It should be celebrated. And it's getting in the way, but it has nothing to do with management or monitoring. This is a very personal issue with people regarding hunting grizzly bears. The one thing that I've seen about that is people have different levels of concern. They don't have a problem hunting deer and antelope, but wolf is over the top. Or people don't have a problem hunting wolves, but grizzly bear, that's the end. You can't do that. So it's not just people who are anti-hunters, it's also people within our own ranks that feel that's reached the plateau. The grizzly bear, we shouldn't be touching it. So there's a lot of different factors involved in that. Well, I'm Pete Doobie from Buffalo with the Game Fish Commission. I, for one, really enjoy reading all of the comments that people are sending in, and I hope they continue to do so. I hope that we're flooded with them all the time. There's some interesting comments in there that hopefully will come up during this discussion that I hadn't thought of. I'm sure some of us haven't either, and hopefully that'll come to light. I'll also be attending the meeting that Rusty set up in Gillette and get some comments there. I'll also be attending a tri-state meeting with Montana and Idaho here in a couple weeks, and hope to visit with some of those people about a lot of these different issues too, maybe get some different perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Did you, hang on, Dwayne had been raising
Well,
his hand.
Dwayne Hagan from Park County. I totally agree with Pat's assessment of the grizzly bear. I was on that grizzly bear committee that developed the management plan 20 years ago. And things haven't gotten better with grizzly bears, they've gotten worse. But I would also like to say that I give a lot of credit to the game and fish people that have to handle the grizzly bear situation in our area. They do a phenomenal job of trying to keep the problem bears at check, but it's getting worse and worse and worse. So when you live in a community like Matisse, it is the number one thing that everybody's concerned about. I know agency people that won't hunt in the wilderness areas because of the grizzly bears. They don't want to deal with that problem. So
Sounds like a place where that public experience should be acknowledged and added to the story, along with whatever sort of formalized statements that public frustration is being acknowledged. Okay, thanks, Dwayne.
I think it's an important distinction to realize too, that the Game and Fish Department, we don't do hardly anything with grizzly bears without the U.S. Fish and Wildlife's approval. And I mean, if we have a problem bear, we just don't just go racing there and trap it. We have to have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife's authority to do so. And I think the public doesn't quite understand that sometimes. They think we're the ones that are initiating it, and we are not. We are the vessel to take care of those problems because we are the most experienced, the most knowledgeable, the best at it than anyone in the world. And our people are. And sometimes we get a little bit of a bad rap because they think that we're the ones that are in charge of all that. We are not. We need to be, but we're not.
Thanks, Pete. Go ahead, Cy.
Cy Gillen, president of Wyoming Wildlife Guides, resident sportsman. My phone rang off the hook after your guys' meeting, just so you know. And one subject you didn't touch upon that probably needs clarified if it was as big of an issue at Pinedale as what it was on my phone is the allocation splits between the elk, deer, and antelope. It was relayed to me by several members that attended that meeting that's really, there's no consensus there. It's all over the board. So that's what I was relayed to me. So I don't know if that's what they said at the meeting or not, but
Yeah, there was that. I mean, we really tried to keep that conversation by design to the big five that we were charged to carry forward as what talking points we were going to cover. But yeah, certainly that chatter is there, and it is. It's not even spaghetti on the wall; it's on the floor. It's everywhere. Yeah, so that was relayed to me by some membership that was there. I wanted to thank Mike Schmidt for his email. I thought that was very insightful, and I appreciate those kind of direct emails like that, Mike. Feel free to always
anybody that's out there sending direct to me like that, I like that. Those are good emails and that's good stuff. So I would like to see people continue that format when they get a chance, because it's that time of year where a lot of us are in the field a lot. It's nice to get back and be able to read those kind of emails rather than trying to take a phone call. I did have the opportunity to have a nice lunch with a resident landowner that's not a rancher. I thought that his information and his perspective on how we move forward with landowner licenses was very insightful. They don't run any livestock on their property. They summer and winter a lot of elk, but they have none there during hunting season. And it's a small piece of real estate, relatively small. It's 320 acres. So they're definitely one of those landowners that I don't think of when I think of the landowner license process. So I want to thank them for reaching out and having lunch to discuss that, because I thought that was really, it helped me understand it a lot more from me viewing it from a 100,000 acre ranch.
Thanks, Seth.
Adam Teton from Johnson County, general sportsman. A lot of the feedback, I'm going to echo some of the stuff that I said in our last meeting. Most of the resident hunters I've spoken with, the 90-10 on the big five is just kind of a token whatever, because the actual difference that it will make is relatively inconsequential. I had several say that we're spinning our wheels, spending as much time as we are on 90-10 with the big five, because of the actual lack of impact that it's going to make. I mean, again, we're talking about, I think it's 0.3% difference in terms of tag allocations at current population rates. So there was a lot of feedback, like, let's get to something that matters. And what mattered to a lot of the folks that reached out to me personally was access and landowner relations, not appeasement, not how can we, hang the carrot and shiny enough carrot in front of landowners, but how can we work together as John and Jane Q Public and large landowners, or landowners that have access to landlocked federal and state managed lands. That was something that was very important in the people that reached out to me. And I know we're going to hopefully get into that at some point in time, but the consensus from a lot of folks that reached out to me was, 90-10 is great. With the big five, it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't make enough of an impact. Sounds like low hanging fruit and it's fun to talk about, but I was told we're spinning our wheels on that. So for what it's worth, I'll also be attending the Gillette meeting on the 29th. Looking forward to that. I'm reaching out to a couple of entities in the Sheridan and Buffalo area to try and get something set up there also. So we'll see how that goes. Unfortunately, I do have to leave a little early. I'm driving a fire truck in a state title parade for a 12U and 14U softball team that kicked butt at state this weekend. So I apologize for my early leaving, but
What time do you have to take off, Adam?
right around 4:30 probably.
4:30 or 4:30. Okay. So I've got two folks that I know are 5 o'clock and 4:30. Anybody else that we skipped that needs to take off a little early today? All right, not too bad then. We'll see how our folks that are participating on Zoom are doing with that. Megan,
Carrie, may I
Todd?
have one more thing?
Oh.
I forgot to add this.
Yeah, go ahead.
As far as the preference points, it does echo a lot of what I've heard. The feedback on preference points is no more. And that's been from resident hunters and non-resident hunters. It's either leave them as are and let them phase out over time, but don't change it to a different kind of preference point system, whether it's bonus or weighted bonus, or you're changing one half for another and not really effectively doing anything. So either leave it as is or get rid of them altogether.
Yes, question on that for people, Judge Joe Schaefer, for people that have brought that up. What is it about that they bring up as the issue? And do we have a firm understanding and feel that they understand the difference between preference, bonus, random, and all that stuff? But I'm just curious, is it the amount set aside for max point holders? Is it the point creep issue? What is it that people complain about when they say no more preference points?
Point creep was one that came up, both with non-resident hunters and residents. They don't even want to face it, especially with deer, elk, and antelope. And I know that's not on the table, but that was something that came up. No resident preference points for deer, elk, and antelope. But point creep's evident for non-resident hunters, it's evident for residents with the big five.
Let me just clarify, when we say point creep, is that people feeling like they are accumulating, like they should be making progress, but because everybody else is making progress with them, they aren't actually gaining ground? Is that what people?
Correct.
Okay.
And
Look at
also-
how I'm learning about this stuff. I understand.
Very. Also, people, I think, were worried that when you have preference points, then it's harder for youth to draw because of that. So that was also something that was discussed at our Pinedale meeting. Making sure our youth has opportunity like you discussed.
So when we did back into the whole conversation around number one and weighing those options, we can consider those and add more to what people like and don't like. Because that'll be useful, I think, especially looking at the numbers and how it changes the odds for different age groups or different time participation groups, not just age. And those details will be important. Lee, did you want to add something? Okay. So we will dig back into that topic and be mindful that how impactful some of those things are, maybe more or less important to some, but still progress can be made. So on the other hand, yeah.
Josh was first.
The floor is yours.
So one thing, I didn't want to bring this up, so I've been traveling all over the state a lot for the last, since the task force started, for other activities, but just, everybody should know, everywhere I go, people are watching this task force, they're asking a lot of questions about it. And so, you know, the town halls are good, and we're getting some good attendance in some places and a little less in other places. It does seem to matter where it's located at. People will come if it's close. But despite that, everybody should know, people are really paying attention. I mean, the comments we're getting they're very thoughtful. The other thing that is an observation that I have is I've spoke to several of my employees, and I was listening to my public information officer on the way up here this morning. And she said, you know, a lot of folks, this just came up with the grizzly bear issue and the issue that Lisa brought up. A lot of folks don't completely understand all the different ways that you can apply for a license and what it means at the end of the day, you know. And until you can understand all that, it's hard to take a position. So the department in the past, we've done a lot of survey work around preference points for, gosh, 15 years. And it's always been pretty much kind of a 50-50 split. But when you really look at people's level of understanding, I'm not sure that if they did the deep dive that we're doing, that people would come to the same conclusions. And so we've been relying on data that may not be the greatest. And I am seeing a kind of a shift on preference points. It used to be, I heard about it a lot, now I hear about it less. So.
I feel like as you all do this study, then there will be an opportunity for them in the sharing of your conclusions, that public education component, right? That information is going both ways, both you all listening to people, but then at the end of all of this, being able to provide some education and deepen people's understanding, especially with any changes you make.
Yeah, you know, the issue that Dwayne brought up with grizzly bears, you know, coming to a member of the Wildlife Taskforce and saying, what are you going to do about this? I mean, people don't understand. They don't know what it takes to get across the finish line. And we've done a lot of communicating on that. But it's complicated enough that I think it's hard for anybody to, unless you're really diving into it, to really understand all that. How it works. You know, I heard from I think Lisa or maybe Sarah was talking about people think that, you know, their odds are better for drawing a license when they put in as a group. And we've been putting in this group forever and we still can't draw on that. That's just simply not the case. It's not fact. But people are making their opinions based on misunderstanding of a very complex system.
Right. Appreciate that. Megan, do you have anybody on Zoom that needs to check in from the task
Josh
force?
is out here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Thank
I
you.
think you also have connected. Couple of things. This kind of goes back to what Adam said. One thing that I did hear, and I think there's some great merit to this, was the perception of moving to this 90-10 with the big five is that it creates an enormous amount of opportunity, and the influx of that could potentially create resident applicants that, or even non-resident applicants potentially moving out of the pool. There are several folks that currently aren't putting in for sheep tags because they just don't feel like there's a chance. the optics of this
Mhm.
certainly change those dynamics and can actually have tremendous unintended consequences.
Right.
Where I was going, and I wanted to bring this up, was where does the 90-10, why did we land on 90-10? Why not 85-15? Why not 80-20? Why this 90-10? And so much of that, I think, is being driven from what other states do, which really bothers me, because Wyoming can't be compared to any other state. One, we don't have the population base that any other state has. We don't have the same amount of hunters that any other state has. And no other state game and fish management agency is funded like our game and fish. And so when you really look at the details of that, we can't be compared to any other state, nor should we be. We should be proud that we're not. But I think that discussion of, there was a recommendation that was made at the Pinedale to go 80-20 across the board, and look at that. If we're going to consider this, why don't we do the same deep dive and consider that?
Mhm.
So I just think those are seeds that we should really be giving a lot of contemplation to and asking a lot more questions
Yeah.
to really flesh out all the details. Because I think there's a lot of gray area in that.
Appreciate that acknowledgement of how sometimes we get latched on to one option and without necessarily recognizing the rest of the story, right? And understanding those nuances of what makes the state different and special and how that might impact your evaluation of those other things. I want to make sure, Dwayne, go ahead, and then I want to see if we have anybody else to check in and get us moving.
Dwayne Hagan, Park County landowner. I think one of the things that's been brought up to me a lot is waiting periods. I think that's going to be a key to what we can propose for better chances for residents and non-residents to draw licenses. I think that's something that probably 90% of the people are in favor of that I've talked to. I think that is.
Thanks. Megan, anybody on Zoom?
So yes, we have not been able to join yet.
All right, so I will give us just a process check-in to remind us where we're at and where we're going today. And then we'll have public comment on issue 1. So, because I know we've got some folks in the room that are interested in that. I'm Carrie, I'm your facilitator, thanks for having me back. We last time really delved into the story on issue number 1. And if you'll remember, we got to kind of some straw design on 1A, which is the license allocation. We made a lot of progress on 1B and C, which I think was focused on preference points, waiting periods, how do we increase opportunity for youth, et cetera. And so we are still, based on that conversation, people said, wait, I want to understand these options better so I can evaluate them better. So Joe's team has done some work on that we will hear. Today, next up is issue number 2 and 3. And 2, if you remember, is all about sportsman opportunity for deer, elk, and antelope. And some of the issues you all have talked about, license allocation, points with that. I think waiting periods can be a part of that. Youth opportunity can be a part of that. That is one place we will start today. And just to remind you, today we're kind of pouring in the information to understand the story from a lot of these different perspectives. There could be slices of this that can move kind of relatively quickly to like, here's some tentative solutions that we can put on the table. But I think this is an issue that's big enough and complex enough. We're going to be wrapping our heads around the context of the story for a while. Same thing then for issue number 3, which is thinking about private landowners as stewards of the landscape and big contributors to the herd health and abundance of this wildlife with the impacts that they endure with that. So that's the second piece. And again, to remind you, there might be some things that move relatively quickly, but I suspect most of today is just going to be talking about the story and starting to flesh out some of those interests. I don't think that we're going to be having straw design and agreement like, yes, yes, boom, boom, boom. So calm. This is that inquiry-based, like, oh, what else do we need to understand about this thing before we charge ahead with the solutions time? Okay, and for the public comment piece of that, we took public comment last time on many of those issues. We're going to have public comment for the big 5 this morning. We'll have some opportunity for public comment on issue 2. Again, that's the deer, elk, and antelope. And we'll have opportunity for public comment on the landowner issues. There will be more opportunity for public comment on those before decisions are made, I imagine. But we want to start to hear from the public on those. And that's kind of where they'll fit. Any questions on kind of where we're at, tracking these things through? All right, maybe nobody else on? Okay, so before we jump in with public comment on issue number 1, I'm hearing from folks, any other thoughts they have on the big 5? Megan, can you give us the update on kind of the online comments by the numbers, that snapshot?
So much, far fewer comments between the last meeting and this one.
There was only 10 days.
There was not 30 days. So I think we got 58 comments since the July 8th meeting. But that brings us to a total of 283 total. And these are just written comments, obviously not the ones you guys have had in person. And we're still, the breakdown, still most from non-resident, but there's quite a few residents obviously also interested. And again, these don't take into account multiple comments. So some of those might be the same resident commenting 4 times. I just have not had the time to break that out and do a further analysis.
Any question on those? I think people got the printouts of those in their packets for today. Go ahead.
My only comment on that is, we don't know where they're from. What part of the state they're from, or, you can tell obviously if they're a non-resident or not, but it would be nice to know, before you have the person, and it would be nice to know where they're from in the state, because they all have different perspectives based on land ownership and other issues.
I think before the next meeting, we do ask for zip code, so we could do a little bit of mapping to see if we're getting a lot from certain zip codes, and that would be useful. It's useful to see, at least from the resident side, that spread. Any other comments on this chunk? And I know you've got those packets. I think that same spreadsheet link that Megan emailed out to, if you ever just want to go back and see the raw thing, you can sort it all kinds of ways for yourselves. I think that same link to the spreadsheet works, but Megan and the team will keep providing providing those printouts too. Anything else that stands out as you look at those comments submitted online? You heard about it from the meetings. Anything else you want to touch on or highlight from those comments?
I would just say that I thought that the one really detailed comment, this is Rusty, on the fishing and the economic impact. That was very interesting on spending a lot of time on hunting issues, which seems to be the vast majority of the public's issues. The economic impact that fishing has seems to be almost greater than hunting, or I'm not sure if that's what that was saying. The non-resident wise coming, the amount of people that are coming here to fish now, it's more significant than I thought. Anyway, I thought that was an interesting read that person trout sent in.
And I would add that we actually did have a comment at our town hall meetings that was very eloquent in expressing almost verbatim the same type of tone that other TV message had. And that's probably also limited to certain areas, but it was a priority.
Sorry, to add to that, access was part of a lot of fishing conversations I had as well in Wyoming waterway access laws in comparison to how some of the other states in the West handle that came up in general too, not just for fishing, but then also access to some of these other landlocked chunks of ground and the way we treat underwater ground versus high water mark, not just for fishing access, but also for recreational or hunting access too. So that was a caveat or an add-on to that fishing conversation that needs to
Shoot that up. All right, so we're gonna, go ahead, Lisa, sorry.
Thanks, Lisa and Selmy. I think one of the discussions we had was whether you could transfer your points or transfer your license. Some people say they can't draw till they're too old then to hunt the license. And then people were concerned that if you transfer points, then everybody would gang up and give all their points to one person. So it kind of spiraled downward, but it's just something to consider. I understand where some people say, I'd rather have my son be able to hunt this sheep. He's 20, I'm 60, and I can't do it. So whether you can transfer the license, if you get it to an immediate family member only, obviously, and how you define that is a big question that people have.
And that does bring up a question I do have, Josh Corsi. So I've heard a few people now say this, and you never want to be disparaging to anybody, but when someone tells you, I've been putting in for sheep for 38 years, and I can't draw a tag, isn't that BS?
It is mathematically possible.
And if the max points are 26, if you've been putting in for 38 years.
You have max points.
Yeah, be beyond max points.
Yeah, that,
You gotta
you're really
draw anytime
unlucky
you want.
shot with that.
But I've heard very similar comments around the state of people who have kind of put that platform out there. But yeah,
Josh, if you put in,
What I hear in that is I am really frustrated that I can't get a tag, which is true, right? The details might be a little fuzzy, but what I hear is I'm frustrated.
sure.
Pat Crank, Josh, I mean, I guess if you put in for Devil's Canyon where we only give 2 tags and you have max points, that could be true.
Okay.
So if you're being that
So
selective.
it's area specific then.
Yeah, sure. If you're being that selective where you want to hunt, it could happen.
But Pat, so I was gonna say, you'll hear this at noon a little bit, that's probably one of the most difficult things, and I think will be for us the most frustrating thing, trying to understand human opinion versus human behavior is a significant challenge. I was shocked last year, we only had 2 max point sheep hunters apply last year. And so, usually there's another layer of filter I haven't been able to draw. Really, to Pat's point is, I haven't been able to draw the specific unit I want, the specific year I want. It gets very, very complex. I don't think we solve those human behavior issues. If
No.
we try to model and plan for them, it's crazy. Because I mean, like I say, I was shocked. Only 2 max point holders applied last year. And so when I hear that I can't draw, you'll see some of the data. It gets pretty frustrating quick. So it's. And why I brought up the point about, my question about preference points, I think it's incumbent upon us as we get that public comment is to ask them to go a little bit deeper. Well, what about that? How have you specifically done it? To your point, I mean, say, really, you've applied that long, what units have you applied for? When did you apply? And can I show you where you are guaranteed to draw with the points you have? We have to be able to go just a little bit deeper in our inquiry, I think.
Okay, appreciate that. So to remind us of where we're at with issue 1, we kind of told the whole story and identified these key interests. How do we create a system that's simple, that increases access and opportunity, especially thinking about resident hunters, doing something that's fair, opportunities for growing our future generation of hunters, considering economic vitality for the state, game and fish sustainability, having strong management practices, ways that we can both grow these future generation of hunters, but also honor experience and the investment folks have made, and also be realistic. We talked about some of these, you can make all the changes in the world and the numbers are just still low, right? So being realistic with some of that. So based on all of that, you all made some options. This is like our menu of things. We can certainly add options to this. If some of the conversation, again, this is just focused on Big 5, we can add more things to consider. We had a high level of agreement on changing the allocation to 90-10. Some acknowledgement that may not be super impactful, but that was still a step in the right direction. And a lot of agreement around changing the waiting period, making it once in a lifetime for sheep, ram, and bull moose. And then we had some other places, also making bull bison a once in a lifetime regardless of harvest. So if you get the draw regardless of the harvest, that's a once in a lifetime. So those are places where we had a high level of agreement. And then we wrestled with, what about this? Mostly around preference points, shifting different ways that could be considered. We're going to get a presentation from Joe's staff at noon, but I wanted to create an opportunity for public comment now. And Rusty and Josh, I'll let you manage the logistics. Do we have any papers in the boxes or folks online? Sorry, I didn't check before we. Again, we're going to have more time for issue 2 and 3 later, but if there's anyone in the public that wants to comment on kind of these options that are under consideration, this is the time for that. I think we've got a handful of, remind me again, the procedure folks can fill out a form and turn it in there.
Yeah, the form, unfortunately, I did not think to put which issue you wanted to talk about on it.
So Rusty might filter through, if it looks like it is focused on issue number 1, and if he misses it, we'll gather you up.
Sounds good. Okay, so we have some folks that want to speak here in the room. I guess we would just ask you to try to keep it to issue number 1. We're going to take multitudes of public comment on the next issues. But if we can focus on issue number 1, that would be wonderful. So first we have Jess Johnson.
Jess Johnson, Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'll keep it pretty brief. I know we've talked about this a couple last times, but we've been putting out membership surveys. We've ran social media. And for us, our membership and those that are getting in contact with us, 90-10, as a lot of you guys are talking to the big 5, it seems sort of ambivalent on. Doesn't go strong one way or the other. We do have a very strong response to once in a lifetime, positively, they like that. And we do hear attached to that almost unanimous and okay with a slight resident increase in the tag prices. We ask these questions separately and then sort of have synthesized that down. Part of the question I have maybe for the task force is we get a lot of written comments that are pretty in-depth from membership, whether they're responding to our emails or responding to our social media coverage of this. And I'm curious how we should synthesize that down for you guys, if that will help get you more public comment. Do we put it in on the public comment page? We can just sit down and put it into the task force public comment page, but I don't want to have that falsely represent anything. So I'm curious what you guys think, how we can help and how we can get you these comments, so you get more coverage as we're putting it out.
Jess, I got a question for you. So do you remember the last time we had a license fee increase? And it was $5 for resident sportsmen, and the legislators just got annihilated. And they ended up raising license fees for residents $1 because of all that bad phone calls that the legislators got. So when you drill down with your membership, I think it's really important, because it's really easy to say, yeah, I would be in favor of increasing license fees if it's $1. Or I'd be in favor of increasing license fees,
We asked for $10.
maybe $10. And so I think it's important, and then also talk to them about the preference points too, because that's one of the biggest problems we have with resident preference points is they're $7.
Yeah.
And so that makes it a virtually a non-economic issue. So I would like to see if you could drill down on some hard numbers with your members, so that it kind of gives us a gauge of what their appetite is. Because as we go through this process and we start talking about revenue neutral on these issues, or revenue positive, we need to know that.
Absolutely. Just to clarify, so I know that I'm asking the right question, you're asking for us to ask our membership about the cost of preference points and if they'd be okay
And
with
license
bumping
fees,
that and license fees. Okay, yes,
Because if
absolutely.
there's some significant changes in allocations, in order to keep that, somebody has to pay the bill. So.
Absolutely, we are happy to do that.
We had a question, and then be thinking too, like, what would be the best way? We talked about the roles that NGOs can play, information gathering for you. So be thinking, what's the best way to then package and deliver that it can be useful for the task force, recognizing different NGOs are going to bring different stories. Go ahead.
So just for me to put this in perspective, what's your membership base?
We have about 5,300 people that are engaged members, if we say like our emails that are response or open or respond to things.
Okay, so there's a pretty big voice out there. For me personally, if you don't mind doing the legwork on that, if you would consolidate those comments, keeping in mind that you do have backup in case somebody says, hey, this looks like BS, but you have emails. I don't want to see emails from 5,300 of your members if they're saying the same thing. Because for me to try and dive through all all the information, if you guys aren't, don't mind doing the legwork of consolidating and saying, this is what we're hearing from our membership on this issue, that would be very helpful for me.
That's
Some sort of summary report
Yeah.
that could definitely
Yeah.
talk.
And we could include, we get a couple ones that are like a page long and really in-depth that have like some great ideas. We
Yeah.
might forward those on specifically, but the other ones we can just put in survey or a graph kind of format and show you guys.
As long as they're aware that when they send them to you, that they would be sent on.
Absolutely, yep.
Jess, another question that I think you should ask is, what does your membership think about, currently the legislature sets the price of deer, elk, and ambulance licenses, which I've always personally thought was pretty ridiculous. They have better stuff to do. I would ask you to ask your membership, what does your membership think about allowing the Game and Fish Commission to set those license fees at their discretion? Either, total discretion or within parameters, it could be increased so much in any given year. But that's an important question I think we need to know.
Absolutely.
Jess, I don't know how you can put this out, but I would be curious if there was a way you could think on this a little bit. And maybe it's more of an education and awareness component. How many of your resident members that are engaged in that 5,300 are aware of the non-resident pricing? Because I have found it very alarming when I talk to people all over the state that are residents, and certainly they have no skin in the game as a non-resident, but are just completely oblivious to the cost. So when I ask people, from your $57 elk tag to the $675 on a special draw elk tag, and they see those prices, it's alarming. For a $42 deer tag compared to what a non-resident pays. To size point, we still have to pay the bills. And right now, it seems like that's on the back of non-residents.
So kind of maybe asking a survey question of our resident hunters about,
Are they aware?
yeah, maybe, are you
Because
aware of how
most
much it
residents
costs?
Don't seem to be aware.
I easily can do that, yeah, this is great, thank you guys.
We had
One
some.
more quick comment. Do you know off the top of your head, Jess, what your breakdown is between resident, non-resident members?
We're significantly heavy on the resident side, but I don't know the exact breakdown, I
Just
can
curious.
get it back to you, but significantly heavy on the resident.
So it sounds like, if NGOs, and this is Wyoming Wildlife Federation and others, if they can, make kind of a consolidated summary, with, they can show the receipts in the background, and send those to Todd, and then Todd can send them to you in the meeting packets. That seemed like a reasonable path. Okay. All right, good. Reminding us, we had there were some big picture questions answered, as well as, some specifics as far as that membership group and their feelings on some of these options. Stop.
Hi, Terry, so I just want to interject. I think I sent out in one of my last emails, and I'm not trying to rain anybody's parade. And as far as the information going out, there's, I also try to protect the brand, so just understand task force, when that goes out, that's raw data from other agencies and just treat it as such. I know they're doing great research and it's probably all fine, but I haven't identified the fish, and I don't want to represent that it has. So it's just raw information and absorb it as that, right? Is that,
Yeah, good. So they'll be really clear
Disclaimer.
when information is coming from Game and Fish, and you can interpret that as you will, and when information is coming from different groups. And Todd, I noticed you were really clear about identifying those different sources. I think that's helpful that then people can apply whatever filter they like to that. Good. Who's next?
Okay, Renee Kenton Jones.
Come over here. I've made this my mic in different spots. I was gonna delegate it to Lee, but.
Good morning. I'm Renee Kenton Jones. I am the Regional Director of Operations for Regency Hotel Management. I am based in Casper as the General Manager at the Ramaphosa, right down the street. I'm also the Chairman of the Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association. So I just have a few pieces of information that hopefully you'll consider when you're making your decision. Our industry enjoys the opportunity to host out-of-state hunters. Their hunting season complements hotel availability. They're here in our off-season at a time when we have a need to fill hotel rooms. The typical resident hunter spends 9 days total in Wyoming, hunts 5.1 of those days, but spends nearly 3 times more in-state than resident hunters. Hunters are willing to pay a fair rate for their hotel rooms. In 2019, non-resident hunters in Wyoming spent $6.6 million in lodging, $4.8 million in restaurants and taverns, more than $11 million total in lodging and restaurant during their shoulder seasons. As our industry continues to rebound from the devastation of 2020, in the coming years, we absolutely rely on the revenue that non-resident hunters spend during an otherwise slower time of the year. Hunters are spenders. They drink in our bars, they eat in our restaurants, they shop for souvenirs. Hunters return with families and friends to enjoy non-hunting related activities. At the peak of the pandemic, hunters helped the hospitality industry keep our doors open. The Ramcota didn't show a decline last year. They actually increased reservations with that market segment. So the hunters helped us keep our doors open. And believe me, it was a bad year. The topic of decreasing big game hunting licenses for non-resident hunters has come up a number of times in the legislature, and every time WLRA fields multiple calls from our members. They are concerned, they want to make sure that non-resident hunters continue to come to Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am,
Hi, Pat.
Pat Frank, what you just told us orally, could you provide that information and the background that you used to gain that information?
Absolutely.
To the task force?
Sure. Yes. Do
That's,
you want to email it to you?
Yeah, I'll give it to you now.
that's an important piece that I'm looking for as I decide whether we should go to a 90-10 allocation on deer, elk, and antelope. And we have economic information from the Outfitters Association about what revenue they generate. The second piece is your piece. What do those non-resident hunters spend on hotel, lodging, gas, souvenirs, sporting goods, equipment? And then the third piece, Jim Gagnon offered to provide to us such as he can, which is what income is generated by landowners by having non-residents come on their place, either guided by outfitters or privately guided. So that's a critical piece of information that I need to analyze and figure out how to vote. So the more detail and the better numbers you can provide, that would be awesome, at least for this time.
I accept that challenge.
Adam had a question.
Just for clarification purposes, on the 90-10 split, we're not talking deer, elk, and antelope, right? We're strictly talking moose, sheep, bison, grizzly bear. I mean, I don't think, at least from what I've heard, the 90-10 split as far as deer, elk, and antelope is not something that the folks that I'm hearing from are interested in as residents, just because of that economic impact, not only for hotels and lodging, but also revenue for the game and fish. I think residents understand that financially speaking, as residents, there's no way we're going to make up that shortfall if we're the ones charged with all of a sudden making up now 10-15% additional budget shortfall there. I mean, I get wanting to see the numbers on that, but I don't know that there's a.
I agree with you. Today, we're not looking at 90-10 on deer, elk, and antelope, but it's coming.
Yeah.
So we need that data.
Give it an hour, we're going there, y'all. So good to separate though, because you could make changes in some areas on issue 1 and not in others, but having the financial impacts can be big picture. Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you, Carrie, and Renee, thank you for that. I appreciate it, and also what Pat requested. I would also add, there's possibility of breaking down your membership, small town versus large town. I mean, just from my bird's eye view, looking at my small communities, I understand the impact during hunting season. But I'd be curious to know if there's any specific data related to, our smaller communities, what that impact is for our smaller lodging tax dollars during that season for smaller communities.
Sure. I think that we could provide that.
But I just want to expand a little bit on, thank you for coming today, Renee, appreciate that. But a lot of it has to do with what a particular hotel sees is incredibly different across the state. So what Lisa sees in Sweetwater County is a direct correlation with the very minimal amount of non-resident licenses issued in Sweetwater County. And they are minimal because we have very small animal populations. There's no leftover tags, so that they're really small, limited deer hunting in Sweetwater County, limited elk hunting, that type of stuff. So then when you move to where Ogden lives in the Black Hills, it's significant. There's thousands of deer licenses, and Casper is significant too, because the amount of wildlife and the epicenter of this being our huge pronghorn population, the number of non-residents that flow into Casper is significantly different than what Lisa sees, significantly different than what Crook County sees. And I'll tell you where it's really big is where Rusty lives. And there is a bunch of non-residents that flow into Campbell County, a significant bunch. Tony sees, I mean, he's got antelope areas because of access issues. 96% of those tags go to non-residents. And so I appreciate you bringing that perspective. It's something we have to talk about. And what I loved about earlier was somebody said we need to look at where these comments come from, because how you view the world when you live in Sweetwater County is significantly different than how you view the world if you're a hoteler, if you live in Crook County.
And I'll add to that. So at our town hall meeting on the 13th of July, there was one outfitter that just him alone said that he put 111 folks in hotels last fall, just through his operation. But in Pinedale, Wyoming, I think is pretty significant.
It's significant, isn't it, Renee?
Well, I have to tell you, I'm not in scrubs today, cleaning rooms, but we still are. And there were many times that our 230 room hotel last year saw maybe 10 people a night, 10 rooms a night. Hunting season made a whole difference for us. It was not 10 rooms a night, it was significantly more, and it was 90% of what we were seeing during that time. So it's huge, it's really huge when you do the numbers. So I'll look forward to getting those for you. Mhm.
Thank you.
Rob Shaw's next.
Rob?
Good morning, Rob Shaw, I'll go back. I thought discussions was that 9/10, the Big Five was kind of done deal, but maybe that isn't true. Anyways, assuming that it is, we really want to thank Mr. Gillian, Mr. Livingston. We know that Alfred Association can board that out of the gate, and we noticed and we paid attention to that. We're all about Wyoming first. A lot of resident hunters hate outfitters. I'm not one of them. We want, from the get-go, we always thought that this would be a win-win-win. If you go to 9/10 for a Big Five, what we recommend or propose is that we put a species-specific guide restriction on a grizzly bear, goats, and sheep at least, and maybe bull moose. This is done up in Alaska. In Alaska, you go up there and hunt grizzly bear, sheep, moose, or sheep, grizzly bear, sheep, and goat. Excuse me. You need to hire either a commercial guide or get a relative out there, seven keep a relative to help. And I absolutely disagree with Mr. Keaton and some of the others here today that 9/10 for the Big Five is not a big deal for resident hunters. Every year, based on the statistics that the Game and Fish presented last meeting, 30 more resident hunters get a sheep tag. That's a big deal for those resident hunters to get that sheep tag. Sheep tag in Wyoming on the open market is going to about $100,000 a pop. That's $3 million right there. That's a huge deal. So it is a big deal. And I'm not too sure how much impact in the guide restriction on species for the guides. I just took a look just at 2019 numbers, and there were 40 non-residents guided by outfitters for sheep. In 2019, interestingly, there were 49 resident hunters that were guided. But for a few outfitters, it could make a significant difference, just like that sheep tag does for a resident hunter. So we really appreciate it that the task force may consider that for those species to help the outcomes out. A little disturbed about the discussion I heard this morning from Mr. Corsi and again, Mr. Keaton. Yeah, I was at that meeting in Pinedale. Todd Stevens stood up and talked about 80-20 across the board. I don't know if Mr. Corsi understands that would be 4 or 6 more or 4 more percent a limit for the LCAT for non-residents. Because right now they're capped at 6 or 16%, and it would only help on the sheep. So if we're going to consider going to 80-20, let's consider going to 95-5 on the other side. In terms of funding, a lot of discussion this morning about increasing the resident fees for licenses. Certainly, a modest increase is another question, but somebody forgotten with all the work that Mr. Hicks did with the bill this year and just bringing up non-resident cab prices to market levels was an increase of $8 million a year to the Game and Fish Department. So we absolutely don't need to even it out. Remember, people in Wyoming, everybody lives in Wyoming unless you work in the oil and gas industry or a real estate agent in Jackson, they make more money living somewhere else. So we all make a sacrifice to live here and be able to hunt and fish at the modest prices as part of that sacrifice. Thank you.
So Michelle, real quick, the same thing I asked Jess is what's your membership base amount pursued? Earlier you said you represented 40,000 resident sportsmen, but I just what is your actual membership base of Mountain Pursuit?
Mountain Pursuit isn't like a membership organization like Wyoming Wildlife Taskforce. We don't go out and have banquets or really fanatics. We're kind of an advocacy organization. So I had no idea. We our 0700 email goes out to 1,800 people a week. So that's just like it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, who's up next?
Joe Scott.
Joe Scott, local sportsman, data nerd. So I'm following near Joe's shop of people that stare at numbers all day because that's what I like to do. I just want to make a couple of points. I appreciate the 90-10 on the big 5 and going to a lifetime license is the only way without increasing animals that we can increase opportunity for sportsmen. There's just no way around the math. Even making some assumptions about how many people stay in the system. You know, if you look at the number of people that are applying for bighorn sheep tags, you're looking at 7 years to chew through all those people. It doesn't matter what you do to the preference point system. It doesn't matter what kind of system you use. Some people don't get tags. That's all there is to it. So I think you've already done what you can do. But now what I'd encourage you is that you remember that you're not increasing opportunity anymore. You're managing the opportunity. So I hear a lot of talk about data and statistics about how many people are going to get tagged. Well, we know exactly how many people are going to get tags. And once you've done those 2 things, once you go to everybody only gets 1, it simplifies the whole system. So what you're doing is choosing what kind of person gets it. Are you after age distribution? You go completely random, you're going to drop the average age of the hunter down by quite a bit. But you're also going to start getting tags to people who only hunted Wyoming for less years. So if your goal is to reward long-term resident people who hunt in Wyoming for a very long time, and if you're a lifelong Wyoming hunter, you're more likely to get a bighorn sheep tag, then don't touch that system. Leave it up at 75. Because that's really what you're doing is deciding how many years somebody's been a resident before they get a tag. And the more random tags you give, the lower that age goes and the lower the number of years that resident has been here goes. I'm not going to make a comment one way or another about it. Let's all realize what we're doing and make that decision. Also, like in general about when we talk about preference points in this context or other contexts, I know a lot of people ask, well, are you for or against preference points? It's a bad question for the general public because they don't understand the systems. they don't understanding the underlying mathematics of those systems is difficult. Maybe that's Joe shot. And people who just stare at numbers all day. The idea is what do you want out of the system? I'll tell you from talking to a lot of people about preference points. People who are against preference points, well, if you turn around and ask them, how important is equity of tag distribution over 20 years to you? They're going to answer that it's fairly important, that they do want to see equity of tag distribution over 20 years. Well, those two things may in some cases are in conflict with each other. So understanding, do people want new hunters to have opportunity? Do they want youth to have opportunity? Do they want equity of distribution? Do they not want equity of distribution? I think understanding those things is a lot more important. And then once you get the goal of your system, we can back the math into it. That's almost the easy part. And to highlight that point of people not understanding, I took a quick look at deer draw data from 2010 to 2020. 23 to increasing to 26% of people put in for a 100%, for a less than 100% draw area as a second choice. In fact, 7 to 10%, 7 increasing to 10% put in for it as a third choice, an area that they could never draw. Now, a small percentage of that is people who are looking for bubble tags, or they went to a meeting and knew they were going to increase tags in a certain area, so they put in for it as a second choice. But there's a large number of people who put in for 10% draw tags as a second choice today. So mathematical understanding of the way random point system works, or the way that even the progress of how the draw system works today is fairly low. So I would encourage people to not ask mathematical questions, but ask, what do you want questions.
Joe, can I ask you a question? I really appreciate your testimony. It's something that the outfitting industry has been trying to figure out for years, is how to educate the average sportsman that does exactly what you just said. He puts down 3 choice areas and they all have less than 10% draws. That's impossible to draw that on a second or third choice. And then we have this barrage of leftover tags that he could have drawn on his third choice, but yet that whatever, there's such a huge disconnect with the average hunter that cannot figure that out. So how do we fix that? Do you have any ideas on how to, because I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tough question. I mean, it's purely somehow getting education to the ground, but then there's that other side of the coin where hope springs eternal, and if people knew what their actual chances were when they still applied.
Well, it's very slow, sorry.
Lisa had to hand up and then,
Greetings to your uncle. Thanks, Mr. Scott. I was going to ask you, how do you feel about the harvest part of saying, you said, okay, once in a lifetime, regardless of whether you harvest or not? I'm just curious, what's your opinion on that?
I think you have to say whether you harvest or not. And I'll tell you that I drew a mountain goat tag and did not harvest due to weather. Nobody harvested a male bighorn or a male mountain goat in my area for 33 type 2 my year, because the storm hit on the 29th of September. And so no one could get in. And I would still advocate that if you got the chance at the experience, that's what it is. And, you know, obviously they offer deferments for you break your leg, you know, or whatever, and work those. But if you got to go, that's tough cookies.
you know, a lot of people out there breaking their legs.
It's a decision you gotta make.
Power, people, power.
Just back to size comment about how do we educate. I mean, there's a lot of folks out there that think that they got 3 choices, their name's drawn, and they're gonna go right down the list if their first choice is gone. They don't understand there's 3 different drawings. And as he's saying, there's so many of these leftover tags they could be picking up on their second and third choices. Instead, they're putting in for something they'll never get. So, again, education component.
Joe, fill us in on your background, please. I told you before the meeting, I remember you played hockey, did not want to be on the sheet of ice with Joe Scott because he was going to clean your clock. But didn't you go out to Harvard?
Okay, yeah, I do have a degree from Harvard.
And
I have a degree in environmental science and public policy from Harvard University. I'm an Alaskan born, moved here when I was 13 and I was dumped in a fish pond when I was little, so I've been hunting and fishing since I could get out of there.
you obviously have some strong background in mathematics.
Yeah, I have enough and enough propensity in being able to leverage platforms and leverage some contacts from school to use some smart people to figure out problems I can't answer. But yeah, I had some background. I wouldn't say I'm some sort of a statistics nerd, but being able to at least move towards finding reasonable numbers and accurate data to inform decisions on there.
Thanks.
And typically they use my skates too.
Used to be.
I'm only dangerous to myself. Mike's.
Okay, yeah, thanks again, everybody. I've just been jotting notes as I've been listening, so it might be kind of all over the place here, so I apologize for that, but I did send you all an email, kind of letting you know what my thoughts were to this date. I have attended all the meetings. I've been to both listening sessions in our area, and based on that, is kind of where my thoughts have come from, some of my own thoughts, some of the thoughts I've heard from groups and the people that attended the listening sessions. So you guys are obviously more privy to more information than I am on some of all the public comments that are out there. So there's probably some other good ideas out there to come, but you do have what my thoughts are to date, and I appreciate your time in listening and reading those. In my email to you guys, I've been talking about the big 5 and the 12 to 18-year-old class hunters, and that is something that I do think has some merit in my opinion. I did forget to put that in the email. I just want to bring that up today. Josh, I would, if there's an opportunity for you or Albert or Lisa to maybe consider a listening session for folks over the mountain, Star Valley, Cokeville, Alpine, I think it'd be a worthy effort. It's really come over clear from Star Valley to find it. It might be something to consider. It goes up as not good voice there. I do want to make a comment about, I heard you guys ask a lot of questions about the non-resident importance that we have as far as economics are concerned in the state. One thing that always seems to be forgotten about resident hunters is they do a lot of that as well. They do travel, they do spend money in these away from home. Not as significant as non-residents, but there's one other factor there that let's not forget about resident hunters. I spend a lot of time, we work with Jess a lot, my company does, on projects around the state. I've been on a lot of them myself. I haven't seen any non-resident folks out there. That's all Wyoming labor. That's all Wyoming businesses and Wyoming people out there putting up, taking days off work, donating equipment and time to go out there and help our resources. So let's not forget that when we talk about the value of the resident hunter. That's very important in my opinion. Doesn't show up anywhere on anybody's financial information, but it's there. And lastly, Josh, I'd like to commend you for the This Is Wyoming comment. We hear a lot of reference about this state doing that state doing this. Wyoming is unique in my opinion, and I think we want to keep it that way. My old dad, I got 6 brothers, and he always told us, he said, boys, he said, the only thing you get when you follow the herd is stepping in their crap. Just keep that in mind. Wyoming is different. Let's keep it uniquely Wyoming. Thank you.
When it's step in some ice crap, this is the place to do it, so far as I'm here. Thank you. Who's next?
That's it.
That's it
We
for
don't have
folks in the
anything.
room. Megan, nobody online? Nope. All right. With that then, when we come back from the break, we are going to jump into issue 2, which is the sign kind of underneath the bright orange one. There's the different kind of angles of that. We've got some information from Game and Fish, and also a whole bunch of the story for this in the room. Where do you want to start when we come back? Do you want Game and Fish info?
Is 2 preference points?
2 is sportsman access to deer, elk, and antelope.
Let's have I want to try to get a vote on 90-10. Let's get that. Yeah,
90-10 on issue 2.
no, 90-10.
On issue 1, the big 5.
On the big, so with your permission, I think that Joe's presentation will be helpful for understanding the preference points aspect.
I'm separating preference points from.
Do you want to finalize the 90-10 on the big 5?
I want to try.
Got it. Do you want to try to do that before the break and check for agreement on that before the break? I'll turn to the chairs because if you want to move that way, then y'all do this formal style.
I say we take a break.
Okay. So I'm hearing take a break and then we can come back and consider if we can finalize the decision for 90-10 on the big 5. I want to set Game and Fish up for success if they're going to be presenting when we come back. Do we want Game and Fish to be ready to share their side of the story for issue 2 after whatever we resolve with 90-10 on the big 5? Or do you want to start with your all side of the story on issue 2? Essentially, do we ready the computers or not yet?
Ready to.
Ready the computers. All right, let's take a break. Let's say come back at 9:50. They take like 13 minutes. Come back at 9:50, and we'll have Game and Fish ready their computers pending whatever other group decisions.
Once Adam gets here, I'm prepared to make some motions.
Start motioning once Adam comes on back.
Does that get your cards up?
That does mean ready your cards, and if you forgot your cards, beg your neighbor so they'll rip them in half for you.
What if they're ripped into quarters?
If they're ripped into quarters, boy, your votes get smaller and smaller. I do have some extra cards if,
Put your brother on.
all right. Pat, go ahead.
So at the outset, I think all of these motions that I will make will require statutory change by the reps. And if I'm mistaken any place along the way, Director Niblitz will will correct me, okay?
I did.
So the first motion I'm gonna make is that for the big 5, bighorn sheep, rams, moose, goat, bison, and grizzly bear, if God willing we ever get to hunt. That if you draw that license, it will be a lifetime license. You get one in a lifetime. And any person that's on the 5-year waiting period, they've drawn their once in a lifetime license.
I'll second that.
Do you want to make any slice off any clarifications for bull versus? You did, sorry. Thank you.
As a friendly addition, whether or not you harvest.
Don't care if you harvest or not.
Draw.
Just
draw.
you're done.
So, I'm sort of rewriting this. So this is essentially issue or option 3 and 4. Change waiting period to once in a lifetime for sheep, ram, bull, moose, not applied retroactively, but inclusive of those in the waiting period.
I'm not saying bull moose. Any moose tag is a once in a lifetime draw.
So any moose, not just bull moose.
No,
I'll second on the discussion.
No. Any moose is a bull tag. In any moose bull tag.
And any moose tag, you're not saying the cow tags are what's the left.
That's right.
Are you?
I can go with that. We only harvest cow moose right now over in the western part of the states because some landowners want us to.
Bighorns too.
But it's not.
We are this year.
So anyway, let me clarify. Anytime you draw a ram sheep tag and any moose, bull moose tag, a mountain goat, or you draw a bison, a bull bison tag, male bison tag, that's once in a lifetime, and if you're currently on a 5-year waiting list to be eligible to draw, you draw your once in a lifetime tag.
I agree.
Just for clarification, so that nobody else is confused, that would be like a type 1 tag. I'm gonna let Director Nesbitt, because sometimes when you draw a sheep tag or a moose tag, it's an any sheep or an any, but it's a type 1 tag. I just want to make sure there's
I
clarity.
think if we know that the intent of the task force recommendation is for, in that particular case, for moose, bison, and bighorn sheep, that it's males, we'll figure out the terminology later, but because it could be different. We don't want to say type 1 because we may have a need for a type 2 ram tag, or Pete's idea of a type 2 bull moose tag in the allowed only in the wilderness. So we don't want to constrain ourselves by that.
Director, I just have a quick question. So the 355 licenses that we have for moose, those are all bull moose, correct? Is that,
We do have some licenses that are not bull
of
moose.
those 355?
Say
Of
that
the
again.
355 licenses they said that we had for moose?
Yeah, some of those are cow moose. There's not very many. Some of them are, they're kind of there for wildlife management purposes more so.
Okay, thank you.
Same with lamb licenses when we've had those before.
Clarification, just, I know the answer, but I think it'd be important to hear it, is the 24 individuals that drew grizzly tags that weren't allowed to use them would not be affected by this motion, correct?
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see, they're not in a waiting period.
No.
So they're.
Just so it's crystal clear.
Yeah.
I still have a question mark about the moose. Are we wanting to make it once in a lifetime just for male?
It's for a license that allows for a person to take a male moose.
Okay.
That covers all.
So if you have a cow moose, is that a cow?
Mhm.
Then it would not be once in a lifetime. We're just talking about the males, okay? So that's the motion on the table, is changing those to once in a lifetime for sheep, ram, bull, moose, bull, bison.
Can I ask a quick question? Jennifer, I'm gonna put you on the spot on this one. So if you draw your bull tag, and at some point in time you'd like to try to draw a cow moose tag, you history out on your points. So you use your points up to draw that bull moose tag. Would you be allowed to buy the points again to try to buy a cow moose?
Let's not confuse this with preference points right now. This is a crystal clear, once in a lifetime motion. How preference points may affect that, we can talk about till the cows come home in just a minute.
Well, to me, it's important to know that.
We know the task force's intent, then we can facilitate some kind of a process for people to, after harvesting or having a full moose license, that then be able to put in for cows. I mean, if that's what the intent is, we can figure that out. Okay. But we should hear that's the intent.
That's my intent, anyway, making the motion.
Okay, I agree.
Jennifer, do you agree? I mean, yeah, we can figure that out, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's the motion on the table, number 3 and 4 here.
And I just want to throw it out that, just so we know, Pat made the motion, Lee seconded the motion, just for minutes. Okay, we're ready for.
Carrie, I wouldn't point at that stuff. I mean, Megan has minutes of exactly what was said. We know what we're voting on. If you point at that, I think we add confusion to the process.
Okay.
Is there any question on what we're voting on? All right. So I guess we'll vote. You can put your green tags up so we know if there's dissent to vote. I would say that Joe left me his proxy before he left the room. He's outside. He's a green.
And this is according to your all's decision-making rules, when you take a formal vote, which this is, that you, your names are tied with that. So we would acknowledge who is not here. We have a Joe proxy vote for yes. Do we have proxies from anybody else who's absent? Okay. it looks like we're unanimous then for people here. So Megan, if you can record that.
I think it's fair. Rusty asked me this question. So if someone who's not here wants to register an objection subsequent to this vote, I think that's okay. Or if they want to say, I agree with that vote, that's okay as well.
Okay.
But I mean, I think for purposes of the motion, the vote today is what counts.
Sure. Does that sound okay, folks?
I think that's.
You have your decision rules or anything over a majority, which you definitely have, but to register those.
The thing is, though, is we did agree we were going to report in any recommendation, the level of I votes, essentially, the level of support. So I do think that kind of in that, I think we should actually be more deliberate. We should tell the members that weren't able to be here, this is what we voted on. Would you like to record your vote? I think that's the fair statement.
Okay.
And I'm sure they will.
Okay.
And especially in a time when we have, obviously, this is a legislative action. 3 of our legislators aren't here. It'd be really nice for them to.
Be able to sign on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think they will too. Good.
Okay, and then, next question, I guess we can go to the next, I think, Patrick, you said.
So I have Rusty, I have a second motion. And once again, I think this is a recommendation of the task force that will require legislative change, at least in most instances. So currently, my understanding is if you draw a grizzly bear tag, that's already a once in a lifetime tag. And that, but my second motion changes the allocation between residents and non-residents with regard to the big 5. So I move that this task force recommend to the legislature that they pass legislation that provides that 90% of all sheep tags, moose tags, goat tags, bison tags, and grizzly bears, if we ever get to hunt them, be allocated 90% to residents and 10% to non-residents.
We have a second.
And then I have discussion, Rusty, when you get to that stage, or if we're following Robert's rules or.
Pat, can you just restate the motion again? Megan was, she got half of it. So recommend to the legislature that the allocations be.
That they adopt legislation to change the allocation on bighorn sheep, moose, goat, bison, and grizzly bear, so that 90% of those tags are allocated to resident and 10% are allocated to non-resident.
And that's. Okay.
Then I have comments, Rusty. if I
Okay, yeah,
may.
so it was on, the motion was made, Lisa and Salvador seconded it, so let's have a discussion.
Discussion.
Go ahead.
We need to decide this question and move on. Adam, I probably characterized it best. He said the people he's hearing from say this is not a big deal because there's not a lot of license numbers will swap. And while I generally kind of disagree with that thought process, Adam, I do think this is a question we just need to decide, and then we move on and we discuss the much more thornier issues about preference points and possibility, sitting out. We've solved that sitting out problem with the lifetime recommendation, but there's a whole lot of stuff we need to get data on and discuss. And I just think it's counterproductive for this task force to continue to debate 90-10, whether it should be 85-15, 80-20. On these big 5, I will tell you that in my mind, it was always kind of an arbitrary, capricious decision that someone made years ago that we were going to split sheep, for instance, 75-25. There's no biological reason for that. There's no substance or strong logic by that. I think we can set it where we want to. And when you have precious resources like I believe sheep, moose, goat, buffalo, grizzly bears are, and there's a limited hunter opportunity. I think the large majority of those should go to resident sportsmen. We live here, we pay taxes. You know, we, as Mike Schmidt noted, we're the ones out doing fencing projects and habitat projects. And so even though it won't have a great shift of licenses over, I think there's a good reason to get this done and just get this over with so the task force can move on and debate a lot of other stuff, including preference points and what percentage of those 90% of the resident sheep tags go in the random draw versus a preference point system. You know, those are critical questions that will answer much of what I think we're hearing from the public, that this isn't a big deal.
That's a very eloquent way to put in summary what I've heard.
I'll just add, changing 90-10 on moose, sheep, goat, grizzly bears has, in my mind, little or no impact economically. It has little impact on the outfitting industry. It has little impact on those that rely on non-resident hunters like the Rancota folks, or the, you know, because the numbers are so small, and it has little or no impact to landowners. I think when we debate 90-10 on deer, elk, and antelope, that will be dramatically different. We need to think hard about that, but this has little or no economic impact. So I think it's time for this task force just to say 90-10 on the big five, and let's move on and get to the real issues.
And thank you, Carrie. I just wanted to add, I seconded it because one, I have read in the comments from the people of Wyoming that they live here and suffer through the weather and deserve, you know, some benefit of that. We do tough it out, and but in addition, I agree, it doesn't, I think, make a huge economic impact because we're getting rid of also it's once in a lifetime. So we're starting to balance out the odds for both non-residents and residents, because it is important to non-residents as well. It doesn't affect me economically, but it does other places. But I don't think so much with these animals. They'll use it out there. So I did second the motion for that reason, and we'll be voting in favor of it.
Brian?
Yeah, just a little bit of historical perspective. And I think it's important for everyone to consider this, that, you know, at the time that these policies were put in place, the number of licenses that we issued for these two, specifically moose and sheep, was significantly higher. If you look back 100 years in Wyoming's wildlife management history, wildlife populations peak and wane. There was a time when, you know, about the time when these policies were set, where the numbers of elk in our state were significantly less than what they are now. There is a chance that down the road, I certainly hope this is the case, that we return to back, you know, higher numbers of moose licenses, higher number of sheep licenses. I think there's probably a very good chance that there will be more goat licenses down the road. So these aren't, I mean, right now we're looking at today, a snapshot in time. It may seem a little bit inconsequential, but it's, you know, down the road, it could mean more than what it does today.
I have a question, with regard to goat, would this not affect that specific area where we have desire to reduce those numbers?
Would not be an impact.
That would still be.
I don't fundamentally have a problem with the 90-10 on the big five, but to me, it all boils down to what we're going to do with preference points. And it seems like the more I hear, the more I say we just leave it the way it is. Any of the other processes is more like just perfuming in the situation. It doesn't really help it. I like Mr. Schmidt's comments on the use tag, whether it be 18 to apply, something along those lines. I like one of the comments that we read that we ought to look into, you can only apply for one per year. One of the big 5 years. You can't apply for all of them. There's a couple little modifications I think we should do. So I don't fundamentally have a problem with the 90-10, but to me, it's tied in what we're going to do with these other ones. If we keep preference points, then, you know, I'm more to 75-25, because I think if you go 50-50 now, you're jeopardizing the guy with the most points having the ability to draw. And now they're putting the same pool as the other ones. I mean, it's complicated. So I would vote with that, with the reservation that it also depends on what we do with the other parts of that issue.
So I'll just follow up on that. We take this vote and then go through this preference point discussion that Joe's gonna lay out for us. And we actually don't do anything else with it. We'd actually be handing that over to Representative Linder's probably committee. They would be saying, okay, the task force says they agree. If we agree to 90-10, we want that many allocated to residents, then it would be up to their committee probably to decide what that percentage is if we don't give them any direction. I'm just gonna tell everybody what the process would be in my mind.
To decide what, sorry, let me clarify, to decide what the percentages for.
I mean, right now, if we just change that and they left everything the way
If we
it
just
is,
change 90-10, but don't change anything with preference points.
right,
Uh-huh.
it would stay at what 75-25 is what it is right now. Is that right?
For the preference point versus random draw.
And so just so that everybody's clear,
Mhm.
it would stay like that. If we didn't do any other recommendation, that would be where it would be. I just so everybody's clear.
And that, I think in
We'll
the-
have the conversation a little bit later on changing that, see all of Joe's work on that. But I just want to make that clarification. That's my understanding, that it would go to them 90-10, that's the allocation we want. But if we didn't do anything else, that's all we would give them.
Right.
I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure it's clear.
This, I think, kind of that top line in Jennifer's diagram of like where the allocations are split. And then from there, you could still make changes later, but this is just in that initial allocation to resident office. So it's been moved and seconded.
Moved and seconded by, it's moved by Pat, seconded by Lisa. And so is there any other discussion? I do have an affirmative vote for Joe. Yeah.
Call for the question.
So the question is, okay, so go ahead and raise your cards.
All right. So Megan, again, it looks like we are unanimous in the room. We will check with folks who weren't in so they can weigh in on that and put their support behind it, but we are unanimous in the room.
My next question then is to Representative Linder. If we can, when is your next TRW meeting?
Next month.
Is it possible to have it on the agenda at least, or can we get it to the next?
No. Unless we were to go to management council and ask for an exception.
I guess I would take your leadership on that, however you want that process to work from this task force.
Jamie, I think you should go to management council and ask them. I think it'd be a good opportunity for you guys to address this issue. Otherwise, it's going to take too long. I think management council would approve it. I mean, they know it was on the table. And at least even with the once in a lifetime, I think it seems like it's a no-brainer to most people. I don't think that's a real hard issue. So I would request that you do go to management council.
I guess I'd echo that, Jamie, and it just based upon the opinions I heard at TRW when 90 from several members saying, I'm doing this because there's going to be a task force. I'm voting this way because there's going to be a task force. We want to see something coming out of that task force. And I mean, the worst they can do is say no, but I think there was a lot of passion in that room to see something coming from this task force for this next session.
Rusty, I
That's
think
just
we're putting Jamie in a hard position. If I were chairman, I wouldn't want to go to management council and ask for an additional topic to be considered unless I had the flavor of my committee, and you probably can't do that till Du Bois in a month. Maybe you talk about that at Du Bois and figure out what you think you should do, Jamie. I mean, you're the chairman. We don't understand all that crazy stuff that goes on with management council and the legislature.
Right. Mr. Chairman, that's probably a good suggestion. If I can maybe present it to the committee in August, we'll still have a third meeting where it can come before us, and that we would still have time to draft legislation. That would allow time for Game and Fish to be prepared to present on the topic too, because people are gonna have questions. And then it would also allow too for public to provide an opportunity to speak to it. What do you think?
Well, since you're on this task force, I was just kind of thinking, we wouldn't show up and you could just kind of. No, I think that works just fine for us. I mean, we'd be prepared to present and answer questions at the August meeting, if that's the way that you and your co-chair wanted to go, but we're good to do it in, I think, November, so next meeting. We'd be good with that as well. And, worst case is that management council says no, and then we just have several sponsors, probably 4 of them on this task force, that bring that as an individual bill. It still gets considered.
Well, I think having you ready to speak both in August and November would be important. Senator Driscoll's on management council, and I'm sure there won't be a problem getting it added to the list, but I bet they would like a little more time for engagement before we pull the trigger on it. But, I will reach out to management council, and I'll speak with my co-chair on first. We'll go from there.
Thank you. I apologize for putting you on the spot.
No, no problem.
And then it'll give us some time, there'll be a fiscal impact to go past.
And Jamie, I just want to say, I think Senator Hicks will be in favor of it, and I think obviously Albert Summers, I think, we've gone through a lot of work, and I think people have heard a lot of comments, and I think that's why I'm just sort of encouraging. I don't think we had so many approvals of management council when I was on it. It didn't, there's lots of it gets requested, they process it pretty quickly if you do, so I don't think you have a hard time, but I agree, go ahead and do it in August and wait for November for more formal.
Any other discussion on this topic? Can you give yourselves a round of applause for making a unanimous decision and impactful or not? I think we heard it'll make a difference to those 30 people who maybe will get a tag that didn't previously, and it's nice to be able to make some progress anyway, so thanks. Are we ready to move on to topic 2?
Let the riot.
Let the riot begin. So I want to remind us of this. There are all these different angles to thinking about sportsman opportunity for deer, elk, and antelope. So license allocation is certainly one piece of that folks are very focused on. Preference points is a piece of it. Waiting periods, fees, dates, harvest surveys, thinking about quota splits and outfitter opportunity in that. Leftover draw, tagging simplification, all these things, choose your weapon, type 9, all this stuff is a part of the juggernaut that we're going to tackle now, right? So we're going to start with the big picture perspective from Game and Fish. So we are all on the same page, understanding some of the big picture pieces of this. And then we'll work as a group, filling in the rest of the gaps on the story and slicing off pieces as we can, to once we have clear understanding of the problem, start thinking about solutions. Okay, encourage you to stay in inquiry mode with all your curiosity, right, of all the things or perspectives you haven't considered on this one, and encourage you to kind of rein in your advocacy perspective of like, this is the solution, until we understand the problem a little bit better. Okay? Yes,
Just for housekeeping sake and for staff's sake, Game Fish, I don't know if we'd rather just go through the presentation, let them present, and then ask questions, or do you want us to ask questions as we go, knowing what you've seen from this group?
Do you all have a preference of questions as we go versus?
I mean, I'm not, it seems like the discussion last time. You don't understand what happened, slide 1, 2, 3, ask questions.
If you don't understand something from the task force, please ask for clarification, but otherwise, we'll hope the presentation goes forward and we take that and then we leave our questions to the end. Is it fair? Unless you're not clear about something. Okay. Thank you.
If you want to, Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'd like to, before my team kicks off here, just provide a little bit of background context in which they'll present this information. So, and I know exactly what Carrie was referring to when she talked about giving official present their side, and then you all can present your side. I guess I'd like to frame that a little bit, because we really don't have a side here. This is based on legislation that was brought forward. You guys are going through the whole 90-10, all of our analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, the informational briefing.
Yeah, so this is based on, at that time, a bill that was brought, that we worked closely with Senator Hicks on to answer his questions. That at the end of the day, we just did a lot of analysis so that the legislature had facts to use when they considered this thing. We didn't propose it, we didn't oppose it. I started the conversation with Senator Hicks with my department hat on, saying, these are the two major issues that have to be addressed from a department perspective in order for us to not have major concerns with it. One is, it has to remain revenue neutral. We can't take a hit on our revenues. And number two, we have to be able to continue to manage wildlife across the state, meaning we have to be able to go beyond 10% licenses issued to non-residents in those places where we can't sell them all to residents because of access or because of high numbers of licenses or whatever it is. Those were the two parameters that we went into this with. Senator Hicks agreed to deal with both of them in the bill. So my whole point with this is just one idea that was brought forward that we did analysis on, and you're going to see that informational presentation. Does anybody have questions for what the department's role was in this particular legislative bill?
Appreciate the perspective on it. Reminder for folks in the audience, right in the middle of that, if you're having a side conversation, you can take it out into the hallway so everybody can hear. That'll be helpful for us. And we've got our Britney Spears is all mic'd up, ready to go.
All right, good morning. Well, this could be a little painful because as Brian expressed, we spent a lot of time working on this against the context of a potential bill. There we go. So again, the purpose of this information or the briefing is just informational. So we looked at a potential bill of 90% resident, 10% non-resident quota allocation. And, our task was to ensure that legislators, partners, stakeholders had necessary information against those two backdrops of potential revenue impacts and also management, wildlife management implications going into the 2021 legislative session. So a quick outline of what we're going to talk about, some background information, some relevant facts, some assumptions and considerations that our analytics team had to make in order to develop scenarios and in order to assess the potential impacts, and then a conclusion. Sorry about that. Jumped. So one of the things that we did was we started, hey, let's look at everything we know about hunting license allocation in Wyoming. And so anyhow, we tried to timeline it from about 1972 forward, and to include when Chapter 44 came out, limits on general licenses, statewide non-resident elk quotas, the cap, reduced cap options, all of these things we looked at in an effort to educate ourselves on what some of the, where we've been. So as Brian was describing, he's like, hey folks, we got to take a look at this. 90-10, develop these scenarios for financial management impacts. The analysis group
was made up of department personnel. And then our task was to provide an objective product grounded in the best information that we had available. Our methodology, we looked at existing references. One, I just find this one interesting. You all may not, but where was it? Lester Bagley's had an article, it seems to me, in March of 1946. And so we go back to March of 1946 and look at, hey, what's the non-resident resident allocation for elk, deer, and antelope? And it was a really interesting article, a simple one-pager, kind of fun to read. But this issue's been around for a long time. You know, we talked demand against a limited resource, and the issue has existed, to my knowledge, prior to 1946, where Lester Bagley wrote that. A lot of internal work you can see here, whether it's an internal game and fish task force, just a lot of papers produced and analysis that's been done, memos internally. Also as references, you know, I went out and took a look at what's out there on the internet. And we looked at those references as well to try to gain that full spectrum of perspectives heading into this. Then we got into it, you know, hey, what are our relevant facts? What valid assumptions do we need to make? Not just assumptions, but valid assumptions. And a valid assumption is something that weighs against the problem set, not just a random fact based assumption. We identified computational scenarios in order to get to the financial impacts of the potential bill. And we came up with 6 scenarios, trying to keep it as simple as possible. And, you know, many of you know that analyzing 6 scenarios in depth against all species and types for a license allocation of 90/10 is not a simple undertaking. But these are the names. We'll go into more depth of detail in those. And then we actually had to sit down and compute each scenario in order to come up with a predictive analysis. And then, of course, we had to summarize and package the information for presentation. So among the relevant facts is, how does our current draw system work? And thankfully for me, I've got my fantastic licensing manager to take us through that.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Got it figured out.
Down there.
Okay, so you guys have all been provided the presentations on how the current antelope and deer draw works, as well as the elk draw. But when we developed this presentation, we wanted to include that in there.
I can hear you okay, but it doesn't seem to be coming through the speaker, so I just want to make sure that everybody else can hear it. So it's-
Is that better?
Image if waiting for connection.
Sorry. It was working, but we let it sit. Sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, so I am going to go through this kind of quickly. Please stop me if you have any questions, because you should have been provided this front-ended at the beginning of this task force on how the antelope and deer draw works, and then the next slides walk through how elk works. Just as I gave at the presentation last time, when I went through moose and sheep, we have preference points for for non-resident and a lot of additional splits. So this draw gets a little more complicated, but this is the very broad categories of the steps. So in antelope and deer, the split is 80% goes to residents, 20% goes to non-residents. So just in the previous draw explanations I gave, we do a lot of work to make sure all of our applications are eligible. And then we do the second and third steps are to split that license quota that's approved by the commission. Step 4 is very easy. We do the resident draw. So in the first step of the resident draw, we actually award landowner licenses. It's kind of a misconception that the landowner licenses don't go through the draw. They are actually the first step in the resident draw is awarding landowner licenses. So we issue all of the landowner licenses and then we conduct the draw for residents for those who applied in the regular draw as a resident.
Rusty, I gotta be the first question. The number of licenses that go to landowners in the resident draw come off the 80% allocation, correct?
That is correct. So this quota, whatever the quota is in step 2 for residents, that quota is just in the landowner draw. So those landowner licenses issued to residents for antelope and or deer do come out of that 80% quota for residents. The same is true of them coming out of the 20% for non-residents. So they do come out of the draw. It is normally they are 100% successful, but I do want to note there have been years in hunt areas where we did not fully subscribe landowner license applications. So it is not 100% guaranteed that all landowners get their licenses. It has happened several times since I've been in this position since 2013.
Rusty?
Yeah.
Is there a limitation? So you only get landowner licenses if it's a special permit area, correct?
Has to be, yeah, it has to be limited.
It has to be a limited quota
And is
unless it's a non-resident can apply for non-resident general elk and they can apply for non-resident general deer regions.
So there's 200 tags.
It depends on the hunt area and type. I do have another presentation, just a few slides that are not on this one, based on the conversation at the last task force meeting about talking about landowners.
Yeah, Jennifer,
So every area is different in what we get for landowners.
Just 1 second. Sir, we'll take public comment at the end here.
Jennifer, so if there is a limited number of licenses in an area, are there areas where landowners cannot obtain landowner licenses?
I think she just said that has happened since 2013.
No.
If it's general,
Different question.
and this is a commission regulation, if it's general, if there's a general season where a landowner can hunt, then they are not eligible for a landowner license, even if in the same area there's a limited quota license. So an example of this sometimes happens with whitetail deer. There's an area during the early part of the season, it's open for a general license, but then there's a late season whitetail license. A landowner cannot get that whitetail license as a landowner if they have an opportunity to hunt during the general season.
Okay, that's my question, but it's not driven. So area 128, my favorite deer area, has a general season and then a late season where we only get 50 tags, I think, or 25.
Yeah, landowner licenses have no bearing on that, on you drawing a license, because you can't get a landowner license for that late season there, because there's a general season.
Okay, correct. That's my question.
Correct.
Jennifer, you said it's only happened a couple of times, but just explain that you said that landowner licenses have been oversubscribed. So does that mean that there were no licenses left for resident draw at all because of the landowners?
Correct. So it can happen in both the resident and non-resident. So if there's a quota of 8 in the resident draw and we have 10 landowners who apply whose land qualifies for these licenses, I issue 8 and then that leaves 0 quota in the resident draw. But like I said, it happens, I think it's happened 3 times since I've been here since 2013. But the question I always get is landowners are 100% dropped, which is not correct. just a reminder in the resident draw, and this applies for the random draw portion of deer as well. We go through everybody's first choice in a random draw. So the resident is a random draw. We do not have preference points for elk, deer, and antelope. So we look at the lowest random number and an applicant's first choice. Once we award all of the quota to those first choice applicants, then we move on to the second choice, an applicant's second choice. And then if there's still licenses available, we move on to an applicant's third choice. We run a vertical system. So this goes back to some of the comments earlier that people put in a second and third choice where the drawing odds are less than 100% on their first choice. They will not draw that license on their second and third choice if the drawing odds for the first choice are less than 100 or over 100 or 100%, because we look at everybody's first choice before moving to their second choice. Once we're done with the resident draw, giving everybody an opportunity to pick up a resident license that they applied for, that quota is added to the 20% that comes out of the initial split for non-residents. So any of those areas for residents that residents did not fully subscribe, we didn't have enough applicants to award all those licenses, that quota is added to the 20% for non-residents. We conduct a landowner draw as well for non-residents. Because non-residents have preference points, we actually split every one of these steps. 75% of the licenses go to the preference point draw, 25% go to the random draw. That is the same in the landowner draw. It's just most of them go in the preference point draw. Once we're done with that step, non-residents also either apply in the special draw, so they pay that premium fee to be included in the special draw, or included in the regular draw. That split is 40-60, and this is a very high level drawing, and so we conduct a non-resident special. 75% goes to the preference point draw. Remember, in the preference point draw, we are only looking at an applicant's first choice, so we don't look at their second or third choice. In the random draw, we do the random draw for the special. We are looking at everybody's first choice, second choice, third choice, lowest random number, irregardless of the number of points they hold. Any quota coming out of both of those steps of the special is then added to the 60% that was the random split of the 40-60. And we then do the preference point draw for those in the regular draw. And then we do the regular random draw at that 75-25 split as well. Once we're done there, we take all of that balance of quota out of the non-resident draw and we do what's called the second pass resident. So we take any quota undersubscribed by non-residents and allow residents who were unsuccessful in the resident 80% portion to have a chance at those licenses that were undersubscribed by non-residents. At the end of that step, if there's still quota remaining, we do a second pass for non-residents who applied in the special, which gives them an opportunity to get that undersubscribed quota that may not have been taken by those in the regular draw. And then at the end of that, we do another pass for those who were, if there's any quota left, who are unsuccessful in the regular portion of the draw. These two second steps in the non-resident are random draws. So we're looking at first, second, third choice. It's not just a first choice like we do with the preference point draw. Once we're done with that, this quota balance right here coming out of this step is considered the balance of the initial draw. Once we're done with that, we release draw results. We release the quota that's available that was undersubscribed. And this is where we turn it over and do the 1 week application period for the leftover draw. Couple things to talk about in the leftover draw, since that wasn't part of the other presentation, because we've never had a big 5 species have leftover licenses. This draw is a 1 week application period. There's no application fees. We don't look at preference points for non-resident, and we can have mixed parties. So you can have residents applying with non-residents in a party up to 6, and this is a strictly random draw for those licenses. So we run the leftover draw for residents and non-residents and award all licenses for those applicants. The quota coming out of there is what we call first come, first serve. And those are released usually about a week later. When we release drawing odds, that was actually the 12th of July, and those are available online and at our licensed selling agents. First come, first serve, whoever's fastest to get on. So that is all of the steps of antelope and deer. They're the exact same for antelope and deer. So any questions on this slide before I move on to elk?
It's all really pretty straightforward.
Very simple.
Yeah, so I'll, you know, I'll ask a couple questions. One of them is a fiscal question, probably. Well, maybe I'll back up. So the balance of the initial draw, what is that balance between non-resident and resident? Close. It is. So it's 8. So we.
The first draw is 80-20.
So the balance here is 80-20. What comes out of here
Yeah.
depends on is really dependent on a hunt area and type. Because a lot of our areas are 80% resident. If they're undersubscribed in antelope, we talk about this all the time, there's a lot of areas that we just don't have the subscription for residents applying in the initial draw. So those licenses are awarded to non-residents due to this step here. So I don't know, it's very hunt area specific, and so I don't have the actual, if you looked at the bottom line, that breakdown, I probably could quickly get that, but I don't have that.
And I understand the 80%, 20% split, but then the ones that are not subscribed to residents, they go back into the non-resident draw into that right there.
They go in this step right here.
In my area, for example, where we get lots of comments, I know on the draw. There's a lot of areas that those licenses go back. And so if we were going to, my question is, if we were going to fix the issues that I hear from residents where, hey, well, I don't know how they're sending in. They're obviously not sending in, my mind, probably correct. They're putting in 1, 2, 3 choices or just one choice and not getting a tag on their second or third choice when they know it's going to be 100% in a certain area. What I'm getting at is if there is a way to allow those residents to say, okay, here's what the leftovers were that the residents didn't get out of the 80%. If there was a resident leftover draw, where would that fit into that? If there was just a resident leftover draw, is that ever been discussed, or is that a possibility that still fits into the 80-20 model? And where I'm going with this is doing when we budget. Do we budget 80% resident and 20% non-resident animal, or do we do on actual? Because if we actually end up selling more non-residents than residents, how does that impact?
And we project revenue based on the last 3 to 5 years on average.
Okay.
And so it is reflective of the way we've been doing it.
So to answer your question, these 6 scenarios that Greg was mentioning of how we broke this down, there's several of those scenarios that will take that into account.
Okay.
And as we walk through that, but what would have to happen is the quota coming out of here would have to drop to here.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Do most of the leftover licenses, those are predominantly Dauphin, aren't they? Or I mean, are there buck licenses that are antelope especially?
There are. Yep, there's quite a few that come out of, there's bull elk, type 9s for elk. Yeah, we have type 1 antelope as well. So it's a mix of, in the leftover draw, we've had leftover licenses for every species, which we consider full price antelope, Dauphin antelope, full price deer, Dauphin deer, elk, and cow-calf.
In our area, there's a lot of type 2 tags that are left over, which are a buck tag or any animal tag for private land only. So that's why it's up there.
Any other questions before I move on to elk? It's not going to get easier.
Is there anything else that it would help the group to understand of what is falling into that leftover in the end, like you have this odd surplus? In the end, is there anything else that would be helpful for people to understand about those?
I have a question on management, say, I know that we, for example, the drought that we have, I hear from people, well, we issued a lot of tags this year, which we did cut licenses. If there's an issue that happens with that we think by the time we set the quotas, and then the draw comes out, and then we go to that level, if there's extra tags in that area, is there a chance for Game and Fish to say, hey, we shouldn't issue those? That's just a question for me.
Yeah, we have that ability to do that. There's a mechanism for that. We've never done that, but it could happen in the case of some, catastrophic event like fire or, in a lot of cases when you have drought, the response is to harvest more animals because there's not enough habitat for all of them.
Yeah, there's two sides to that for sure. Thank you.
So just to kind of follow up on another question that I get based on Brian's comment, is the licenses that are carried over. Last year we had substantial number of licenses carried over due to fires. Those licenses do not come out in these steps, but Wildlife Division, when they take seasons and quotas to the commission for approval, do take that into consideration. So that is a lot of questions I get is, well, how many licenses are going to come out of the quota in step one for those that were carried over? And none come out in this draw. They've been taken into consideration in advance when the seasons are presented to the commission. So we're going to talk about elk. So elk is a little different. We actually run the non-resident elk draw prior to running the resident draw. They're done as two completely separate draws. So once the commission approves the seasons in April, we run the non-resident draw in early May. So we give them about 10 days, 9 to 10 days. Usually, I think regulation is May 9th for non-residents to modify their applications based on the approved commission seasons that go with the April commission meeting. The split for elk is 84% resident, 16% non-resident. So we take all of the non-resident applications and make sure they're eligible, and we split the commission approved quota 16% for the non-resident draw in step 2. Once again, we do the landowner draw, both preference points and regular random draw for non-resident elk landowners. The same splits apply for the special and regular. 40% of those who apply with the premium fee for elk go into the special draw. We do the 75% goes to the preference point drawing, 25% go to the random draw. We run both of those steps. Quota coming out of both of those steps is added to the 60% again. For the regular draw, we split it 75-25, it's the exact same. The quota coming out of there is then falls into this pot, and we do what we call sub-convert to general. So by regulation, the department has to issue 7,250 full price elk licenses. And based on the splits of the limited quota, type 1s, type 4s, type 2s, type 9s, type 0s, we look at the number of licenses we issue. We also look at the number of licenses we issue in general. If that number isn't 7,250, we convert all those undersubscribed limited quota licenses that weren't picked up by non-resident elk applicants and adjust the general quota so that we issue that 7,250. And so that's the step that's called in Game and Fish language, sub-convert to general. And then we run a draw for those who applied in the special for a general, award those licenses. If there's any left, then we run the regular draw for general. And at the end of that step, making sure we issue 7,250 elk licenses in total for full price elk. When we run the cow calf elk, there isn't that limit. So we just run the 84-16. We run 16%. When we're done, we're done. But we do run that step.
Rusty, Jennifer, this isn't for today, because this would be horribly unfair, but does the department could you give us numbers on out of that 16%, how many of those special permit limited quota licenses are issued to the premium folks that pay extra versus that just pay the regular fee? And I assume that would vary area by area, but could you run those statistics for us?
I can. So do you want it by area specific or in total? Or both?
I think area would be more helpful.
Okay, I can do that.
Just a clarification question. Kind of on an average, how many licenses end up being sold as general health licenses per year? Not a hard, fast number, just for the audience, an average.
4,000. And we subconvert anywhere from 350-ish to 400, depending. So once we're done here, we're still collecting applications for residents. The resident application period for ELK doesn't close until May 31st. And so when we do the draw for resident ELK, per commission regulation, the quota for residents is either the greater of 84% of the commission approved quota or commission approved quota minus the number of non-resident licenses issued. So in areas where non-residents don't take their full subscription of 16%, residents get that benefit of those additional licenses going in their steps of the draw. And this will be important as we talk through these scenarios. If non-residents we issued over in a party, then residents still get 84%. So it's the greater of 84% of commission approved or commission minus non-residents.
Rusty, is this the same with deer and antelope, that landowner tags come off the top? So for instance, if the department says we're gonna kill 100 elk in area X, and there are 10 landowners, really at the end of the day, there's 80 licenses left because they can all get two landowner licenses. Is that correct?
Correct. So this step right here, the first step includes landowners, just as it did in antelope and deer.
And for non-resident landowners as well?
Correct. So the first step right here between this split after the 16% before we do the special and regular draw is the landowner draw.
Thank you.
So once we've determined the quota going into the resident portion of the draw, as I just mentioned, we'll conduct the landowner draw for residents. Any quota coming out of the step of the landowner draw is then afforded, and we conduct the resident draw, which is random. At the end of that step, because we've already done the non-resident draw, we don't have to do the second pass back and forth like we did in antelope and deer. We just drop out of there with quota that goes into the leftover draw. So once we're done with the resident draw of the initial draw, this step right here is the conclusion of the initial limited quota draw. Just like antelope and deer, we have a leftover draw. Once again, no applications, no preference points, mixed parties, residents and non-residents, and it's strictly a straight random draw. Once we do that leftover draw for elk, that balance coming out is the first come, first serve for elk. Any questions on elk?
Rusty, the non-resident landowner draw, do preference points they may have apply there?
Correct. So we do the preference point draw first, and then we do the random. In all elk, deer, and antelope, a non-resident will lose their points if they draw their first choice, which that's all landowners can apply for as their first choice because that's the land that their license qualifies them for. Their points are set to no longer available.
How do you do that? Because I have a corporation that owns 160 acres in an elk area. And I put in for a landowner license. I think any shareholder in that corporation can hunt on that landowner license. So how do you determine which shareholder will get the license and what preference points they have?
So We don't determine that. If the land qualifies, usually it's the organization or the LLC or that corporation who determines who is allowed to have and submit applications for that year. So we look and see, is there 2 applications with a qualifying landowner code? Now we have specific landowner codes for qualified land and run those through the draw. So licensing doesn't say whether a land qualifies or not. Those are determined through the Wildlife Division in a whole evaluation period. If the parcel of land qualifies, we mail out letters saying that the land qualifies, and now due to our automated system, they're provided what's called an access code, a very specific code that allows 2 applications to be submitted. They then are saying how they tie to that parcel of land. Is it themselves? Are they a parent? Based on those qualifications. And then if they qualify and we have 2, then we run the draw that way. If your application, in your instance, if you had elk and you had preference points and you went through the landowner draw, we would set your points to history because you drew your first choice.
So I guess, let me ask it just a little different way. So Pete, I, and Lisa, and Josh own a corporation that qualifies for a landowner license. Do we have to designate when we apply for that landowner license, who will actually get the license and hunt? Otherwise, it's impossible to assign preference points.
So you're applying as an individual. So you guys 4 get together and say who's applying, and then you submit your application with your sports person ID number and tie it to that land.
Yeah, thank you. I would say one of the limited quota areas up by us, the coal mine owns it, they get tagged, so they let their employees, they do a little drawing from their employees, the employee draw, and they're the ones that get put into that. Yeah, if that helps. I have a question, are there landowners that qualify for licenses in multiple areas?
Sorry.
And obviously they can't get multiple tags, so I just curious.
Yeah, so when the Wardens and Wildlife Division certify a parcel of land qualifying for landowner licenses, they designate the areas per species, like by species, that allow those landowners to apply. But they have to pick when they go into the draw which area and type they're applying for.
Looking at a question inside.
Rusty, thank you. Jennifer, do you have data on landowners who qualify but do not take advantage of that license opportunity? And if so, then does that go back into?
No, so I only run applications that come through and whether they qualify for a landowner license. If their parcel qualifies, but I never see their licenses, they never hit my system in the licensing system to know that they did or didn't take advantage of that. So I can only tell you what people apply and that they qualify.
Parcel of land doesn't get evaluated unless the landowner says, yeah, I won't. So if the landowner says, I don't choose to get landowner licenses, they're never even considered. So there'd be no way to capture that or quantify it.
Oh, okay, so once the land's been evaluated, you evaluate it on an annual basis.
When they ask us,
When they
we don't go out to every parcel of land and say yes or no.
Okay,
We wait until they say, yeah, I want one. And they send it to their local game board, and he says, okay, check this box, you qualify. And then that's when they're designated as a qualified landowner species.
Brian, once that process plays out and they are given that approval, is there ever an evaluation down the road or a renewal of that, or it's one time and you're in?
It's pretty much a one-time in your end kind of thing, unless there's some significant change and it's not common. I'm not aware of any time we've ever gone back and said no. I'm sure we have, but it's not very common.
Rusty. Brian, when it's not for today, but when we get to landowner licenses deeper, could you have someone from Wildlife Division brief us on what it takes to qualify for a landowner license? I mean, what process is involved and how you go about that?
Absolutely. It's pretty straightforward. So.
Yeah, hypothetically, there are landowners that right now get that landowner license for deer that may be now with the deer population declines. They wouldn't qualify today. They
Exactly, that could be, I'm sure that case exists.
In the elk draw, it can split for a non-resident landowner, it can split between a special and a regular license too, correct? So let's say there's 10 non-resident elk licenses. There's 14 non-resident landowners that apply for that. Do you split that out for special and regular? If there was non-resident landowners that put in for a special application to go for that pot versus the regular?
No, so when they apply as a landowner, they pay the regular fee. There isn't a special, we don't do that split and allow landowners just pay and it's a separate draw. So they apply with a different, what we call fee type. They're in a different draw. They have a landowner designation, but they're the regular price. And so we conduct all of that draw between steps 2 and 3. Like I said, this is very consolidated. Otherwise, it would be very lengthy, which was in that PowerPoint presentation that I provided up front. So they just apply in the regular draw. We do the 75% preference point, 25% random, but they just apply in the regular fee. Once they're all done, then that quota is split 40-60. Any other questions? Okay, so just some background information on the state statutes governing this process. 23-1703 that I spoke a lot about last time. I'm just going to quickly go through this because we did the big 5 last time. So this slide just shows that the commission directs the commission 80% for moose, 75% for sheep and goat. Commission has the authority for license reservations and preference points and to promulgate rules. 23-2101 is the fee structure that designates what the department can sell licenses for, the application fees, and establishes the fees for full price licenses. Commission Regulation Chapter 44 designates the split between residents and non-residents for antelope, deer, elk. Then talks about bison is 80-20. Fairly list again, bighorn sheep, mountain goat, and moose, all by Wyoming statute. Chapter 44 also does walk through the steps of that I diagrammed. That in elk, the non-residents go first. In antelope and deer, that we conduct the resident portion of the draw. So it outlines in 44 all of those steps of how the draw is conducted that I put in those flow charts. Senate File 94. From the 2020 legislative session, afforded 90% of all big game, bison, grizzly bear licenses shall be reserved to residents in any 1 year. Any areas with less than 10 licenses available, there would be no licenses available for non-residents. So that was one of the stipulations in the proposed Senate File 94 that we ran through. The commission shall reserve 30% of non-resident quota for non-resident hunters with a license out there. These were all the stipulations in Senate File 94 that was filed in the 2020 legislative session. The last legislated fee increase in 2008 resulted in approximately 2 to 10% non-resident license sales for elk, deer, and antelope. So a decrease. Depending on the species, between 2 and 10%. License allocation applies during the initial draw, and depending on the number of applicants and specific rules, unsubscribed quota may roll over to the next step, which is the current draw procedure. So this is the step where I said any undersubscribed resident quota is then rolled into the quota of non-residents for antelope and deer and added to that 20%. Hunter access influences license demand. And all of the calculations we're going to run through now, as I previously mentioned at the last meeting, are based on 2017 through 2019 commission approved quota and license application and sales details.
Jennifer, so you have the slide that says the last comprehensive fee increase resulted in a decrease of 2 to 10%. So that would have been in 2009. So how's that changed since 2009 to today? We did a fee increase. What's happened since then?
All of our application counts are pretty much up. We did see in, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, in 16, when we did the fee increase to be moved the commission off of general funds, there was some increase there. We did see a slight decrease in some of the big 5 species, as I mentioned before, but all of our application counts are up from the 2008, but we did see a slight dip this year, minor in resident antelope, deer, and elk, but our non-resident, these applications continue to go up. We have high demand for our resources.
So just to be real clear here, so for years and years and years, the way that game and fish license fees were adjusted for inflation was through legislative bills every 4 to 5 years, so, on average. And they would generally do kind of an across the board percentage fee increase for everything. Last time that happened was in 2008. There was a decrease in applications for non-residents after that, but it rebounded within 2 to 3 years. So I probably was under 90, but it was a short period of time when those applicants bounced back up. In 2016, when, as Jennifer mentioned, when the legislature was wanting to move, there was a small amount of money, about
2 million.
7 million in the biennium, 3.5 years, I read, Jennifer.
Probably pretty close.
Roughly 7 million in a biennium that was allocated to the department to take care of 5 different programs: sage grouse, wolf, sensitive species, AIS. There was one program. Anyways, suffice it to say, legislature said we want to pull all general funds from the game and fish. And when they did that, they compensated for that with a very small, as the increase I talked about, like $1 a license for residents, and then a fee increase, not a huge fee increase, but a fee increase for non-residents to offset that loss in revenue. Same thing, we saw a very slight decline, but then the trend since then has been, for non-residents, has been climbing every year, to the point where last year, I know the draft numbers were 25% increase in non-resident public applications. So generally, when a fee increase goes in, it's 2 to 3 years before it comes back.
Rusty, Josh, in addition to that historical perspective you just gave, the Game and Fish manipulated license application dates too for non-residents, which resulted, the very first year they moved that back from March to a later application period, netted 10,000 more non-resident applications. Since then, that number's continued to climb, simply because we are truly in competition with our surrounding neighbors for those non-resident dollars. And so that resulted in the Game and Fish losing money because those additional applications and no licenses to issue. So then we had to go in and ask that we pass that credit card fee on to our applicants, because we were losing money because we were collecting the application fee, but that was more than what the credit card fees were when we were charging these people for their licenses. So the way you manipulate those deadlines and those dates also has a huge effect on how many applications you have. It's not just the license fee.
Yeah, and I think where I was talking about, you're right, the license application fee is a part of it, but I think the perspective I was thinking of with this is the decrease in demand for those licenses that comes after a fee increase. The revenue part of it, you're right. I mean, it is a loss of revenue for 2 to 3 years when the applications dip. But with the decrease in demand, that I'm trying not to go.
So I do believe in 2016, at least for non-resident elk, we didn't see a dip at all. We actually saw an increase with that change, other than the big 5. We did see a small dip in 2016 for the big 5, but elk, deer, and antelope went up, and that trend has continued since that. And like I said, this year, even our non-resident application counts for elk, deer, and antelope were up again.
the relevant fact of this one is that was the 2008 was the last like major change that we saw to non-resident fees. So the relevant fact is that, you know, a fee increase for non-residents affects overall sales. There is an effect there. So that's just a relevant fact.
And another thing to point out, this is all sales, so it's not just applications. So it's the sales at the end of the initial drop, the leftover drop, which in 2008, we didn't have a leftover drop, and the first come, first served sales. So it's important to clarify and point out the assumptions and considerations that we had to make as we rolled out these 6 scenarios. So as I mentioned, all scenarios, these were calculated proportionately over the years to obtain a 3-year average. So that was 16, 17, 18, and 19 were the 3 years. We calculated all of those individually, but rolled them into a 3-year average to calculate all of the numbers. One issue is resident demand predictability. We had to assume the resident demand trend consistent with the 3-year average trend line. Timeline. Determining resident demand against the impacts of this bill will remain speculative at best. And then we had to determine how we were going to handle the general license allocation. So dealing with general elk and the region general deer. So in the elk, in all these scenarios, the reason we came up with 6 is you'll see that there's an A and a B behind each of these scenarios. So in the A scenario for elk, the assumption is that we left general elk as the 7,250 cap that I talked about in the initial draw, allocated, and we continue to do that unsubscribed limited quota sub-convert to general. So the A assumptions in all of these predictive models retain the 7,250 cap for elk. The B scenarios calculates the non-resident general at 10% for the 90-10 based on the resident general licenses issued. So we had to find a way to determine what that non-resident elk general allocation would be in a 90-10 scenario. So we can calculate and determine the number of resident general elk licenses we issue in a year, and then calculate what that would be if that was 90%, what we would need to issue in general to have a 90-10 split. So those are all of the B scenarios in our calculations. For deer, the non-resident region generals for A did not change. So all of the calculations with an A behind them, we didn't change the non-resident region general deer allocations. Same thing for B, we had to look at the number of resident general deer licenses issued, set that at 90%, determine what the 10% total general allocation would be for non-residents. And then based on that 10% allocation, we allocated per region based on the split and proportion of the region quota in each region. So we had a total of non-resident general, and then we allocated it based on how they proportion out now. So that is the B scenarios for deer.
Just add in here, one of the most risky and complicated parts of this whole process Jennifer's talking about is the fact that we still have in Wyoming general license sales, where you can just walk, as a resident, you can walk up to the counter and just buy a general elk license and use it in any area of the state where the season has a general license component to it. The same is true, the same is not true for a species that is all limited quota. In other words, every area has a license allocation. This is that number of licenses we're going to issue. There are no generals like with animal. So this, and then everything's a little bit different. So you can see we've got this 7,250 cap that was set in the 80s on non-resident general elk, or non-resident elk total, I'm sorry. Then for deer, we do it totally different. We divide the state up into several regions. And if you draw that region as a non-resident, then you can hunt any hunt area within that region that has a general season. again, very complicated, and this was the real risky part of this, is that I was asking them to make predictive analysis based on the fact that we can't control the number of people that are gonna go buy a general license over the counter. That's a real unknown. So we based it on averages.
Rusty? Could you explain to me a little further on how you do with deer in general? If you have, like, say, Region C, and there's 1,000 tags right now, if this changed, how many tags would be for the non-resident in Region C? How would that change?
It would well, so
It wouldn't be a
A,
straight 10%.
A would not change at all.
Right.
Assumption A would not change at all. So in B, we would have to determine in this calculation what the 10% of the total general for non-resident would be. So if that was 10,000 licenses that we would allocate, that would be available for non-resident general deer,
That's statewide or?
that would be a
regional?
statewide calculation. So then I had to go in and say, what's the proportion of how the commission approved regulation is now? So there's those, 13 or 14 region general deer, each have their own quota. What is that total, and how does region A, what's that percent based on the total? And then apply that percentage to that 10,000 to determine what that quota would be in region A. Because then I had to calculate
So every,
all the way through all of the steps to see and calculate the predictive model. So each region would change based on what that number was of total general non-resident deer would be and their percentage.
so would each region drop the exact same percentage?
Pretty much, yeah.
Curious about the cap. So it was set in the 80s by the commission.
Yes.
Why has that not been looked at or adjusted since then?
Here, here.
Yeah.
Amen.
It has been
Did I say
studied
that out loud? Sorry.
by the commission, vetted through the public, and the commission opted not to make a change. It was a couple years worth of process of evaluating that entire, I mean, we did a big white paper, we studied the hell out of it. And at the end of the day, the commission, after public comment, considering that, that idea was what, 4 years ago now, something like that. The commission opted just not to make the changes.
Is there a department recommendation?
No, we just presented the information and said, this is what it was then, and, you know, we compared number of licenses issued then compared to the elk population at that time, elk population now, and the same number of licenses being issued. All that was part of the white paper about that. But
Brian, you ought to supply that white paper
we will.
again. And it was a split vote, Rusty. I mean, I've been accused of being in bed with the outfitters, but I voted against increasing the 7250 cap.
He voted against looking into it.
No. We looked into it.
Oh, here we go.
You can tell how this movie voted, but, so there was a split vote on the commission, and the department could provide you that history.
Josh, rest of the, rest. Jennifer, so to muddy the waters further, I know they're pretty damn muddy right now, but non-resident general output, our general deer quotas are based on per region. So if you went to a 90-10 scenario, how do you determine because I can go buy a general deer license and I can hunt anywhere in the state. So it's not tied specific to the region. So how do you come up with that number in any way that makes any sense?
Are you asking how I came up with the resident?
Well, no, if you have to take 10% of the total resident general deer licenses and use that as your non-resident number, but your non-residents are specific to a region versus me being specific to the state.
I think what she did is she took and looked at it statewide completely. How many, and then
yeah,
goes by region and tries to make a proportional assessment to each region.
So you're just trying to kind of make an educated guess on the impact of the resident where they're hunting.
to money this up, that
Yeah.
she'll have the data.
She'll
Have the
actually,
hunter surveys.
she'll actually show the map.
Okay.
She'll show a sample map on a subsequent slide.
Ten more, yeah.
Then you can see it. But in short, you see option A next to a scenario, the 7250 cap is in place and there's minimal changes or no changes to the way general seasons work today. Options B, really, we gotta back calculate based on an average of general license sales and apply that proportionally for deer to come up with holding non-residents to 10%. And you'll see the math here in subsequent slide. Well, maybe, that's pretty small.
So continuing on with assumptions and consideration, first come, first served licenses, calculated on the total number of leftover licenses. It was not done based on each hunt area and type. Antelope calculated using the straight 90-10. As Brian said, if they're all limited quota, it's very straightforward. It was done using straight 90-10, and that included doe fawn antelope as well. With sheep, goat, and bison, I'll just quickly move through this since we talked about it. We did do the 90-10 with a caveat that was proposed in the Senate File 94. With the areas less than 10%, gave 100% to residents based on the 2019 data. The caveat affected 17 of the 26 moose hunt areas. Were affected by that with less than 10 licenses. 10 of the 16 bighorn sheep areas and 2 of the 3 mountain goat areas with the excluding type A. When we get to deer, the limited quota areas are a straight 90-10. And here is where we get back into those assumptions. Assumption A did not change the region deer quota, and assumption B did, and this is in very small print, but Greg said I'm going to show you. So the total 10% of the region quota was then split based on the proportion of the region quota in each area. So the 3-year average for resident general was 40,611. So that's the 3-year average of the number of resident general deer licenses we sold over the time period 2017 to 2019. With that representing 90% of the deer allocation for a 90-10 split, 90%, 45,123 total general elk quota. So this is the quota we plugged, and when you take 90% of that, it gives you the 40,611 that were the actual sales of the average of resident general elk licenses in that time frame. Deer. So you guys are paying attention. The remaining quota is calculated at 10%, set the general non-resident deer at 4,512 in a 90-10 split. And so then I took this 4,512 and allocated it proportionally against all of those regions based on the proportion of them currently in that 3-year average. Is the takeaway of this, I'm just checking to see if I'm understanding right, that if previously there were 40,000 tags for deer to residents, that with the change it would be like 45,000? No. So the non-resident region quota is higher than 4,512, and that's set based on wildlife recommendations of each of those hunt areas now. They do take into consideration probably hunting pressure, because as Lee said, a resident can go buy a deer license general over the counter and hunt anywhere in the state of Wyoming that has a general season following those limitations. So the commission approves in very specific hunt areas for the deer regions a quota specific to that deer region. Well, I had to get the total, which is the 4,500, and allocate that to those hunt areas so I could see how license applications trended through those 3 different draws, the initial draw, the leftover draw, and the first come, first serve, to calculate the impacts of a 90-10 split.
Rusty, Jennifer, can I take the stab? So 3-year average, 45,000 plus residents bought a general deer license. Correct?
40,000. 40,611.
Okay.
Is it that the 90%? Is it 45, the 3-year average?
So this is the 3-year average of the resident general deer is 40,611. Well, we have to set that at 90% of sum total. So so we're back calculating into a grand total of general elk licenses.
Deer.
Deer elk. Deer. So we're calculating, so this is a back calculated number. So I have to set the total general at 100%, which is this 45,000.
Gotcha.
So you take 40,000, multiply it times 10%, that gives you a number. And you add it to the 40,000, and that will be the total number of licenses generally issued, correct? Is that what you're doing?
So mathematically, I'm setting total number of general at X, and 90% is the 40,000. So 40,611, 90% gets you to the 45,123.
Take what was sold and you add 10% to it basically. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Yes, in short.
And then you divide that by 90/10. No, for purposes of your calculation, correct?
Total times 90%.
So the 4512, how does that compare to what you issued this year or last year? If you know, and if you don't, you can tell me later.
I think it's gonna fall out in the next slides.
Okay.
Jennifer, I have a question. Just want to point out that the national bow hunt comes out of the Region J quota. Because at some point in time, there's going to be discussion on one-shot animal hunt. And that gets discussed a lot, but nobody ever seems to want to talk about this.
So this next bullet is by statute 23-2101, Region J has to reserve 75 licenses in the special draw for the national bow hunt. This causes a change in the current draw procedures as we must take the 75 off of that 40 split. So when we get to non-resident deer and we split 40% to the special draw, 60% to the regular, that 75 comes off that 40%. And there isn't enough in there for that, so that has to be moved as a result, there will only be 8 to 11 licenses in Region J issued in the special draw under the B scenario. And then Dauphin deer is a straight 9-10 because it's all limited quota. Okay, now I can talk about elk, so I'll probably call it deer. Any questions? I guess I moved on from deer before I asked if there was any questions, more questions.
How many non-resident was the quota for all regions this year? Seems to me it's a lot more than 500 tags.
It is. And I think as we walk through these scenarios, at least for 17 through 19, I'll be able to tell you what that decrease is. If not, when we break for a few minutes, I can pull up. It's not that hard. I just don't have that number off the top of my head, especially for 2021.
Yeah, the only reason I'm being kind of a pain on this, it makes a huge difference what the drop in regional non-resident deer tags is going to be and how it's calculated, because it's not as cut and dry as the other species.
Right. For elk, limited quota licenses are a straight 90-10, once again using commission approved quota from 17 to 19. The elk cow calf was also a straight 90-10 because they're all limited quota. Again, for non-resident general, the A, those noted with A will be no change in the general and will retain the 7,250 cap on the full price elk drum. Those with a B as an assumption, again, adjusting the non-resident elk quota to 10% or 2,858. So that was derived the same back calculating way. The resident general elk for the 3-year average was at 90% was 28,577. So what this does is it has to eliminate this 7,250 cap.
and we will cap general elk at 2,858. Just a little bit in this educational briefing, the programming cost is about 18 months time. That's 12 months planning, 6 months programming and testing, and development costs. And as previously mentioned, the predictive drawing odds were calculated using the 2019 data for comparison. So towards the end of this, I'll talk about drawing odd changes under the 90-10 scenario. And that was only done using the 2019 drawing odds for comparison. So when we look at just total overall bottom line numbers for estimating the percentage reduction in non-resident applications, and then using the current application fee, which is $15, because it's very hard to predict consumer applicant behaviors. The best we could do is we looked at it based on a range from 10% reduction to 50% reduction and total number of applications for non-residents utilizing this $15 application fee. So even at a 10% reduction, we're just under $180,000 in revenue lost. A 50% reduction in applications would be just under $994,000 reduction, and that's just in the reduction of the application fee the department retains on every non-resident application submitted in the initial draw.
So this is assuming a certain number of non-residents are gonna say it's not worth it, but we don't know what portion of that might do that.
Correct. And then forecasting percent reduction in non-resident preference point fees. Once again, we can't predict consumer predictability and how any changes would impact our applications for preference points. So once again, just looking at a straight 10 to 50% reduction based on the current preference point fees. A 10% reduction is almost $1 million loss to the department in preference points. If we get into these higher amounts, looking at 50% reduction in preference point sales, that would be just under $5 million in revenue loss to the department just in preference points.
Joe?
Yeah, just a quick question maybe for you, Brian. Remind me, what's the annual operating budget of Game and Fish?
83 million.
83 million.
Jennifer, the 7,250 cap, that's just for general elk licenses, correct?
No, so the 7,250 is full price though. So that's all of the elk type 1s, 2s, 4s, 5s, 9s, 0s that the commission approves.
So that would include limited quota areas.
Correct, and it includes general. So that is the fourth slide going over assumptions and considerations that we had to take when determining and walking through these calculations that we'll present next. So defining the scenarios that we just walked through and the 6 scenarios that I'll provide data on. So the first 2 are a straight 90-10. So this is that first step. When we do the split, would be a straight 90-10. We would maintain that 90-10 split all the way out in through the first come, first serve is a straight, how we define straight 90-10. So if we had 90% resident licenses and they were undersubscribed at the end of the initial draw, they would fall out into the leftover draw, maintaining that split where only residents could get those licenses. Anything coming out of the leftover draw would then be allocated on a first come, first serve based on residency. So it's really maintaining that 90-10 split all the way. So if you walked up to your Walmart and there were non-resident licenses left in their 10%, but none in the resident, unfortunately residents can get them and vice versa. So that would fall all the way through. Those scenarios are identified as 1, and then as we spend a lot of time talking, the A and the B. So A and B, A is no change to the 7250, no change in generals, B is those change, but that's a straight 90-10.
Then we did 2 more scenarios with a 90-10 split in the initial draw only with no roll. So this no roll is where I identified in the antelope and deer after the step of the resident draw. That quota was rolled over and added to the 20% in deer and antelope for calculating the non-resident. These 2 scenarios would say that roll doesn't occur, so 90-10 just kind of flows out of the initial draw. So we maintain that 90-10 split in the initial draw, then they all come back together. Quota, we calculate 1 leftover quota, and then the leftover draw and those additional steps would occur as they occurred today. Once again, A and B, and those are all identified as basically scenario 2 with a split of A and B. Our scenario grouping for 3 is 90-10 initial draw with the roll. So this would occur, basically the draw steps would occur just as they do today, but that initial split would be 90-10. So we would conduct the antelope draw, that initial split would be 90, undersubscribed resident quota would then roll in and be added to the 10% of the non-resident, just like it is done today in an 80-20 split. Those are identified as scenario 3, once again with the A and B. So all of the ones are a straight 90-10 held all the way through first come, first serve. The 2s are 90-10 split through basically the initial leftover draw, and all of the calculations for 3 are 90-10, but holding the same way we conduct the draws now. Any questions? So a straight 90-10 1A was calculated applying the resident to non-resident quotas respectively at 90-10. Almost sheep and goat once again had the 90-10 all the way through and adjusted for that less than 10 because that was identified as Senate File 94. Once again, it's an A, so there was no changes to the general elk. B, same thing, but because it's a B, the calculation changes in general elk were applied for deer and elk. Scenario 2, I'll walk through this pretty quickly because this is what I talked about. 90-10 undersubscribed remaining quota would then go out into the leftover and first come, first serve. No changes in elk and deer for general. The B, once again, same thing. We would connect all of the initial and the quota draw to 90-10. But there would be the change to general elk licenses and general deer. And all of scenario 3 would be that initial split of 90-10, but we would have that rolled over into non-residents for that undersubscribed resident quota. A, once again, no changes. 2, the deer, elk here, there would be no changes to the general and applies to all the undersubscribed would fall out.
Spencer's killing me. Can't wait to see.
So what?
What does all of this mean? So we, this one is a little more detailed once again. The A 90-10 split changed, the calculated changes were applied for deer. And then elk was the same and we applied those changes to non-resident elk as well. Once again, just in case, before we move on, all of ones are 90-10. I lived with these 6 spreadsheets for a really long time. 2s are 90-10 initial draw only, and 3s are 90-10 in the initial split only. So what does that mean?
You just want to go to the summary instead of going through each one of the overall results.
Well, I guess that's kind of up to the task force because there's some details in allocation changes for non-residents that they may be interested in.
I'll let you go.
I can walk through these pretty quick, slow me down if you would like.
Back up.
Sorry, I had to figure out which button I
Sorry,
pushed.
I expect.
So in 1A, so a straight 90-10 split, running all the way through, utilizing those assumptions and considerations, and then fees set at a revenue neutral down here. Without the revenue change is a revenue loss to the department of just over almost $6.5 million. So what does that mean? Here's the current fee for all of these species. And then what would that fee look like to be revenue neutral? And then what is the change in license allocation? So in elk, currently we issued, and this is through all steps of the draw, and the initial draw, all steps of the leftover draw, and all steps of the first come, first serve, 4,810 licenses, and 90-10 all the way through would change that to 4,500. Here's the special that you were asking for those 3-year average. Currently, we issue just over 2,700 elk in the special. That would actually change a little bit based on how it works out with no change to generals. So you can see in here what that would look like. You can see to be revenue neutral with no change in fees to resident licenses, what those license fees would have to be for non-residents to remain revenue neutral.
Is this assuming, as far as capturing that revenue implication, is that assuming like best case or worst case scenario for the 10-50% drop in applications?
No, this is just based on what
This is for the actual licenses.
current actual licenses and based on the applications we have. So what I did is I went through and I recalculated every one of those steps in the draw based on a 90-10 split. And if we had, so currently at an 80-20, if that would give more licenses to residents. So then I had to go and look and see if we had applications for those licensed hunt areas and types who were unsuccessful and plug those in and then see how that flowed through. So walking through every step of the draw, every hunt area type based on our current applications and based on in the leftover draw just in totals that we had. And then we can't predict changes in behavior on first come, first serve. So if we look at a straight 90-10 1B, so this is the change in general, revenue implications are almost $14 million loss to the department. So looking at elk here, we went from 4,810 with the change in general for elk, just over 3,000. If you look at deer, so this gets at the deer region question. If you, and a little bit, but more just the deer region question. Currently, we issue over about 14,500 non-resident deer licenses. This change in a 90-10 with the general change would just be under 3,700 deer licenses. And then to remain revenue neutral, those are what those fees would have to be. Moving into scenario 2. So this is 90-10 in the initial draw only, rolling up any undersubscribed quota out of resident, non-resident, flowing it through the leftover draw and first come, first serve, the way it is handled now. With no change to general, the revenue implications there is 4.6 million, 4.7 million loss to the department in revenue. And you can see once again, those fees as well. 90-10 initial draw scenario 2, but with the change in general, is just over $12 million loss in revenue to the department. Looking at scenario 3, so this is just that very initial split. So we would just split 90-10 at those first steps, run the draw, as we do now with all of the roles. So undersubscribed resident would be available to non-resident. That impact is a lot less. It's just over $1 million revenue loss to the department, and you can see here the quota there as well. Looking at 3B, which is the same 90-10 split, initial draw only, first cut with the rule, but with a change in general, we're at almost $8.8 million revenue loss to the department as well. So in summary, this is the slide Greg wanted me to jump to. You can see the difference in revenue loss across those scenarios. So at a high, with a straight 90-10, with the change in general, it's just under $14 million loss to the department. And then scenario 3A, which is a 90-10 split at that first step, but allowing that role to give sell those licenses in the initial draw with no change to general, had the least impact, but was still at $1.2 million revenue loss to the department.
Sorry. For scenario 2, you back up to this, it seems like there's a huge swing. Like a lot more licenses would be going to resident hunters, say for like deer, it's going from like 14.5. That's the next one, it's a bigger swing.
Back up, like.
So I think go to 2. Yeah. Yeah, so like for deer, it's going from 14.5 to like 6, right? So a lot more going into resident license allocation then. Is there demand that other 9,000 say would get allocated to resident hunters?
So this change is not all licenses that would be available to residents in this deer, because that's that substantial decrease in the non-resident general deer region quota. So because residents can pick up a general deer license unlimited numbers, a lot of this decrease is based on that proportionate change in the quota in those deer regions for general. So that quota from deer region generals that we can no longer have available to non-residents just goes away. It doesn't roll into residents because resident generals are unlimited. So a lot of this decrease from 14.5 to 3.6 is just that quota that's no longer available in those non-resident deer region general areas, which also identifies in the much more bigger loss in revenue for the department. So talking about drawing odds, back to one of the previous slides of assumptions and considerations, these were all done on 2019 initial draw only and using the straight 90-10 calculations. The results yielded various and variable changes depending on the specific Hunterian type. So when I looked at this, I plugged in by Hunterian type. And so we'll walk through just kind of a summary and then I'll show you. So for elk, the drying out changes ranged from a decrease of almost 9.5%.
I think your odds will get worse.
To an increase of about 7.25. So you may ask me, well, if we're allocating 90% to residents from an 84%, how could my odds get worse? Well, as I said in how we calculate resident quota for the resident draw, that is currently the greater of 84% of commission approved or commission approved minus what's issued to non-residents. So with a straight 90-10 split, if we have undersubscribed areas in non-resident, I can't allocate those to residents. I can't roll that undersubscribed non-resident quota into that resident draw and give those residents a chance at that. So actually, in some of our areas, our drawing odds for residents in a straight 90-10 split decrease the drawing odds for residents. So that's how you can get a negative number. 83 of the 141 hunt area changed in drawing odds. The highest percentage change was 7.25, and that was an area 1 type 4. Which if you remember, type 4 is an antlerless elk. 15 of the 141 areas had a 4 or greater % change, and 62 areas had a greater than 0%, but less than 4%. And then 5 of those areas had a decrease in drawing odds for residents. So just in summary, a negative number, but our odds at the most went up 7.25, but 15 areas only saw greater than 4%. For deer, drying odds changed ranged from 0.27% increase to an increase of 11, just over 11%. 61 of the 68 hunt areas saw changes in drawing odds. The highest was 11%, and that was in area 8 type 1. 32 of the 68 had 5% or higher, and 29 areas had greater than 0 but less than 5%. When we talk about antelope, our odds changed from 1.1 to 12.35. That was 75 of the area of the 123 saw changes. The highest was in area 72 type 1 license. 46 of those areas saw 5% or greater, and 29 saw greater than 0 but less than 5% change in dry odds. So I just went through and kind of randomly picked some of the elk areas, deer areas, and antelope areas to demonstrate those changes. The asterisks identify the ones that were identified with the largest percent change. So I know one area that I get called a lot about is 7-1. A change to a straight 90-10 all the way through would only increase the drying odds for residents at 2.17%. When we look at deer areas, 80 type 1 had that 11%. But if you look at like a 105 type 1, 0.5% increase. Antelope, once again, some of them had some higher percents, but you know, 112 type 1 had just over 3.5% change in drawing odds. I'm going to turn this back over to Greg. Any questions before I turn over the Brittany's Harrison?
So the second piece of what we were asked to do was look at wildlife and management implications. So generally you can see, you know, the department may struggle to reach objectives in certain areas, predominantly private land areas. You know, we may have increased landowner frustration as you know, thinking through these scenarios, we're working to get the harvest. But they may get frustrated because non-resident hunter numbers may decline. Disease prevalence, if we're unable to get the harvest, we could see an increase in disease with concurrent population growth. Damage payments to landowners may increase, potential increase in vehicle collisions. And, you know, since this was a piece of legislation, you know, in those 3 species that we were talking about, elk, antelope, and deer, the commission would lose the authority to determine license allocation. Conclusions for the whole brief. You know, just a reminder, this was built for information only to inform, you know, the population and stakeholders and legislators on a potential bill. Drawing odds results are going to be variable. In our scenarios that we calculated, the least impactful one fiscally for the department was 3A. And then, of course, we just touched base on the management implications, and then the scenarios that would have the most significant negative impacts to wildlife management, not necessarily fiscally, but wildlife management would be 1A and 1B. Clear as mud.
What do you presently pay out in damages? Do you have any data on how those figures have changed, say in 10 years, 20 years, up, down?
We've got lots of reports. We do an annual report every year. We can darn sure give you that info. It's up though.
It's, does it go up every year?
Yeah, and most of the increase is due to livestock depredations from grizzly bears and wolves. That's almost the entire
Oh, really?
increase in the damage payments. Now, we have peaks and valleys. This year, I suspect we'll have an increase because it's dry in a lot of parts of the state, more wildlife, agricultural lands. But yeah, in general, it's this is ish, 1.3 million is what seems to ring my brain from last year.
And then you had said if that were to go into effect, it would change the commission's ability on license allocations. I think that's what you said.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
What we were looking at was we were analyzing a bill that was proposed.
Right.
So currently the commission has the authority to set quota allocations for elk, deer, and antelope by regulation. That bill would have changed it to be statutory, so the commission would have lost that authority.
So would it put it in the hands of the legislature?
Yes, ma'am.
You all are sticking around for the afternoon too, right?
No way, we're out of here.
There's obviously more to the story. I'm looking at time, and knowing that Joe's staff is about ready to present. I wonder if it's okay with you all if we can pause on this for now, and talk about moving to lunch before you do, because that was a lot of information, and I do want us to discuss it. Just on your own paper real quick, so we don't lose the meat of all that. Jot down, you can pick or don't do any of that. But jot down from this presentation, what stands out to you? Like, what are your takeaways from hearing all of this? And or what new questions has it sparked? And it could be questions that we can pose to our game and fish friends this afternoon. Or it might be like big picture, digging for more information, longer term data gathering. But just jot down for yourself so we don't lose this, because we're going to move away from this topic and then come back to it. And I don't want to lose sight of what's fresh in your mind right now. So on your Post-its or notes, wherever you like, just capture that, what's fresh in your mind now.
What stands out to me is how small the increase in percentage in drawing ability of residents.
Impacting the odds of the
I
draw.
thought it would be higher than that.
Yeah. Seemed like it was more impactful in antelope and less so in elk. That was interesting.
Carrie, you want us to share?
If you'd like, you're welcome to. I'm just waiting for lunch to finish getting set up out there. It's almost there if you want to popcorn out some ideas, but otherwise just make sure you capture notes for yourself. Go ahead.
I just have two questions I'd really like to know. One is where do we feel like we have excess animals over the current resident demand or residents consume? And I realize some of that's going to be landowner specific, but then some may be species specific. And then the other one that's still in the back of my mind, I keep thinking that the 90-10 resident non-resident equity issue around deer, elk, and antelope is more about limited quota areas. So I guess I'm just curious from the task force perspective, are we as concerned with that equity distribution with the general areas? I don't hear it other than some crowding issues in the snowies, but for the most part, so that's a question to me. Really, is this more of a limited quota area conversation than it is a general license application conversation? And obviously that has big impacts on the finances.
Well, I think for me, long term, I think you have to consider it as if things will change. So because we issue general license, deer licenses now, it doesn't mean we're going to 5 years from now. It doesn't mean we're not going to be 90-10 across our limited quota across the state for deer. That's the same with elk. So for me, I view it that that's the scenario that you have to take into consideration, not just what's on the ground right now, because things are not going to stay the same. The deer management's not going to stay the same. It can't. So you have to look at it as if this was to take effect, what it would mean across that whole landscape.
And I would agree, but nowhere have I heard anybody say we need to move away from general deer, general elk opportunities in the state. The only thing I've ever heard is some desire in the Wyoming range, you know, some of that tradition, maybe moving towards something there to let that herd come back. But I've never heard that. In fact, I've heard people sort of compliment the fact that we have general opportunities in elk and deer.
To speak to the Grays River, they basically, the Game and Fish currently does, and this is something that a lot of people don't realize, but the number of tags that they issue over there for non-residents is more or less based upon a quasi 80-20 split with residents. They've taken it years ago. They took how many residents hunt over there now and based that non-resident quota. Basically, that's why we have 400 licenses over there. It's taken into consideration what that split would look like if we were currently operating a limit quota at the Grays River. That's why they have 400 tags.
I think what I go to is that the overarching goal of opportunity, and what I hear a lot of people talking about it on the fringes of this is the better odds and drawings, whatever unit I want to draw. I have heard a lot of limited quota talk on mule deer for sure. You know, there's general areas to me have always brought up this management thing. That how in the world do you manage mule deer across the state if the landowners got together in a certain area and just said, we're gonna wipe out all the mule deer. They could put an ad in the paper and say, anybody who wants to come shoot a mule deer, just come shoot a mule deer. And ultimately they can do that. That seems to put the management in the hands of the landowners, which I think we do. And Game and Fish has no choice but to do that, but I think it's an interesting point. But I guess, you know, does the 90-10 split make our odds of drawing better? I don't know. Maybe there's some other things we can do. I think one of the things we can look at are some of the, especially in our area where we have a ton of antelope, lots of antelope tags, lots of leftover antelope tags. And, you know, you hear from a few residents that, well, I didn't get my antelope tag. Well, how in the world is that possible? It's because they used to be able to drop by it over the counter and they didn't realize that they were going to have to send in because the you know, things just changed over time, and there's more people that want to come here and hunt. A lot of that, they're not coming here to hunt when they have an area already picked up. There's a lot of issues that we dive into with this, but how can we make a better opportunity for those resident hunters that, whether they understand the drawing process or they don't understand the process, only send into one area, hard to get area, and then when they go back to get in, get a license, they can't get a license because they're sold now. And we have lots of antelope, and I'm just, you know, there's some little things that maybe we can do through a drawing that can help some of those little issues. We're gonna probably alleviate just a handful, maybe 50 tags or something. I don't even know if it's that many. They're still going to end up in a leftover draw. I don't know if there's a way to capture that, to allow some opportunity for people across the state, to the residents to say, okay, here's after the first draw, these are still left, but we don't get to see that now because they get pushed into the non-resident pool, and there's such a demand that they're getting you know, wiped out basically, unless it's a type 2 licenses, which they're still out there. I still think there could potentially be an issue with the type 2 licenses. I like those. I have a lot of experience with those in our area now. I think they helped a lot, but I think there's still a lot of people that just get that tag and think they're going to find a place to hunt. It's difficult. And so I think the residents that would tend to grab those tags have a better chance of finding a place to hunt than a non-resident does. But I also know it's going to have a fiscal impact on what we do. So if I have all the answers, I'm actually asking probably more questions than I'm coming up with. But there's a lot of things tied to that. These that maybe there's some little things that we can do. I also think that when I hear people talk about what preference bush, but really what they want is an opportunity to think they're going to draw. If the drawing odds are 20%, that they're going to draw one out every 5 years. And if they shouldn't, if their neighbor draws that license 3 out of 4 years, that's a bigger problem than them not. Okay. And so the equity part of it does come into play. I think that, you know, some of these questions about waiting periods and those things, we dive into to answer some more of these questions that probably alleviate some of those growing issues than others. And so, obviously, we're just scratching the surface here, and lunch is probably right.
I appreciate you zooming out to say, big picture, how do we increase access and maybe changing some of these allocations as a path. We heard some people observing maybe that doesn't help as much as other things that we might do to improve it. I saw Lee and Lisa had hands up, and then we'll talk about lunch and you can be later.
Might just brief, I mean, the cure may be worse than the problem. I mean, the legislature is not, having been there for those years, I've seen how this works, and if it's complicated for you, people that are all experts and overwhelming, this 90-10 at the lower level, I think the 90-10 at the bigger level, they can comprehend it, okay, how much is that gonna cost? That's a pretty narrow bullet point, but this whole slide presentation is overwhelming to me, and I just see them saying, legislature, we can't handle this with a negative, as a negative asset.
I'm sure Chuck Drake can figure it out for all of us.
So I'll give you the last word. Thank you, Lisa. I'll give you the last word, and then we'll go to lunch.
That is why we've left it with the commission.
Thinking, so it's not just about how the licenses are allocated, but who gets the control to make those decisions.
That's why it's been left in the commission's hands all these years, is because they are much more qualified to study that and to understand it than the legislative process.
Good.
I vote, I'm leaving it there.
So worth considering not just what changes are made, but in the future, who has the authority to make those changes and who's the best informed to help be nimble in that way. All right, good.
I'm just gonna, one thing, in your question of what stands out to you so far, assumption was mentioned 28 times in that presentation. And I think we all know what assume.
Okay, good. So acknowledging the imperfection of like, okay, well, maybe if it looks like this and maybe if it looks like that, and that it's hard. It's this future forecasting with a lot of unknowns.
There's absolutely no way to make these models without some assumptions.
Yeah.
No way to do it.
Yeah. So you've got to say, all right, let's imagine it's like this, and then we have to make the decisions the best we can from there.
Right.
All right, so here is the plan. Lunch for task force members is out in the hallway, buffet style as before. It's my understanding that Nick, I'll take about 10 minutes. We have a fabulous guest who probably gave up a bunch of vacation time last week too, to do some serious modeling. And as when the chairs found out, I say Rusty because poor Josh has been flying around the country in the meantime. But when we found out that these data would be available, said, yeah, let's see this first draft, let's see this first run, and thought that over the lunchtime would be the best time to squeeze it in. Let's take though, let's plan on coming back at like 12:20, if that's okay. That'll give time for people to go to the bathroom and get their plates, and at 12:20 we'll come back, have a working eating time. Oh, Megan's got one more thing. Hang tight.
Last I noticed, we're still waiting on one portion of lunch. There's a soup coming, so we can start.
All right, if there's not soup out there, stay tuned and you can pop out for dessert soup in a few, but it should be out there soon. Some good context here and then we'll go on.
Yeah, sure will. So on the screen with us is Nick Cull. She's the director of the Wyoming Center of Business and Economic Analysis at Wyoming County Community College. She's also on our faculty. Nick and I have worked on a variety of economic related issues, tax related issues. And so after our last meeting, I reached out to him and to a few of our statistics faculty and said, hey, any takers on this modeling? And Nick, graciously jumped right in and said he was interested in it. And so, working a little bit with staff and the chairs, I tried to draft out sort of what are we looking at in terms of statistical modeling. I did send that to Megan and to Todd, so that I think that'll be available, so you can kind of see what we asked Nick to do. And then in a really short time frame, he kind of dug in and went through some of the modeling that we've asked. I will say that was a real short time frame to ask him some very, very complicated questions. So, you know, ask questions, but understand that he really earned the midnight oil trying to pull this together for us. We anticipate there'll be other questions, and I think as Nick will share, with additional time, there's other modeling we can do. I just would encourage us not to get into what we call analysis paralysis, where we fail to make decisions because we keep asking but. So with that, Nick's got a presentation, and Megan, have you enabled him to share his screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So,
I am worried we're gonna get that sound issue we've had before, so I may have to unplug and replug the sound in. We'll see.
perfect. So with that, Nick, I think we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Can everybody hear me okay?
Hang on.
Hold on, hang tight.
1 second.
We're gonna do IT magic and unplug and replug.
Sorry. Give us a second. All right, if you want to go ahead and try again.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Better, yeah.
Perfect. And can everybody see the presentation on the screen? Just want to make sure everything's kind of lined up all right.
Working great.
Great. So like Joe said, my name is Nick Kelsch. I'm the director of the WCBA at LCCC. And I just kind of came up with some models to help estimate some probabilities of drawing permits. Now, I understand that high point applicants, especially if they're the highest point applicants, are going to have a 100% draw rate should they choose to actually enter in and try to get a permit. But what we see in the data is that's not actually happening. So what I did is for the first three models proposed, which are the current model, which is a 75-25 split between high point applicants and all the rest, and then a 50-50 split and a 25-75 split. I treated the high point applicant group as a random draw, even though I know that's not the case necessarily, but it fits the data a bit better. So one of the things I also took into consideration is that 90% of all permits will go to Wyoming residents and 10% will go to non-residents. And then we use these 75-25, 50-50 splits. And then we did some bonus point models too. So these are kind of the six methods we went through. So 75% of permits going to the high point applicant group, and then 25% goes to the full random draw after the high point applicants have drawn. And then we do a 50-50 split, 25-75 split, a full random draw. So if everybody was just lumped into one big pool and everybody got one entry. Then we did a full random draw with bonus points. So if it's your first year applying, you get one entry into the pool. If it's your second year applying, you get two entries into the pool, and so on. And then we did a full random draw with squared bonus points. So if it's your first year in the entry, you get one entry. If it's your second time applying, you get four entries. And so it keeps squaring on. So our max that we saw in the data was 26. So if it's your 26th year applying, you would get 676 entries into this pool. So we calculated out some probabilities for those who are first-time applicants, 10th year applicants, and high point applicants. So for the first few models, it's going to be a high point applicant pool, not necessarily for the 26th year person, but for the last two models with the bonus points, it'll be for a 26th year person. And then we also did some phasing out calculations on how long it would take to phase out all applicants who have any preference points. Should we keep the status quo and not allow new applicants to accrue any preference points? So lots of assumptions go into these models. We split all the groups 90-10 for residents and non-residents. And then in the case that we would land in a half a permit, we gave the full permit to residents, giving that favor. The other assumptions were kind of given to us. Number of permits available remains the same, number of applicants stays the same, distribution of applicants stays the same. And then distribution for applicants for each specific group also remains the same. The rate of attrition, the number of people who just drop out, is going to stay the same for next year. And then these are calculated for 1 year, not the lifetime of an applicant. Although with more data, we could probably do a situation where you could calculate the probability in a lifetime. The max year is going to be 26 because 26 was the highest we saw in the data. And then all drawings for high point applicants are done first. And then anybody who doesn't get a draw or a permit drawn in the high point applicant pool gets thrown into the full general pool. So the 75% of permits for high point applicants will actually end up being a little bit higher because then those high point applicants join the general pool and have a chance of drawing in the general drawing. So preference point pools done first and the random pool, and then all drawings are lotteries. And even though that's not necessarily the case, it's easiest to model in such a short time, but given more data, we can do some choice modeling too. Status quo information, Bighorn Sheep and Moose, 2 pools, high point applicant pool, and the random drawing. Based on the data we were given, the high point applicant pool for Bighorn Sheep was 18 or more consecutive years. For Moose, it's 14 or more consecutive years. We chose those cutoffs because that's where the data jumps in terms of the number of permits awarded. And then it's a random drawing for mountain goat and bison because we weren't given any information about a high point applicant pool for either of those 2 animals. And then all the pools are split 90-10. So if we look at the status quo model, high point applicants for Bighorn Sheep, so we had 1,458 resident applicants, 1,473 non-resident applicants, with 122 permits awarded for residents and 13 awarded for non-residents. So your probability of drawing the high point applicant pool is 8.37% if you are a high point resident, and it's 0.88% if you're a high point non-resident. And then in the full drawing, so everybody who doesn't receive a permit in this first pool gets thrown into the full pool. And then there are 41 permits available for residents, 4 available for non-residents. So there's about a 0.29 chance or 0.29% chance that you would draw in the full pool if you're a resident, and a 0.04% chance you would draw in the full pool if you're a non-resident. So first year and 10th year, they're not in the high point applicant pool, so they're just in the full drawing. So they just have the regular probabilities. But if you're a 26-year applicant or a high point applicant, you would have the probability of drawing in your given pool, plus the probability you would draw in the full pool. So that's where we came up with those probabilities. Any questions so far? Just want to make sure this is kind of like easy to follow because the same method is used for moves.
Actually, do have one question. Is this information going to be provided to us? Joe, maybe you can answer that.
Yeah, sorry, next, Josh asked if the information provided. I did send the presentation last night to do that, and then we'll get it out. So we have to decide, depending on your feedback and questions, whether we want to post this one out or refine it before we post it, but.
Thank you.
Okay. And then for moose, the same process, high point applicant pool, and then a full pool. Probability of drawing the high point pool if you're a resident, 6.3%. If you're a non-resident, 0.8%. And then you have additive probabilities because you also have a chance to draw on the full pool. So again, for first and 10th year applicants, it's a pretty low percentage, 0.36% and 0.08%. But for residents with high points, it's 6.68% that you would draw in any given year. And then for high point non-residents, it's 0.91% or almost a full percent. when we did it for mountain goat and bison, we just threw everybody into one general pool. I just had a general drawing that way, splitting the number of permits among residents and non-residents, 90-10, of course. So you'd have about a 3% probability of drawing for a mountain goat license, and about a 10.4% chance of drawing for a bison license. If you're a non-resident, you get about a 0.5% probability of drawing a permit. And if you are a non-resident for bison, you get almost a 2% chance of drawing a permit. Again, no preference points are awarded for these two, so all applicants are just in one big full drawing. So we do a 50-50 split model. So now you see there are fewer permits available for the High Point group. The cutoff remains the same, but then your probabilities of drawing get drawn down a bit. So it becomes about 5.5% in the just the High Point applicant pool, plus about another 0.5% in the full pool, which means that your probability of drawing, if you have, if you're in the High Point group, is about 6%. If you're a non-resident with high points, it'd be about 0.7%. But you see that because the full pool has more permits available, it improves for first year and 10th year applicants. So any sort of split that kind of cuts more towards the general population is going to improve these probabilities. Same thing with moose, right? Draws down the probabilities for applicants in the High Point group. So it now becomes 4.95%, 0.72%. But you see that for residents, it improves, it's getting closer to 1%. And for non-residents, it improves to about 0.2%. For mountain goat and bison, again, these are just random drawings, so the probabilities are going to end up staying the same. We didn't cut them 50-50 because there's no preference points allotted for those two animals, or none that I was privy to. And then we do a 25-75 split. So now the general pool is going to get 135 total permits. The High Point pool is going to get 45 total permits. So it really starts drawing down the probability that a High Point applicant would get a permit, but it also improves the probability that residents in their first or 10th years would get the ability to draw a permit. Same thing holds with moose, right? Now over 1% that a first year applicant would be able to draw a moose permit. But the High Point applicant would only have about a 3% chance of drawing. And then mountain goat and bison, all one general pool. Then we looked at how long it would take to phase out applicants. So we took basically the number of applicants in each pool, took the permits awarded under the 75-25 split, and the number of applicants who drop out that are part of the High Point pool. So we just took information from the last available year, which I think was 2020 in this case. So basically every year, 171 people are going to either get a permit and no longer be able to draw, or drop out on their own volition. So it'd take 15 full years to phase out all the bighorn sheep High Point applicants, and it would take 18 full years to phase out all the moose High Point applicants. And we're assuming that the permits awarded stays the same and the applicant attrition numbers stay the same, and that no new members are added. So if we look at the years to phase out all preference point holders, we took the total number of applicants who self drop out, right? So that's 1590 for sheep, 2235 for moose. And then we did the same thing. Number of permits, so people who draw won't be able to re-enter, so they're gone. And then the people who drop out are also gone because they wouldn't be awarded preference points after dropping out. With attrition, it's going to take 15 full years for sheep, 13 full years for moose. If we had no attrition, so if somehow applicants knew that if they dropped out, they would stand no chance to ever draw a permit, because it wouldn't be awarded any preference points. Then it would take 141 years for bighorn sheep and 93 years for moose. If you just want to look at phasing out resident preference point holders, it becomes 14 years for bighorn sheep, 13 years for moose. If you have no attrition, it becomes 89 years for sheep, 70 years for moose. We didn't look at non-residents because when you look at years without attrition, it gets into like 600 and 300 years. So it becomes pointless, I guess, at that point. I mean, everybody would be dead. So I didn't want to look up mortality tables and give you that information too. But then we looked at the fully random model. So if everybody was just thrown into one big pool, how much would, or what's your probability of drawing for each animal? So again, splitting the total number of permits, 90 going to residents, 10 going to non-residents, and now giving no preference on any years of application. So everybody has the exact same chance in one big drawing. So this gives the best probability for first-year applicants because, again, nobody gets any preferential treatment, and it becomes about a 1.1% chance if you're a resident to draw a permit for bighorn sheep. 0.16% chance to draw a permit if you're non-resident for bighorn sheep. Doing the same big pool for the 3 other types of animals, mountain goats and bison we've seen before, but for moose, that's about a 1.5% chance if you're a resident and about a 0.3% chance if you're a non-resident. Okay. So bonus point, this is just the regular bonus point model. So 1 year event or 1 year, first year applicant gets 1 entry into the drawing. 10th year applicant gets 10 entries into the drawing. And then we split it 90-10 for all the animals. So for bighorn sheep, first year resident, we have a 0.15% chance of drawing a permit. 10th year resident would have about a 1.5% chance of drawing a permit. 26th year resident would have about almost a 4% chance of drawing a permit. For non-residents, much lower, 0.02%, 0.2%, 0.52%. This is for bighorn sheep. For moose, probability is a little bit better because you have a larger number of permits per the number of people in the drawing. So for a first year resident, you'd have about 0.2% of a chance to draw a permit. If you're a 10th year applicant, you'd have almost a 2% chance to draw a permit. If you are in your 26th year of applying, you'd have about a 5% chance of drawing. Non-residents, 0.04, 0.36, and 0.94. Now, what we did for mountain goats and bison to sort of simulate the distribution, because we didn't have information on the number of years that people had applied for permits for mountain goats and bison, is we basically took the distribution of years for bighorn sheep and moose, and then took the percentage of the population that landed as first year entrants, second year entrants, and so on, and then just applied it times the number of applicants. So mountain goats, 0.4%, 4%, 10%. For bison, for residents, 1.4%, about almost 14%, and 36% chance if you're in your 26th year. Okay. When we did weighted bonus points, basically we squared the number of years for the number of entries. So in your first year, you'd have 1 entry squared is 1. If it's your 10th year applying, you'd have 10 entries squared, which is 100. If it's your 26th year applying, it's 26 squared, which is 676. And again, split all the permits 90-10. So this really starts skewing towards the 26th year. For bighorn sheep, right, you have almost no chance if you're a first year applicant. If you're a 10th year applicant and you're a resident, it's a 1.1% chance, which is okay, but not as good as the regular bonus points model. And if you're in your 26th year, you'd have close to an 8% chance of drawing. For moose, mountain goats, and bison, again, for mountain goats and bison, we kind of simulated the distribution of applicants of the years. But for moose, if you're in your 26th year, you'd have about an 11% chance of randomly drawing. In your 10th year, you'd have a 1.6% chance and basically no chance in your first year. For mountain goats and bison, those probabilities become pretty high, bison especially. You just have a large number of permits and a rather small applicant pool. So there's about a 75% chance someone in their 26th year would be able to draw out a permit at that point. For mountain goats, it'd be about a 21% chance. So probability table for residents and non-residents, so we can compare all 6 models against each other. For residents and non-residencies, models are going to kind of shape up about the same, right? The preference points. So if you look at, say, first-year applicants, random drawing is best for you, and it's best for you for non-residents too. If you're a 10th-year applicant, you'd want a regular bonus point system where you get a number of entries equal to the number of years you've applied. If you're in your 26th year, you'd want the status quo, which again, it's if they were to choose to enter to get a permit right now, it'd be actually 100%, but so many choose not to get a permit that we chose to treat it as a random draw. But the weighted bonus system would heavily prefer those as well. Same for moose, same for mountain goats, same for bison. So in general, the odds of drawing a permit are going to end up being pretty low unless you're drawing for bison in your 26th year. It's actually pretty good. But based on what your preference for drawing is, if you want to give first-year applicants a chance, you just want to have a big random drawing. If you want to favor people who have more years of applying, you'd want to use a bonus point system. Bonus point system, the linear system is going to be better for people kind of in their middle years of applying, right? 7, 8, 15. But the weighted bonus point system really is going to favor people who have applied for 20 plus years in a row. And then of course the status quo system, where basically the highest point applicants, should they choose to go out and draw out that permit, would be guaranteed at this time, but we modeled it as being a random draw yet. But that's the best system for the maximum point holders. Are there any questions or slides you'd like me to go back through?
So Nick, this is Brian Nesbitt with Game and Fish. So help me understand the difference between favor the longest applying applicants and favor max preference point holders. To me, that seems like the same category.
Yep, it more or less is. We just used max for the bonus points and weighted bonus points. So we use 26 as a number versus a high point applicant pool. Yeah.
Other questions for Nick in understanding the analysis?
Hey, Nick.
Yeah.
Could you run a summary? So right now, people with max preference points can sit out and just accumulate points.
Correct.
Is it possible for you to statistically analyze how these percentages would change in all these categories if you couldn't do that? If we changed the law, every year you had to apply for a tag, you couldn't just buy preference points and sit on the sidelines.
Right. So it depends on how you want it modeled, but so if you want it modeled so that the highest point applicants, because I think right now, if you're the highest point applicant in your group, you automatically get the permit. Is that correct?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So if that's the case, then we can do some quick estimations on what those probabilities look like, right? So your highest point applicants, your 26-year applicants, they would just automatically take permits out of that high point applicant pool. And then we could create a random pool from all the remaining permits. But in a couple of years, it's going to get to a situation where the number of permits available is smaller than the number of people who have the highest point group. But yeah, we can actually create some sort of, year 1, year 2, year 3 probabilities. That's something Joe actually kind of worked on, but I told him to nix for this presentation. So we've already done a bit of work on that, but yeah, we could get that done.
Follow up. Am I right in assuming if you made those people apply and they received licenses, your attrition would increase in any given year? And that would increase your chances of drawing in any given year for someone that was not a high point person?
So, sorry. Attrition in this presentation means that people who choose not to apply for 2 years and have dropped out completely. So the attrition rate is actually different.
Total rate of dropout then, however you want to phrase it, would include people who drew licenses and are no longer eligible, plus the attrition. Would that?
Right, that's the total dropout, and that would stay the same, right? We assume that once you hit 25 years, because in the data, 0 people dropped out, right? Because they're allowed to sit out, I think, right? They don't actually have to draw the permit or not. And so after 25 years, we would have nobody dropping out in that high point applicant pool, right? They've just been in so long that they've committed to it. That would be the assumption we would make.
That's not my question.
No, but Pat, all you're doing is redistributing a limited number of permits. So in his modeling right now, because people can choose to just take points, it means that individuals with fewer than max points are drawing those tags. If you force the high point holders to apply, they're just going to draw the tag. So as long as we stay at 180 permits for bighorn sheep, that's how many applicants are going to fall out, regardless of whether it's a 10-point holder or a 26-point holder.
Got it.
So what allowing them to sit out and by preference points does is make it incredibly difficult to figure out probabilities of drawing. And that's why Nick's model of this high point group, he's capturing that significant uptick in permit allocation when you get to 18 or higher for sheep, or I think it was 14 or higher for moose, because you have a lot of max point holders that aren't applying. But it doesn't accelerate the time at which they go on. You just get rid of the higher point holders sooner.
Does allowing high point holders to sit on the sidelines, sit out, does that lead to point creep?
So it does and it doesn't. Point creep is going to happen because all of the applicant pools behind. So the number of people in the 26-point group is really small. It's like 20, I think, for this last year. But the number of people who have, say, 17 years of application is like 300 some odd people. So point creep is going to happen in the next 3, 4, 5 years to a point where even the highest point applicants wouldn't be guaranteed a permit. So just by virtue of having more people applying each given year behind, right? Each cohort for first year applicants gets a little bit bigger. You're going to have that point creep happen. And we can estimate that for your next meeting too, if you'd like to see that.
Trustee Josh, I guess, it's Lisa, I guess I question, Pat, why we would force someone to apply? What if that year they're not feeling well? I mean, that's the kind of thing where people we don't like to force decisions on people, and I worry, what if they said, oh, we want to wait till our buddy could come or something? I just think people want to have a choice when they want to apply, whether we'll still drop 180 people out each time, right? Or whatever the number is.
Yeah, I just threw it out. Plus, I'm a fuzzy-headed liberal. We like to control your private.
I know, I guess that's why I'm a Democrat.
So it's another option to consider of how you might kind of weed people out of the pool and increase the general odds, but it might have some unintended consequences or not all the money that
I
you
guess my
want.
$1 million
Right.
question.
We would also need age data on applicants, right? Because if you didn't start applying until, let's say, you were 30, you might only have 30 years of hunting left in you, right? Versus someone who starts applying when they're 12, they might have 50 years of hunting left in them. Does that make sense? So we would,
Yeah, and
we would
that's
need
actually-
extra data, I guess, to do that better. Yeah.
And that may be worth it gets real complicated, but if you bring in demographic trends, and you subscribe to the fact that the vast majority of the high point holders are maybe a handful of silent generation baby boomers, and then you see a decrease in overall population, and you can actually follow the uptick in younger hunter graphic. There may come a point in time, Arizona is seeing this now, where a bunch of those max point holders just fall off because they can't hunt. They age out, they die out or something. And with age data, we could model that. If that happens, then you could see a recorrection. So instead of point creep, what we see now, if you have a huge attrition of your highest point holders because they die or they're too old, your preference point model could actually get back to something that's a little bit more functional, but we have to do some pretty complicated demographic analysis to figure out age distribution, who's coming in behind them. But that would be a reason why you might say we just ride out the preference point pool, because eventually it'll basically recorrect itself, because a bunch of people are gonna be forced to select out applying.
Unless, the alternative is if the legislature decided to allow people to transfer their preference points, you split them up in the divorce, that would keep that older age population in there, I would guess. I mean, there are alternatives.
Yeah, but that boy, we may be on that fringe of a property interest in those points now. You start talking about a transferable asset, oh man, I hope the legislature doesn't do that.
So let me remind us, the options that we had considered were kind of the ones that are laid out here, considering if you got rid of them entirely and just went to random draw, what if you switched preference points to bonus points? What if we kept it the status quo? What if it was weighted bonus points, et cetera? And you can see, at least from this analysis, who it tends to favor. And I think Joe's comment from earlier today, the map can tell you whatever, but it's ultimately a human decision, right, of whose interests you're prioritizing in that. And you all are balancing this concept of fairness and honoring the experience and investment that people have made with, realistically, if people are going to age out before they have accumulated enough points to have a high probability and interest in youth opportunity, right? Or for young, not even just youth, but what does it mean if you're in your 30s and 40s and what your chances might be. I'm wondering, we did kind of a straw poll previously and people were leaning towards the shifting to 50-50, which is not a clear winner for favoring one of these groups. I'm wondering, seeing this data, seeing this information, if folks are leaning one way or another in possible revisions, or if it's sparking completely new ideas of what you might do to change things. I think that's a perfect slide for evaluating the different options there and seeing your chances.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
So, does anyone on this task force, and you're the moderator, so you can put.
Ask the question and I'll
You
figure
can
it
put
out.
head words on it however you want to. but Does anyone strongly believe that our current preference point system is a good thing?
I'll go first.
Larry liked it last. Larry was the only one who said leave it.
At the time we instituted it, I was incredibly grateful that we did it because I was never going to get a sheep tag and I knew I was never going to get a moose tag. And I was like, thank God we're going to a preference point system because I'm going to go sheep hunting, I'm going to go moose hunting, and I went on both of them. 2001, I drew my moose tag. 2013, drew my sheep tag. So I think there's people out there like me at the upper end of the points section, that remember what it was like to never draw a sheep tag. Remember what it was like to never draw a moose tag, and know you're not going to, just because you're that guy. There's just people like that when it comes to random systems. So there was a large hue and cry to go to a preference point system. It wasn't little, it was all in. So
That's not my question.
Well,
As we sit here today,
I
does
think
anyone
it-
believe that the
kind of
preference
is,
point system
because
is a good system?
I'm sitting there thinking about the guy who was 18 points.
I'm asking you. I have almost max preference points for sheep and moose. I've had
If we
2 moose tags and 3 sheep tags.
If we.
I'm gonna benefit if it stays at the status quo, but I don't think it should. What's the question is,
I
does
think
anyone
it
feel
should-
strongly that
I
it's
don't think
good?
it should stay status quo, but I would argue that a hybrid system of 50-50 is our best option.
So if you look at from random, we've got no matter who you are, you've got a 1% chance. With the preference point system, it jumps up to 8%, at least with as it is now. So you can see there is an improvement for folks who are hanging in, and the longer you hang in, the more it benefits you. The more it increases your odds from being the 1 in 100 guy. That said, doesn't necessarily mean there's a lot of love. Rusty, I saw a hand in the other.
Well, I currently the way it is, it works great for those that are in the top tier. With the math data, we have to go get into the math on why it works for those in the top tier. So when you start looking at, and we're talking big 5 right now, only as if we were talking about that, or the whole preference point system.
The whole preference point system.
Well, we're talking
For every
big 5.
species?
We're talking big 5 for now, but it's worth taking lessons from here to apply to the other.
Let me just quantify it. I mean, there's an issue. Do we adopt a preference point system for residents? Yes or no? Do we modify the preference point system for the big 5? We don't have resident preference for deer, elk, and antelope. And if we modify it, how do we do it? But the question is much more simple than that. Does anyone think it works today? Is it doing what we like as sportsmen to get done? And I will tell you, my answer is absolutely not. Because Adam is gonna have to wait till he's 55 to draw a moose or a sheep tag. My son is gonna have to wait till he's 60, to draw a moose or a sheep tag. An old fart like me who has killed 5 of the big 5 will draw a sheep or a moose tag in the next 4 or 5 years. And that's not fair.
Discussion if you kill all 5.
Or the 5 perhaps.
4 wolves.
That was that one thing. So let's check. We raised this as an issue. We've said, how might we improve it if it's not working? I'm wondering if any of these things are resonating on improvements on the status quo. Rusty, were you gonna pass? And then I saw a hand from Joe.
Yeah, I mean, just to answer Pat's question, but probably not with a yes or no. I think if somebody sitting with 20 points, I think it's gonna work for me. Somebody like my son who's sitting with 3, I don't know if it's gonna work for him. So I don't think that's a hard question to answer. I really do think I think there's some other things, if we start talking about deer, antelope, and elk, that there's some other things that we can do to make drawing odds better. And there's some things that we can model or ask questions about that can make drawing odds better if we don't have to go down the preference point road. That's I'd like to see it. And I think we should examine that part of it before that. But as far as Pat's question on the big 5, I don't know if I have an answer for it. I don't think there's a preference point system out there that I've seen that is gonna work and will ask the same question in 30 years.
The reality of all these numbers are very low, right? All these numbers are very low. That's the realistic side of this that we've got to deal with. Just a second, Pat, Joe, you had a hand up and then we'll go back to
To Pat's question, there's only 2 times or 2 places where a preference point system truly works. It's for the people that get in on a new system at the ground floor, a size point. So if you're in when it's created, it will work for you. In fact, we're seeing that play out, I think, or we're seeing that play out for the earliest applicants in the non-resident health preference point system. The only other place it works is where you have large number of permits and a relatively moderate or proportionate number of applicants that do not shift over time. The only species I think Wyoming could possibly do that would be antelope. The only one, just because we have a relatively stable resident population of applicants and a relatively large portion of permits. I don't think they work beyond those two cases. And even as Nick was saying, we were playing with your question and looking at it. You know, it's 26 points this year. In 5 years, it's going to be 28 points. In another 5 years, it's going to be in the 30s. Unless we have a lot of applicants, if we get that recorrection, we're going to age people out. And so they don't have a legitimate chance based on a preference point. So I don't think it works. I am a fan and believe that the best transition for these is to a weighted bonus point because we preserve some of that history these applicants have had, but we start to shift those odds in that distribution. But it ain't a lot for the big five. I mean, you can see it up there on the weighted piece, but you know, your odds get worse for the first year, which is a downside for people interested in youth. Maybe that's an argument for you let them apply at 12. You know, they're not really going to have a shot until they get to be 18, probably. That may be a good thing. But it's probably the best way to get out of this preference point. That's not going to correct itself unless a bunch of people die off, to be honest with you. So
Joe, you're saying that this weighted bonus kind of preserves the good odds to honor the fairness and the experienced people who have been contributing, but that you would advocate for this with phasing it out entirely and moving towards a straight random draw?
Personally,
yeah,
my recommendation would be to convert all existing preference points to weighted bonus points and just shift the system. And so you're not trying to phase out the preference point holders, which we can't do, but you're not asking them to give up some of that longevity investment that they've made.
okay. And would you say yes, phase this out over time if this is a bridge to going to random, or would you keep weighted bonus because at least it increases your odds a little bit for kind of that middle time?
Personally, I just convert them.
Converting, keep the system going, but with a weighted bonus. Okay. So not necessarily have to phase it out. Okay. All right, Pat, go ahead.
I guess this whole, my thought on this whole preference point system is, and I'm not imputing anybody who advocated for that. I wasn't involved, so I probably favored it at the time if I thought about it. But, you know, it's like our fathers committed a sin and we're still living with that sin. And it's not fair to, you know, all the sportsmen of Wyoming. It's, and so I guess, Joe, I disagree that so I didn't hear anyone say, boy, preference points are great, and Hicks is gone today, but so I think that leads us to, it tells us we have to do something. So we got to look at all of these tools we talked about and try to fix it as well as we can.
Do you have a favorite from these alternatives or a?
I'm not a fan of bonus points or weighted bonus points because it's like you bought a shitty car and now you're putting a new muffler on it. You know, it ain't gonna work any better. It continues to show the inequity other than, you know, very slight statistical chances of someone other than the max preference point holders drawing a tag. So I'm not trying to fix a shitty car. I think we need to be pretty novel, so I'm not in favor of that, but I think certainly we should adjust the percentage of people that are eligible in the random draw versus the preference point draw. So the 50-50 split or this 25-75 split.
One of these would be better than the muffler on the lemon, but.
And it's better than what we have today. I mean, we have to do something.
Okay, yeah, so both of these, the 50-50 or the 25-75, improve your odds for your, let's say, younger hunters, although we know the age isn't so linear, and interested to decrease them for those top point holders. Rusty, what did you want to add?
I was just wondering if we can model this somehow. It's easy to plug in. If we just ended it, let's just say you left all the preference points on a, it has points now, is in a bonus, so they all have point or weighted bonus, however you do it. And don't add any more. And have, you know, everybody else coming in is never gonna get another preference point. What would that look like? How long would it take the people that are in there now to draw out?
I think you did that.
Yeah, I think
So that's.
that was where it's either courts.
That's how it is. So you're saying that's-
Yeah, so depending on the species, even if you called them bonus points, even if you switch to a bonus point system, the points available would still be in there. So it's, if you're looking at with attrition, and this one is for sheep and moose,
15 years.
15 years or 12 years to see it phased out. So you've got a muffler,
So I.
a muffler on 11. No.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
So this, you could say switch to bonus points and start to phase it out. And you would still have that long before they would be gone.
For an applicant that's 30, to draw at 45, maybe okay to phase that out. But this is dependent on those attrition data. And those are significant. 2,200 people just are failing to apply for 2 years and lose. I don't know if that's been consistent over time or not, but if they don't, all of a sudden you go from 15 to 30 to 140, nobody actually draws here.
Brian had a hand in that side. Hang on just a second.
My question on the bonus and the weighted bonus system is, do you pay for those points, like a bonus point, like you do a preference point? Or do you just acquire them because you apply?
Depends on the state, they do it both ways.
I mean, that's a huge consideration financially. Well, preference points for non-residents, not residents, but preference points for non-residents, $8.
Montana, you buy one, you have to pay $75 fee, I believe, for sheep and moose. I would say it's in Colorado, where you just, maybe it's in Colorado, Nevada, maybe where you just get a point if you fit the draw. So there's soup to nuts.
You could set, if you wanted to switch to bonus, you could set that up however you like, but it's worth considering the financial impacts if you were to do that. Brian, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wondered if there was this fiscal analysis that would say that this number of preference points, current preference point holders, your odds are essentially, there's a breaking point. So there's a point at which your odds get better to draw within a certain number of years. If you look at how many people are in the pool at 18 points, 16 points, is there a line where we say, everybody that has 17 or less, you're transitioning to this new system, everybody else stays in weighted bonus? I just don't know if there's a way to tell, like, when do you make the break where, wow, now I've actually got a pretty good chance of drawing before I'm 60.
Nick, do you want to talk about how you identified that breaking point in the data and how you created that high point applicant group?
So this says all, this is like.
Yeah, so based on the data, there's basically a huge jump for applicant for bighorn sheep at 18 years. So the 18 years and above got into the high point applicant pool where they were part of the, I think it's 162 permits or something. Or no, it's 122 permits. I'd have to go back to it, but 50-50, yeah, 122 permits. So yeah, that 18-year cutoff is kind of where it jumps in the data. So you would have a cutoff line of 18 years for bighorn sheep, 14 years for moose. And then we could model how long it would take to kind of phase those people out with the same number of permits. The issue you run into then is you're left with 45 permits and 89 permits for those 17-year applicants to never join the pool, right? Like if you're on that line, you would hate that system because you're still stuck in this kind of general pool. But we could model it, right? So we could do a hybrid model where you're just given a random draw if you're a high point applicant pool and a weighted point draw for the full pool. But I would just need some more time, I guess. So there's a way to model it, but it's
So it's a small percentage in there when we talk about the big five. Really.
What's your actual improvement? I'm thinking about your desire for simplicity with this. You're in meeting some interest, you're maybe losing other ones. Nick, could you go back to the summary slide that shows kind of towards the end?
Yep, that's with all of them.
Yeah,
Like
that
that?
one right there. That's good. So this is just for Bighorn Sheep again. Do a gut check for yourself. Thinking about simplicity, thinking about access and opportunity with realism, right? Some of this is just, there's not that many critters. Thinking about fairness, balancing, honoring that experience, with also giving opportunity for your younger hunters.
And just to clarify, when you say think about for yourself, maybe not think about for yourself, think about what's best for people.
Yeah.
Or people that are saying, and this, what's best for me is best for probably.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I'd like to do that gut check where you're balancing all of these things. This is, I feel like this is a classic example of like, we want more data to give us a clear answer. And ultimately, there's a values decision in this that says, what's that sweet spot that balances these things that are in tension with one another, right? You can really increase your odds for your experienced folks in a way that makes it impossible for a younger hunter to ever have that opportunity until they are 80, right? Or vice versa. You can improve your odds for your younger hunters and decrease the certainty for those who have been trying for years and years and years. Do a quick gut check.
You know, the other thing on this, and it's hard to, it says there are only 20 areas, right? Ish. There's only probably a few areas that this even. Some of them aren't even going to have a random draw potential. So
It's worth keeping the scale of this in mind.
It's really a small numbers here.
Rosie, I was just sitting here, maybe some of you guys, I'm just struggling with trying to figure out, they're so minuscule in benefits, or it's like, is it even worth the hassle to change the current system?
Pete doesn't like, or I'm sorry, Pat doesn't like the lemon.
Well, I don't like any of them, but I mean, so many people are invested in this process. It almost looks to me like we don't have time to phase it out. What do you do from the guys from the back end to try to stay in the game? How are they figured in there if you try to phase it out? It doesn't even look like it's hardly even worth the effort to change the current system, because there's nothing clearly better than another. Yeah, the weighted bonus does benefit the longer you're in it, but it's not huge.
No,
It's a difficult process to determine whether or not our people really want a whole different deal when it's really not that big a change.
And I would say that's where I struggle. I mean, to the fuzzy-headed liberal, part of me thinks that the simplicity of just putting the muffler on the lemon, going to a 50-50 does a little bit better, but that's a simple thing. The net allocation can be handled pretty easily, and it moves us in the right direction with the 90-10 distribution. I could get on board with that. I will tell you, the idealist in me likes the full conversion either to a random or to the weighted bonus point, but I will fully admit that I'm skewed because that's what I want for elk, antelope, and deer for residents. And I hate the idea of having all, one random, one preference, one bonus. You want to talk about confusing applicants, let's have 6 different systems. So I think for this, I could get on board with a 50-50, because to your point, Pete, it's simple. I think it's a relatively simple adjustment. I say that Jennifer's back there doing the calculations. I can get on board with that. Ideally, would that be my preference? No, but given pragmatism, I would say I could probably get there.
Okay, so I'm hearing some advocacy for switching to 50-50, which decreases your odds somewhat for the high point holders, but improves them slightly for some of your younger point holders. I kind of want to do a straw poll and just see if we have any sort of
Let me throw out one more
coalescing.
idea.
Yeah.
So, in preference points going forward, if you're 26, you have 26. And then you adjust the percentage that are allocated in the random draw versus the high point. So in preference points today, go to 50-50 or whatever percentage you want to pick. That seems to me to have some simplicity, as Joe described.
So maintaining preference points, but switching instead of how it is now, 75-25, switching to 50-50 in a way that helps.
And so in 15 years, we will have solved the sins of our fathers.
So you're saying go to the 50-50 and phase out
Yeah.
bonus points. Okay, so combination of phasing them out, but saying for those that are in the system, we're gonna switch it to 50-50.
That way, the max preference holders have what they have. We're not harming them in any way. They're always gonna have a greater chance of drawing. Because they're gonna get to draw in the high point holder and the random. And so we're not taking anything away from them. That just seems to me, if we're gonna fix something, maybe that's the easiest way to fix it.
So let me just,
So how do you handle the new people coming in? Explain that to me.
They just go straight into our.
They're just flat,
There is
all
no
the same boat together.
So,
They have a better chance of drawing than they did before.
so can you answer me this then, if that's the case? And I think we saw earlier that if we phase this out, that in 15 years, there won't be any preference points. They'd be all phased out. Does that mean somebody with one preference point right now in 15 years would actually draw a tag, correct?
well, they would have a, I mean,
They would have-
if you imagine the move to
Discretion.
random, everybody would have the same 1% chance.
They would draw in an area that.
And there's also the probability that a person who only has one preference point also attritions out, just drops out by themselves. That's how that 15-year probability came out.
Will we still see 1,500 people dropping out every year?
Right, that's the issue. We have to make some assumption on what the attrition rate becomes after we change the system.
So it could be that shift makes more people bail out on preference points.
And one thing I would say on this, and I think I'm glad we're having this conversation, and I'm glad we're having it really on the TRW's behalf, because ultimately I think if we can come up with something that we think is a better system than what we have now, whether it's phasing it out, honestly, I can go along with any of these as long as we come up with a real reason why we're doing it. I think it's important because we send that to TRW, they have a much better chance of passing and having that go forward from a task force like us, working that out and giving them that information, being there saying, okay, this is all the things we worked on, this is what we looked at, this is the information, they're gonna get it all again, but I think having that support from us to have something successful go through legislature is important because we've been tasked with this. So, if we can come up with something great, I think it helps this process more. Just saying, okay, we got 90-10 and deal with the rest of it.
Rusty, a couple of things to Pete's point of everyone, of so many people that are invested in this preference point system. There are a lot of people that are invested in it, but there's a lot of people that are invested in it that hadn't done their research, which I did on a couple of stocks, but we'll talk about that later. But they've invested in something that's never going to produce for them. There's a ton of money in there in points and point holders that have purchase points that will never be applicable. So to your point, there are, in that top tier, there's some folks that are heavily invested and they probably should be protected, but there's some that are heavily invested that it won't work for them. No matter what we do, it's not going to work for them. And so I would be curious as to what the revenue numbers are going to look like for the game and fish when we move to a direction where we stop selling preference points.
So let me just do a temperature check on this, and we might need more analysis before we take a full vote.
Can we hear from our still waterfront deep guy, Adam? Adam, what are your thoughts?
I'm actually reflecting on something I heard from a friend of mine over in Jackson who said, you're looking for what's going to cause the most harm equitably. Across all demographics, because at this stage, that's kind of what it feels like. How's it going to hose you with 26 points? How's it going to hose me with 18? How's it going to hose my son with 3?
Or how is it gonna help?
But that's just it.
Yeah.
Now
It could be
there's some
habits,
things,
you don't
the
have to-
demographic side of things that Joe brought up, I think is the big unknown. How many baby boomers are gonna either be unable to go on a sheep hunt or a moose hunt when and if they draw, How many of them are going to just naturally expire? We all have that expiration date. You know, how does that change? We know the baby boomer generation, demographically speaking, is a large part of our population, and I'm sure is a large part of that 18+ point demographic. That in and of itself may bring that back to some form of, hey, this kind of works as it should have, or it was designed when it was first implemented. But there's a lot of assumptions there. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what makes sense, and at this point, in all honesty, it doesn't feel like anything does. Whether it's staying with the status quo or flipping it on its head.
It would be nice to have a shiny silver bullet that looks
Sure.
amazing. We don't have that. So Dwayne, what did you want to add? Thank you, Adam. Appreciate you drawing that up.
I guess I'm in favor of the 50-50 and phasing out, but I'm also, I'd like to people think about the effect that it's going to have on the most people, resident sportsmen in Wyoming. Not the ones that have the most preference points, but the ones, even if it's mental, what's it gonna look like for people that now would have somewhat of a chance where they before didn't have very much of a chance.
So if we want to think about your top point holders, set them aside. If we want to think about for the majority of folks, under the status quo, they have a less than 3% chance of that draw. If you change to 50-50, it about doubles. And if you go to random, it better than doubles. So this would kind of be a bridge to getting towards this. But again, you're aspiring to having a 1% chance at drawing one of these. So you're kind of moving to that, but right now they have a less than 1% chance. Right.
So the 26 years, we picked that because that's the maximum points you have now. So we're looking 26 years in the future. This model predicts that that's what the chance would be under all those different systems, right?
I think it's saying, I think this is more like your top point holder.
Right now.
Top point holder right now, what's their chance of it? And I think, again, this would actually be higher, except that they aren't always putting in for it. Your top point people aren't always putting in. Is that right? If I understand that nuance right?
Yeah, it's for this year. Nick can explain it better, but the complexity of trying to project all those inputs 26 years in the future, even with some basic assumptions, gets so complicated just because you have such variability on new applicants coming in, those attriting. So this is just looking at existing data and saying in 1 year time. But that will help. If we ran this model, Nick can tell me if I'm wrong here, if we ran this model again next year and next year, you would get slightly different probabilities.
The only reason I'm asking is because it seems like with 26 points for moose and sheep anyway, your odds ought to be a heck of a lot better this year. Is it just, so that whole delta between what your chances are and 8%, is that because of the people that are not voting?
Correct.
Human behavior and at some point, which unit, I mean, that's the two big variables. Do I apply? In which unit do I apply? And if I apply, all of our max point holders put in for unit 12, they do not have 100% chance of applying it. I think if most of them put in for unit 5, they probably won't.
Yeah.
So there's just, those are the variables that make it so difficult. And that's why I came around to like Nick's way of, well, let's actually look at the data who's drawing tags. And that's where it gives you that variability. If you're at max points and you want a tag, you can get a tag.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that increases the
So we
certainty.
go back to the slide on the 14 years. I'm trying to understand that. So I just want to make sure
The slide on the 14, oh, the time to phase out. Nick, can you go back to the
so that
time to
means
phase
that
out?
tomorrow we stopped. We didn't issue any more preference points.
Yep.
We left the current people with points in.
One down, Nick, go to the next one.
This is all people who have at least one preference point. This is just for people in the high point group, so 18+, 14+.
There's really no difference.
Either way, it's gonna
It takes at least 15 years to phase them all out by awarding permits and the attrition rate, right? People just naturally drop out on their own.
Go to the next slide, Nick. It's that attrition. If we don't have 1,500 applicants drop out for failure of applying for 2 years every year,
It's gonna
You
take
see,
even
it
longer.
it goes from 15 to 140 years. So I don't know if that's a pretty,
The 15 is if you only. So the 15 means that only those people that are High Point applicants in that pool stay in and everybody else goes out. Is that right?
No, I don't think. that's
Everybody
it.
stays in that has a point.
I
So
think
what's that-
No, there's natural,
There's the natural attrition of like 1,500 people a year as it is now, or dropping out each year.
plus the permit holders, right?
Plus
Right.
the people who get your tag, right? So if this many folks didn't drop out each year for fatigue or death or whatever, then it could take even longer.
Carrie, I
So
have a
that's-
question.
Go ahead, Lisa.
The problem is, I think, if you do the 50-50, you have to have a point system. And then what you end up with to say, okay, we phase it out, then we go to the random, and it's 1% for everyone. I just don't think anyone's gonna buy into that system where you keep applying every year and you don't get any reward for that. I think that's just not gonna sell in Peoria to people, because I don't wanna see it be totally random where it's 1% chance for everyone. I feel like if you have you're applying every year, you should get some bonus, and whether it's a weighted bonus or something like that, that's fine. But I don't think we just phase it out and go straight to random. I don't think that's an option.
And there are options. I mean, you could phase out just High Point applicants and convert everybody below the line to a weighted point system. So people who have applied 15, 16 years will have a better chance at drawing at that general drawing for everybody, but don't get that preferential treatment. Like there are combination options, and we can try to model them, but like there are options out there for conversions.
So thank you, Nick, appreciate that clarification. Nick, could you go back to the summary slide for the sheep again, just so people can see I don't want folks to be splitting hairs, but I do want them to see the potential impact. So again, this is just looking at bighorn sheep and the probabilities of these different ones. In Pat's suggestion, he said shift to 50-50, but move towards spacing it out, so that ultimately you would be on a full random system. Lisa is saying, let's keep people invested, and that each year they can still be accumulating those points, so don't phase it out, but do keep it as a 50-50. I'm gonna have you go around. I want to hear, I'm hoping for some like coagulation, if that's the right word. See if we've got people leaning in a way, and maybe you don't like the 50-50 or moving to random. But I'd love to just do a quick go around and see what your, which way you're leaning. Dwayne, can I start with you?
I like the 50-50 with
50-50 with the phase out, okay? So one vote for that 50-50, but moving towards getting rid of it entirely, and 50-50 in the meantime. Joe?
pick two.
Yeah.
I mean, my first would be a way to convert to a weighted bonus point system. My second would be a 50-50 split with the phase out of preference.
Okay, so move towards the phase out, but you like weighted bonus better than.
And then eventually we end up with a random system. That's where you're
In 15 years, yeah.
Yeah, okay, Brian?
Yeah, I'm with the 50-50 and phase out, just like Dwayne said.
Okay.
I do think that there's one number, Joe and I were just talking about this, there's one number that we probably want some more data to try to make sure it's accurate. And that's to look at more years of attrition down to make sure 2,500 is good.
Okay.
Or is it 1,500?
1,500.
1,550. We need to make sure that's good, because that's a huge part of this. We're not gonna, if it's not a relatively short period of time till
phase out.
phase out, it's kind of, I think, needs something different.
Okay.
And I do think 25 years ago, 26 years ago, I'm just surprised there wasn't a discussion about once in a lifetime and no points, because that's where, I mean, if we'd have done that then, if we'd have just gone once in a lifetime, that whole issue of drawn 3 sheep tags would have gone away.
Thank goodness y'all solved that piece today, huh? I mean, recommend it. Come on, legislature. All right, Jamie, how do you mean?
Well, that was my question too. How does the once in a lifetime impact this data? And it's just completely insignificant. And I would favor the 50-50 with phase out.
Okay, Nick, can you, as you think about the once in a lifetime, so if somebody drew a tag, they would be removed from the system, would that be a statistically significant difference for increasing people's odds? What?
He assumed if they drew a permit, they were out.
He did. Okay, so these numbers are based on correcting that. Okay, thank you.
So 50-50 phase out weighted bonus point hybrid.
Lee. That sounds like Joe now. So it sounds like you can get on board with 50-50 with the phase out, but you have some.
You gotta take the top. So back to my point of there's folks invested in this bonus point system that have points that are not applicable.
Yep.
I don't know where you figure that breakout at, but do a phase out of your upper tier and just switch into a weighted bonus point after a certain, at a certain level.
So you would start phasing it out, or you would switch
Well,
it to.
that's detail.
Oh, Lee, all right, let's see if everyone's gonna be like, yeah, what Lee said, and we're gonna have to sort out the soup. Tony, how do you lean?
Well, I guess I lean toward the 50-50 and phase it out, but I don't think we want to go, or I would want to go to that long a time period. It's tough enough ethically for a lot of these guys, they're my age and they finally draw their sheep permit. They can't get up there and get on a horse. So their son takes them, or their grandson, or their nephew, or their wife, or if they married a younger woman, or a younger man, or whatever, they end up, who gets the sheep? There's some ethics there that, so you got a 71, 72-year-old guy that finally draws a sheep permit, he's got his points, he gets his permit, he can barely make it to base camp, let alone
into the woods,
in
up the
the
mountain.
wilderness, to really do the hunting.
Yeah.
And so,
Lee's got a horse for that guy.
if I'm 50 and I got 15 or 20 points left to go, that's crazy. They shouldn't be, and I don't know how you compensate them for that, but the
Sounds
top
like-
tier guys, you give them a shot, and then it's up to the game warden to make sure they
That
shoot
they did
the
it.
sheep, and that sort of thing. But boy, I can't see trying to placate the 3-pointer, even if it's my kid. Because if I drew a sheep permit, my kid would go with me, or my grandson.
Okay,
So
50-50 phase out,
50-50
marriage
phase
out.
out, but maybe try to find a point where, hey, there's no way,
Okay.
like you're done.
Okay. Think about what that would look like in a practical sense and how you move people through faster. Maybe there's some accountability for skipping fewer years or having to put in more often, something we can think about. If there's another layer to this. Rusty, do you have a?
Yeah, before Josh and I go on, most of the time the chairs get.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can
No,
skip
I'm
you.
just kidding. No. I can go along with 50-50 with phase out. I really feel like that gives somebody with one preference point at some point is going to have an advantage over people that don't.
Okay.
And that's, if it goes that long, you're going to have an advantage at some point because you sent in, and then eventually it goes to random. And whether I like that or not, it's fair.
Okay,
So,
feel like you're up in the fairness.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. I feel though that, there's this notion that this modeling is based off historic data and last year's data, but I think we're gonna see, because we're creating the opportunity, so you're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see an influx in applicants, because now there's this perception that I can get in on this random, where before, we've heard it at some of our town hall meetings. People aren't applying right now because they just don't feel like there is a chance. So I do believe that is going to change those figures, but I think long-term and for the greater good, I think that's where we're headed.
Okay, good, appreciate it. Lisa?
So this is only on the big 5. We're not
Yep.
talking about North and Antelope.
But the learning from this, we can apply to later.
Well,
We'll
it
hopefully
just,
save
there's
time.
a big financial consequence that you take $150 preference point payment to the game and fish and take away from all those non-resident hunters. I don't like preference points particularly, but I still would say 50-50 split, but phase it out to a weighted bonus or something where if you played the game on it, if you have either bonus or weighted bonus. But I think it's hard for people to understand, and I think we are lucky to see a chart and have hours of education. Can you get the education down to the masses? I don't know.
So instead of fully phasing it out, you would phase it to either a bonus or a weighted bonus instead. Okay, so this is getting on Lee's focus. Did she articulate what you meant in that other word salad?
So much worse to say.
Pastor Phil,
So
this was your idea. I hope you still like it,
I
but.
I just need to correct the record. I only killed 5 of the big 5, 3 grizzlies, 1 sheep, and 1.
Thanks for clarification, Pat.
Yeah, it's on record. I don't get to make very many cases these days about it.
So I'm in favor of this. Lee, I got to push back on your idea. We can't make arbitrary and capricious distinctions between someone that has 26 points and someone who has 17 points. If you do, you're taking away property interest. So that novel idea just doesn't work. I don't think legally, but I'm in favor of this. Let me throw out an idea before I forget this.
Now he's gonna give us a new idea. Go ahead.
Not on this, but just for the task force to be thinking about. What about for old farts like me who have a bunch of preference points? If with legislative approval, what if I could transfer that to the Big Game License Coalition and they could auction my preference points and spend it on happy?
Oh, can of worms. Here we go. So instead of transferring to an immediate family member, some of these other ideas that come up, instead say transfer it to a different body that then they could be auctioned
Think
off.
about my choices. When I draw a sheep tag, my only option really is to transfer it to a wounded veteran or kid that has disabling illness.
That's what you
That's
currently
my
can do?
option. I could do that, or I can go try to hunt and a grizzly, I can't run, so a grizzly bear's gonna eat me. That's a novel idea that you could do away with some of the old farts like me and benefit wildlife and improve habitat. So just be thinking about it. I don't know if it works.
So there's,
I think we can keep that out of this actual proposal and talk about.
It is.
we
It's
could
totally different.
tack that on as another thing, even though I am sensing some level of agreement here, although I'm waiting for this side of the room to blow us up, which is fine. Appreciate that. We can consider another innovation as well.
I mean, I could go with 50-50 phase out, but I think I would prefer the weighted bonus phase out because I think that benefits those who've been in the process the longest.
Okay, so that feels
people with the
more,
highest points have a better chance, and those just below them, the high HPUs or whatever, are right behind them. So I guess for me, I would prefer the weighted bonus phase out.
so as a way to get to the phase out, instead of having this 50-50 as an intermediate step, saying that this does better, it
Right.
has a less impact on your high point folks, but more of an impact. for
My rationale is those people are in there, they have the best interest more than others, and they have, in that particular scenario, they have a better chance.
Okay. Five.
Answer your question. So when Talbot was the district supervisor here, him and I had this conversation when all this started. He made that damage ordinance. So what had happened was there were so few applications for sheep. We sat down and looked at it on paper. Him and I at that particular time and age we would be hunting our 4th sheep with the preference point system. So it was a beautiful thing. We never talked about once in a lifetime because there was just that few applicants. And what happened is when we started selling points, people figured out they put ownership into it. And then they became vested in it. And then it was something you didn't miss. And you accumulated it. So it's the mindset just tripped. That's why we never talked about once in a lifetime. It's just because we saw that coming.
Context is different.
Yeah, and so there's the financial component to this, which we have to consider at some point in time. There's a lot of money involved in preference points especially for non-residents for sheep and moose. I would be in favor of the 50-50 split with not getting rid of it, but going to a weighted bonus for those who just get started in the system, not going random. I hate random for this because, so what if you're 56 years old when you get to hunt your sheep? I was, and I lived through it. I mean, at least I had that chance to do it. At 1% draw odds, I mean, there's just like no hope. It's just a certain number of people out there, no hope. So I like the weighted bonus. I really do. I think think that's a good system, but I would keep the 50-50 and then we convert it, not go random, go to weighted bonus from that point forward.
So aside with that, would you keep the 50-50 until,
That 2060 or when we start, whenever this gets approved, at the first year, those people would be able to go to the weighted bonus system from that point forward, instead of just dumping it all to a random.
okay, so as the preference, would you convert now?
No,
So it's after the current people in the system have passed through, then you would.
and I'll probably regret that, but in 26 years, I don't even remember I was here. So that's why I would go for that.
Okay, Adam?
One of the things that's come up quite a bit is, 12 to 18-year-olds, they don't need to go sheep hunt, they don't need to go moose hunt, they don't know what they have. That feels like we're splitting hairs. You can't determine someone's value of a trip or an experience or an opportunity, whether that's their family or their individual. Saying that, my 13-year-old and my 12-year-old have no business going sheep hunting. They definitely could handle going moose hunting. I was 11 when I hunted moose with my dad and did my best to hold a quarter up and flip me to the willows about 6 times as he was gutting it out. Never forget, probably the only moose hunt I'll get to go on in the state of Wyoming at the rate numbers and applications are. Still remember it to this day. One of the best experiences of my life. To say I couldn't have handled that as a 12-year-old, my dad would have been there to help me do it. So I don't know that I'm necessarily in agreement that we should keep the 12 to 18 crowd out of the equation. But looking at that, I like the weighted bonus more than I like anything else up there. Just from that standpoint that it does honor tradition. The attrition rate we have no idea about because we don't know human behavior. From a feasibility and ability standpoint, those folks that are in year 10 to year 18 are the most physically equipped. And I'm speaking for that demographic. We just don't have as much money as some of the older folks do, and we don't have as much free time as some of the older folks do, but I guarantee you we'd make it work. Looking long-term, because I can't look at this from how's this going to work for the next 5 years. I've got to look at it for what opportunities do my grandkids that don't even exist yet might have. And for me, the weighted bonus standing on its own, whether it's a conversion to that or I don't like the 26-year phase out. That seems inordinately long. But I'd be more in favor of converting to a weighted bonus with existing preference points.
Okay, so thinking that's a way to get there faster, that honors the experience.
Well, thinking to myself, it just goes back to some of the feedback I've heard from people that, we're spending a lot of time on 1.15% or 0.29% or, the difference between 8.6 and 7.78% when sheep numbers, moose numbers, habitat, that's more of a determining factor in the longevity of any of these plans than how we distribute licenses currently. And that's not a conversation we're having. And I feel like we're missing the boat on that.
Yes, philosophical question
Yes.
for the group.
And then we have Jen on the phone too, so I'll wait for her. Go ahead, Jill.
Well, I can come back to it if we want to go to Jen first.
Can we go to Jen?
Yep, if she's listening and ready, she can chime in whenever.
I'm here, but of course they're mowing outside my window, so I'm not sure that I've heard all the conversation, but I would be in favor of the 50-50 and then the phase out to random. I just think that's the way to go. I could be persuaded to do the 50-50, then phase to the weighted bonus. Either of those are fine.
Thanks, Jen. Appreciate that.
So that's my question. It sounds like we have a lot of consensus on 50-50 and whether it goes to sort of phase out. I guess I'm curious if the people that are want to phase out be okay with shifting it to a weighted bonus, or if they're just an absolute no. Or can we give direction on the 50-50 part of it? I mean, Adam, you okay with the 50-50 part of it? Doesn't matter.
Well, it seems somewhat irrelevant. Yeah, it's such a small statistical change that it's like, yeah, okay, what does it actually do for anybody?
But to Josh's point, it's the statement that would come with that, and when they say there's gonna be twice the number of random tags, regardless of the percentage, it could elicit.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have an influx.
And we just have to be, prepared if that happens.
The other thing that the weighted bonus point does is it eliminates the physical impact of losing that preference point. You're still getting a point. You're getting a weighted point, and I don't know whether that matters to anybody, but I think that's.
If I'm hearing you correctly, you're talking about going from 50-50 then phasing to a weighted bonus.
Correct.
If you're gonna do that, why don't you start as a weighted bonus and start there and go from there?
Why not just transition?
You could also do 50, you could change the points, change all the points now to a weighted bonus system and keep
And that's what I was
50%
talking. 50,
to be in the weighted bonus points and 50 would be random.
into the weighted bonus, correct. That's the way I was reading.
So this is where process-wise, we're kind of continuing to massage the possibilities until we get something that reaches as high level of agreement as possible. No, I think we're close. This has over 50% of you saying you like this, but if there's an improvement that can get even more of you, let's get there.
I'm gonna be like Alvin Summers and be the contrarian. I mean, preference point systems just don't work in my mind. We have preference point creep, and we have preference point creep. Whether we go to a weighted bonus preference system or we keep the current, it just multiplied, just squares 26.
And so when you say it doesn't work, meaning because the possibilities are so low on this end of things that.
And part of the problem I think we've all expressed is we want more people to be able to have a chance to draw a tag for this very limited resource.
Okay.
Going to a weighted bonus system doesn't do that. It just continues the problem. We're putting a muffler on a limit. And I don't think we should do that.
Okay, so advocating still for this phase out, go to random, because that improves on the problems of the point or weighted point system. Lee, you had something?
Well, I disagree on the weighted bonus point versus preference point, Pat, because under the preference point, you are drawing from a specific group. No one else is eligible to be drawn other than those top preference point holders. Whereas if you go to a weighted bonus point system, it just means that I still have a chance with 1 point. It's very small, but I still am in the drawing pool. Versus the preference point system says, if you don't have 26 points or you don't have 25 points, you're not even in. That's the difference.
But Lee, we fixed that with the 50-50 split. You have
Not
a
100%,
chance.
but
Now you're drawing a third category of weighted bonus point people preference.
I would rather see, like I said, I'd rather see phase out the current preference points somehow and go to a weighted bonus point system all the way through. I mean, a weighted bonus point.
You're committing the same sin that we're trying to solve.
I don't like it. I don't think so.
Joe, what do you think?
This is my question more for the gut check, and so we use the cards or something, that'd be great. Does the task force believe that people who have applied for multiple years should have some type of higher odds or preference than those? And that's the value conversation. If you've been applying without drawing for multiple years, should you have some type of, don't use preference, that's the word that comes to mind.
Advantage.
Some advantage. Yes. Where do we stand on that as a
I already did it.
I'm seeing green cards coming up unsolicited. So we do value that experience. We do say that there is a benefit to sticking with it and investing over time, and you should improve your odds through that.
Well, we're saying that if you're gonna phase it out, you're saying we like it now, but we want it.
So that's what my question, so let's say this isn't even out, we phased it out. Do we fundamentally believe that people who have applied for multiple years should have some advantage in this pool? And it looks like most of us agree with that. That's not a random thought, that's some type of bonus point.
More
system.
names in the hat, more whatever. I mean, if we're all drawing out of the same hat, my understanding of bonus or a weighted bonus system is one big hat. He's got 25 of these in there. I've got 14. Joe's got 16. Jamie has 7, Pat has 12,000 somehow, some way.
I tend to agree with Pete. I think it seems a pretty good consensus that the preference point system with that, there's clearly more than a 50% backing to phase that out. I think probably the ideal thing would be the conversion immediately to the weighted bonus point system. Those that have been in the system a lot longer certainly have a greater advantage with that.
Okay, so as an alternative to the 50-50 phasing to random, what Josh is putting on the table and saying, instead of that, go straight to weighted bonus, it's a way to honors experience.
No, in combination, Carrie.
In combination, so
So
sorry.
the 50% for the random, and then the other 50% is a weighted bonus.
Okay, so you still have
Well, why not just all
point draw, but they're weighted bonus points, and 50% of the draw would still be like random.
So,
Am I understanding that right?
I think so.
So let me write it down, because this might be our next thing that we consider.
Let me answer Joe's question. Joe, if we phased it out and went to a 50-50 split, those who have been applying for years and years have a greater chance of drawing. Whether you change it to a weighted bonus system or you just let it phase out over 15 years.
What I'm thinking of, so when my 11-year-old daughter applies for her first time next year, if she comes in, if she applies for 5 years without successfully drawing, should she have advantage over the next first year applicant? Is where I'm at. Not just how are we treating the existing preference point holders. So, because once it's all phased out, I mean, you really got, you phase it out, and then you go to a fully random, which is going to treat every applicant, whether it's your 10th year or your first year, the same.
In 15 years.
But that's still the ultimate, that's still the end game. After 15 years, it doesn't matter, right?
But you could
It's all
keep
random.
Which
You
we
could
should
do
have,
that
that's
now,
what
though.
it should be today.
You could keep 50% of the tags, because regardless, phasing out is going to have some permits going in a preference pool and some going in some type of random pool. Whether that random pool is truly random or has a bonus point or weighted bonus point, you could implement that right now for the people on the random side. You still have 50% of your tags in some type of random pool right now, correct?
25. 75, 25.
Well, if we went to the 50-50
Oh, right.
though, I'm saying, yeah.
Let me check and see if this is hitting a sweet spot. And Josh, I'm not sure if this is what you intended, so tweak it. But a different combination here is change to a weighted, so change from preference points to a weighted bonus point system, and change it to a 50-50 split. So half of your quota goes to the draw with bonus points, and this is again the weighted bonus points, and half of it would be random draw.
and so I just want to talk to that a bit, because I go along with that too, but really what that does is it allows everybody to be in random. Then it allows all of those people now to still be in the other. Does that make sense?
So those people with,
So
I guess there's two
they're all
ways.
still gonna be in a weighted preference. You're just gonna, I'm only gonna be in it once if I'm in once, but if I'm in 25, I'm be in there 25 times 25. So everybody's gonna be in both draws, correct?
Right.
And
Your
that's-
chances are just
and So
different.
that's where I am kind of struggling in my mind now, thinking about it. What doesn't make any sense is with that is why do the 50-50 split if everybody has
That's,
a fair chance?
that's what I'm getting. I don't like
The
the
weighted
bonus.
bonus, if you just transferred everybody to weighted
To
bonus.
make it all weighted
They all
bonus.
have a
Yeah,
chance.
that's right.
It's 100% random. I mean, it's not random, but it's, everybody.
Well,
has
it
it.
is.
It
Everyone's in the
It's
same
random,
pool.
but some people have more probability than
Correct.
others.
So I could go with that.
That's right.
Okay, so can I
I
get,
just feel like the Wyoming way, we would really be doing a tremendous disservice for those that have invested the amount of time, and some of them have had, thousands of dollars to just not get that the recognition that it deserves. And I think this is, there's no perfect answer, but I think this is best suited to at least recognize that.
okay, so if you did just weighted bonus, not adding 50-50 split, it was all just weighted bonus, it would further honor that experience. And it wouldn't water it down with a bunch more random.
So can someone explain if you do that? How does that help a 12-year-old kid?
So you're telling me I have a chance?
So what it does, it gives that
50-50
person, it gives that person it gives that person a 12-year-old, and they're 22, they have a 3 times better chance at drawing almost than they do if they're in the 50-50s.
Yeah, but Rusty, today, then I have 600 and some odd chances to draw a sheep tag. And, 12 or 18-year-old kid has 1. We're trying to make it more fair for those that we've discriminated against by the preference system. Going to a weighted bonus system doesn't do that. It continues that discrimination.
So in thinking about how it improves things, you could see that it makes things worse in your first year. Your chances would be lower than it is with the status quo. You're making things worse for your first year hunter, but you are almost tripling the odds for something like
And so that is where, I guess,
I want to get rid of preference.
what we just crossed out would make sense.
So you want meetings,
Where you would basically
put some more 50-50.
everybody into 50% of the tags
Mhm.
are going to be a true random draw where everybody's, and then the other part of it is going to be weighted. Where, I mean, there's something to be said for that, I guess.
Do you make applicants select that choice, so
Yeah.
they're not in both? So at the time of applying, it's like, you have to elect. Like, I've only got 10 or 9 years worth of weighted bonus points. I can choose to put my 9 years of weighted bonus points in the 50% bonus point draw, or I can take my chances in the 50% of just total random with 1 pick.
I've never heard of that, but I don't
Why
know.
wouldn't you just let them draw on both? And why would?
Well, why have both though if you're going weighted bonus? That's where I'm, 50-50 split for me doesn't make any sense from if you're going to a bonus or a weighted bonus system.
I think that adding some element of 50-50 is trying to boost your chances for your newest folks. So it's trying to buoy a little bit for your earliest applicants.
And still, I do want, we are talking, to Adam's point, we are talking about a very, very small percentage of, and we're now getting into a lot of time to talk about a lot, very small fraction of applicants that were, and it's not saying it's not important, it's the rate of return that we're getting on this conversation, I guess, but we can go as long as you guys want.
Can we land it? Are we close enough to what's important to people? Because part of this is just trying to balance those competing interests, and there's not going to be a perfect answer. So can we get as close to good enough, perfect as we can with one of these options? Brian, do you have a?
Yeah, I'm thinking of the guy or the gal that's sitting there right now. They got 20 sheep points. And they've known, and they have an expectation that we've created. Says, I will draw if I stick with this. I know I'm going to draw in 2 or 3 years. I know that. I mean, I can guarantee I'm going to draw a license because you can right now with the current point system.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got that many, you can't if you're at 15, but you can if you're at 20 for sheep. So, kind of going back to what Josh says, I think we have to somehow figure out how to deal with that. And I thought we were talking about 50-50, the 50 that there would be 50 completely random new people into the system starting tomorrow. And the other 50% would be just what we have today until that system's gone, until there's nobody left with points, until it times out. That's where I thought we were at. If we go completely to a bonus, weighted bonus point system, you could then have a person that literally has 24 points today that never draws. And they would have drawn if they would have been able to stick in it 2 more years, or somebody that's on their first year draws. And I mean, that can happen now. Somebody can draw on the random, I can get that. But
So I'm hearing advocating for going back to our previous idea of doing 50-50 and phase out to random.
somehow we have to deal with people that are invested. And then now I'm looking at residents now. Think about non-residents who got thousands of dollars invested. To tell them now you're in the weighted bonus when they have some level of expectation and predictability I feel like that's
a hard pill to swallow.
That's a hard pill to swallow. You're kind of changing the game on it this far into it.
So I'm hearing some arguments against the weighted bonus system because it further decreases the certainty for people. Lisa?
I agree with Director Nesbitt. I was thinking about it earlier too. I'd be ticked off if I had my 24 points and then he says, I'm planning next year to go with my child, and you guys said, oh, now we changed the rules on you. We said we were gonna do things retroactively, but that is kind of retroactive slap in the face. I think if we don't like preference points, we should phase them out, and hopefully it takes the 15 years, but maybe consider them doing a 50-50 to split to a bonus or weighted bonus system going forward for new people. You know, those, if you're in the pool, you're in that pool, and we're gonna phase it out as long as it takes.
And I can get behind that. I don't have an issue with how that happens down the road, but
So I'm hearing leaning towards 50-50 with a phase out. I'm wondering if the phase out goes to random or the phase out goes to bonus points.
you just heard from one person there. I don't think we're even close.
No, well,
I'd just be curious, let's just take a straw poll on what that is right there.
so use your cards, straw poll on, back to this, and I don't want to say the original, but back to this initial proposal of shifting to 50-50 with a phase out to random.
50 phase out.
50-50 with phase out to random. So folks who have cards, or folks who have points, the point system would be going away and you would be moving in the direction towards random. Joe's waving a red napkin. So I've got two, hold them up for me still.
I'm not clear, so I gotta.
Basically, go to
So,
1% chance for everybody after the points are gone.
50-50 with no new points awarded, no new points accumulated. If you're in the system, you continue as it is.
For half the licenses, you're in the half the license pool. You've got points now, so they're all gone.
Right.
The other half is random, and maybe it's a weighted bonus or something.
So in 15
No,
years.
No, random.
There's random.
Just
There's
saying.
no-
In 15
no-
years, it'll be random.
In 15 years, everything
It'll
will
be
be
100%
random.
random.
Why do we keep saying 15 years?
We may need to
That was
check
the
this,
phase out
his
number.
15-year phase-out model is based off of 75-25. If we go to 50-50, it's gonna take longer to phase that out.
Okay, so it might take longer than that, although you might have different attrition depending on how people respond to this change. But the idea is you're moving to random. The goal in the end is you
So
move to random.
just to clarify, when we get to the end of wherever we get,
Mhm.
we're 100% random.
Mhm.
No one has an advantage for putting in year after year. Is that what you're saying?
That's what this proposal would do. Oh, we got quarter cards now.
We already know,
Alright.
right?
So I,
Yep. Yeah.
okay, I've got 1, 2, 3 reds and 4, some napkins. I got 3 or 4 yellows. So let's improve on it because, oh, sorry, there's another red. So there's something right there, but there's something wrong. What could we tweak about it? Those of you who were red or yellow to improve on it. Lisa, what would you suggest?
Well, I think at one point we went around the room based on Joe's comment. He said, how many people in the room feel that longevity or putting in should be rewarded? And I thought all of us had green for that. So I think the random doesn't reward longevity. So I guess we're being inconsistent on how we're voting.
Okay,
Either we're gonna not reward putting in for time, or we are. And I think if you're gonna phase out, if you want to reward longevity, you either have to go bonus or weighted bonus.
okay. So shifting to 50-50 now, and then what? You want to change to,
I don't care between bonus and weighted, both weighted bonus.
So I have a question on weighted bonus. So this is probably a question for Joe. If I have 20 points right now, we do 50-50. And so 50-50, everybody's in random, okay? Does that mean I'm in random also, right, with my 20 points? We went to, from now on, you're gonna phase those out, but you continue to send in. Do I get now go to 21 points? Or do I go to 20 points with one?
do you keep accumulating for your people
Or
who
do
are
I get
in
one
on?
weighted point? How does that work?
This is what I proposed is, if you're in preference points now, you're in preference points and you stay there. Now, if you could choose to go out by not applying for them, and then you're gonna be in the random draw every other 50% every time you put in. But the other thing I wanted to clarify in my spot is if we deal with those people that have under the current system have all those points, if we deal with them, for the other 50% where we end up down the road, I think I'm pretty much ambivalent to whether it's just a strictly random or if those people are getting weighted bonus points for more years putting in. I could go either way there, but I really feel strongly that we have to deal with those people that currently are in the system.
Director, are you saying they can keep accumulating points, or you stop accumulating points, you just give out?
Let's say we draw a line.
Uh-huh.
And if you're in the preference point system,
If I have 1 point, I also get my
you're
1
gonna
point.
continue to accumulate preference points until the whole thing's phased out. which by the stuff we saw from Joe means, for the most part, the system is no good after 15 years. Now, there will be some people that still have a whole bunch of points after 15 years, that you can't be completely gone. Because you could have.
There's not enough
people that-
resources
that
for it.
didn't put in.
It's all based, so like I said, there's 25,000 applicants roughly right now. Over 15 years, if the annual attrition rates stay the same, we will have 22,500 attrit over that year, which leaves what, 1,500 for 2,500 tags. At 180 tags a year, actually in 15 years, you can put those away. But it's all dependent on the current attrition rates, that we assume you have 1,500 that fail to apply for 2 years and drop out every year for the next 15 years. If they don't, as you saw in the show, that may be 100 years before we phase out, if everybody stays in because they I don't know how you predict that behavior.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the difference between the 50-50 split and just going, I'll go back to my earlier statement of how can we hose everybody equitably? And there really isn't that option, but if you look at the bonus point system, that might be the most equitable to hose Patton is 26 points or 26 names in the hat, but it also hoses the young guys. I mean, they dropped by almost 0.1% in terms of their ability. The folks in the middle, they get the bump, but then that evens out over time because it's still random draw. But you have 10 names in the hat random draw instead of having 1 or 26. So, I mean, the 50-50, if you're thinking about a bonus or a weighted bonus system, I don't think the 50-50 has a spot in there. I don't see where that makes any sense to continue to designate half of those tags if you're already allowing for X number of names for X number of years put in a random draw.
So let's consider real quick what we like and don't like about the different pieces of these options, and then we're gonna take a break because we need to stand up and like re-energize our brains a little bit. The 50-50 people like that improves the odds for folks who haven't been in forever, right? So that increases the odds for these folks. You don't like moving completely to random because you like the idea of honoring experience. So we want to honor experience, honor the people who have invested in this for the fairness of it long term, but not.
I would also add the fiscal impact is less if you don't militia rate.
Okay,
Yeah, and
so
that's
it's
something we
minimizing
need to
the
consider.
fiscal impact of that. If you change completely to a weighted bonus system, it's a way that you are honoring the folks who have been invested, although it changes it some, that they used to have a higher level of certainty. Now that will be less so, although they do, their name is in the hat a lot more times. With shifting to a 50-50, I'm not sure that we totally got fleshed out with this option. We're trying to keep to the 50-50, but moving away, trying to phase out the bonus system, or I'm sorry, the point system. I'm not sure what we were putting in that place then. I feel like this.
What was
We
the number
didn't
on?
like the random. We didn't like phase out to random because we still want to honor experience. So I'm trying to understand what this most recent option is that's moving to 50-50, but with a phase out to what?
Well, like, what was the number on applicants that had, I mean, it was like 20 that had max points, right? So again, we're trying to figure out how to not tick off the most amount of people. And there's 20 people that 2 of them put in for tags this last year in 2020. Was that the number?
Yeah.
So there's 18 that didn't even throw their name in the hat. They're still holding on to their 26 points, but they didn't care enough to actually use them and draw for them.
Just my impression of scale there.
How many people are at 20 plus? I mean,
But
if
Joe
we-
says that we'll still get rid of 180 tags a year, so
Yeah, we're still eliminating 180 drawn tags a year.
just you.
There's still natural attrition by people dying, people choosing not to put in, people being unable to physically put in. So there's still that, and that natural attrition will occur, and we have no idea what that's going to look like. You have no idea what people are going to do, what they're going to do. But if, in the interest of equity and the idea of randomness, while still, you've been sticking it out for the last 20 years, a bonus or I'm even leaning more towards the bonus than the weighted bonus without any split whatsoever.
Okay, so just shifting to a bonus. I'm gonna suggest we take a break unless, does one of you want to put in a final word before we take a break and come back?
I'm just
Rush?
curious if it's normal that many out of the very top tier would not put in. And, the only reason I throw that out there is because even though I think COVID is for the most part over, the older people might not think that and might not put in because of that. I don't know if that's worth saying or not, but it's.
Might be that that's an odd year.
And the fact that there's some areas that you might be able to draw, and if you draw one of those 2 or 3 tags, you could probably shoot one from a boat or not from a boat, but from the shore or something like that. Legal. And so, I wasn't 100% sure.
You only get it once.
So anyway, I just throw it out there.
So as you take your break, think about the numbers here. We don't want to split hairs, but we do, I am hearing we want to increase opportunities for younger folks, and we still are trying to honor that experience. So what's the sweet spot that allows you to do that feels fair? I would love when we come back to entertain an option that we can put out there and see a whole bunch of green cards for. Let's go till 2:25. Is that all right? Take a nice break, get outside, stretch your legs, squeal a little bit. Please move because your blood's all stuck in your butts right now. It's time you're being thoughtful with this, and we don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good. Your chairs, I think this was a shared decision, want to check in with the public, I believe.
Yes.
And then we're going to check for silver bullets that might resolve it all, and it might be we're just not there, and we need to table this for next time. We're going to take some quick public comment on the concept of preference points and how we might improve on the status quo or not.
Yeah, I know certainly people started filling out these public comment forms, and so I think it's important. They just heard a partially exhaustive discussion on this. So if you have public comment on this issue, I know there's some people here that want to talk about landowner issues and that kind of stuff. I think the intent of this board was to get to some of those things with the elk and antelope at some point today, and I still hope we do. But we're not at that point, I think you know now. So if we could hold those comments till later, just hang on to these, and you guys can speak on that later. But if you have some comments on this issue right now, that would be wonderful. So, Katie, I know you do.
Get your microphone.
Yeah, well, we're coming to you. Sorry, we're recharging microphones. I can just talk a little. Start with that. We're bringing the microphone as it's working.
Well, I'm Katie Cheesebro with the Wyoming Wildlife Sheep Foundation, and man, God bless the statisticians. I learned a lot, and I really appreciate the team of models. So thank you guys for asking for those and really discussing those options. So you guys had asked that we survey our membership last time, and we got that survey out on Wednesday. So we haven't had a lot of time to get a lot of responses. So we only had 35 respondents so far. We're planning to put that survey out on social media this next week and hopefully get a little more input. Additionally, a lot of our membership is older and may not be as comfortable filling out those online surveys as we would hope. So I was just going to give you a rough rundown of what we asked and what the responses were. So at first we asked, are you in favor of 90/10? It's kind of obsolete now, but we had 54% say yes and 46% say no. Once in a lifetime, are you in favor? 60% yes, 40% no. If there was that once in a lifetime, should there be a restriction on use in a random draw? 60% said yes, 40% said no. And then we listed all the preference points options that you guys had laid out last meeting. They've gotten considerably more complicated since last meeting, but I'll give you what they had to say. And keep in mind, these are sheep hunters who've been putting in for a while. Might not like change very much. So no change was 31%. Phase out 20%. 50/50 was 8.6%. 25/75 was 14.3%. So changing that ratio total was 22.9%. So about 30%, almost as much as no change. And then between bonus points and weighted bonus, we had a 20% in favor of that. I believe there was just a small portion of other with lots of comments. So I also wanted to give you just a rundown on what those general comments are. We did have some comments saying whatever you do it slowly. Don't change things rapidly. Maybe you start with the 90-10, let that settle for a couple of years, then add in the once in a lifetime, and then go to the preference point alternative. That may be totally based on what you're discussing now, given that there's a 15-year phase out. That sounds slow enough. So that might have some weight as well. And then I spoke with one of our board members who used to be an Arizona game and fish commissioner, and he wanted me to bring out to you guys once again, and I know Pat's face is just gonna turn down at this. But the Arizona, I believe Lee mentioned somebody mentioned the Arizona system earlier, and that they're having a real struggle. And they went to that familial tag transfer, and it is in the regulations, and it's just something to consider and look at. It was Joe who mentioned it. And then Lee had asked what the makeup of the National Wild Sheep Foundation. So we're just a chapter of the National Wild Sheep Foundation. The membership totals for the National Wild Sheep Foundation are significantly more than our own. There's 10,000 total members and 4,500 life members. That was a quick estimate from Kevin Hurley. So although we're 800 members strong here in Wyoming, there's a lot of Wyomingites who are actually members of national chapter, maybe not our own. So that might be something for you guys to consider and getting some further information. And before I sign off here, Jessie Johnson made a great point to me while we were sitting there, and she said that these numbers really represent the interest and the love of bighorn sheep and bighorn sheep hunting, and that's something to really consider. People love this species and they want a shot at hunting them. And I think both Joe Scott and Adam pointed out that the only real way to increase these chances are to increase sheep numbers and to subsequently increase tags. And so my question to you guys is, if we eliminate preference points and the money that comes with them, how does that affect bighorn sheep habitat? What does that do to our ability to manage their populations and their habitat as well? So just a couple questions that came up for me while I was sitting there listening to your excellent conversation. You guys have a big job. I appreciate all of the conversation. I flip-flopped on what I prefer about 6 times. So if everyone else in the room, good luck. And if we can help in any way, please let us know.
Is there anybody else want to speak to this topic? So I had others, Dusty and Bud and Rob and Steve. I don't know if you guys want to talk about this topic.
Not this topic.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Then is there anybody online?
I have one, maybe 2.
Okay.
So coming in first will be Mr. Wyatt Whittop. Just a moment. Our sound is working okay. All right, Wyatt, you are ready to go whenever you can.
All right. Hear me and see me, everything work?
We can hear you, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I guess one thing I wanted to comment on was the difference. Seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect between what the bonus point and what the preference point system is. Weighted bonus point, I mean, according to some of the comments, the weighted bonus point system is much closer to a complete random draw than it is to the preference point system. There are no guarantees with the bonus point system. There are no allocations to 2 different draw systems. It was asked, how does that help a 12-year-old? The difference between a 1-year applicant versus a 26-year applicant is about 7% odds, versus in the other system where you have 100% odds for a 26-year applicant and 0.5% odds for a 12-year-old. So I'd say those numbers are so vastly different that right there kind of speaks to that. But Also with the current point system, you have 75% of the resident tags going in to those guaranteed people at the very top of the preference point draw. That 12-year-old would be competing for that 75% of those tags under a bonus point system. I think bonus points are the way to go. Phasing out is going to be the tricky part. I do have kind of a different idea for that. That wasn't really brought up. And mine, I would say maybe try or just think about, consider switching what we have now. We have such a measly pool for the random draw people. Flip that and allow those top preference point holders to compete for those measly few tags at the top. And, you know, it wouldn't be a very desirable system to them. You'd make the preference point pool very small, similar to what we have for the random. Those people would be with the max preference points. I mean, they were thinking they were guaranteed a tag. Now their odds drop to maybe 20% this coming year, to where, you know, those that aren't top holders may not want to stay in a system to where they're competing for so few tags. Allow for people to voluntarily convert to a bonus point system potentially. You know, if they're competing for 80% of the tags in the bonus point system, they may freely give up their bonus points. So something to consider rather than forcing people into a new system or, you know, forcing them to convert or going, just taking away their points altogether. Let's see. The only issues I kind of thought of with that, how long do you keep the system around before you phase it out? Which that's going to be a tricky one to tackle any which way, but, and under that system to where they can voluntarily get out, theoretically, if most everyone converts, a 15 point holder may be competing for those preference point tags. You know, if some of those other guys or gals drop out and don't think it's worth it, all of a sudden you move up the chain for those last few tags in the last few years. So something like that might be good to consider. The last thing I had was the consideration for revenue loss if you get rid of an advantage system. And how do you go about maybe reimbursing those people? I mean, we've been in the system for 15 years, and we've been paying according to what the Game and Fish has lined out for an advantage, and we've kept that intact to where if you went to complete random and now I'm in the same pool as somebody else, I would feel like I'd need some reimbursement for having put in so much time and money. So even with this bonus point system, I'd say keep some system intact to where we're paying to keep our history and bonus points accumulating in that system, just like we've been doing with preference points. There'd be no loss of revenue, and, you know, we wouldn't feel that we need reimbursed for the time and money we put in. So those are my questions on what you guys have been talking about today. So I sure appreciate the time to talk, and thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Do we have anyone who wants to offer up a consensus idea that we can quickly check and see if we've got agreement? Yes, I see a hand.
Well, I'm gonna take a stab at it. I bounced off a few others. What if we went to, you know, I hear a lot of, let's take care of those folks that are invested in this system, and let's change it up where it's a better chance for others to draw. And so what I've come up with is if we go to 50% of the licenses are allocated to those folks that are current preference point holders. So they go into the draw just like they always have been with their preference points. They're drawn from the licenses that are drawn from the highest preference point total first, et cetera, et cetera. The remaining 50% will be a random draw, but start that into a bonus point draw, whether it's weighted, whether it's straight bonus points. If you're in 1 year, you're in once. If you're in 2 years, you're two. But it is a bonus point. That the second 50% is a bonus point draw. Eventually, and we allow no more accumulation of preference points. And that's gonna take a lot of explaining to do between bonus points and preference points, that Adam was saying. But eventually you're going to get rid of, so this point going forward, there is no more preference points issued. Eventually you're gonna get out of that group of people, who knows when, I'll probably be dead when that happens, but eventually you're gonna get out of that group of people that holds preference points. When that occurs, the draw goes to 100% bonus point draw. You're still rewarding folks for staying in, and work out the semantics about it later is what do you have to continually apply every year? Can you sit out a year and lose one of your bonus points? However you want that to work, but it is a bonus point system. You can also purchase your bonus point, but if you choose not to, you just go in random with one time in the draw every year. Again, those are semantics we worked out later, but it is, again, the first 50% are awarded just as they have been for years under a preference point system, but no more preference points being allocated. The other 50% are a random draw. The question remains, so a guy's right now has 20 preference points. Does he flop into the random draw with 20 bonus points? That's a question that, could be tossed around here, but that eventually would eliminate the preference point holders while protecting them. And it would, if you go to a bonus point, the more times you put in that bonus point draw, the more times your name goes into that. The more years you put in, the more times your name goes into that. That's, my head hurts, but that's what
Just one question. Could you put everybody into the bonus? Could you even put the people that have preference points? Can you put them into the whole draw? Okay. If they don't draw out, if they don't draw, I guess that's gonna be a little weird. Then you take the preference point, then you take the bonus point.
So I think you get Jennifer involved in this, in that your initial draw, you've got 50% of the tags up here for preference point holders. You draw that, and then it's a reverse. You're not having tags left over, you're having applicants left over. Those applicants then drop down into the remaining 50% of the tags, and they are treated just like the guy that just applied this year or the guy that applied 10 years ago. Yeah, and the question would remain,
How long do you honor that system?
yeah, and do we give, so a guy that has 20 preference points or 10 preference points, he's not drawing a tag. Let's be realistic. He's not drawing a tag. Does he go into the random draw with 10 chances?
Yes.
And I think that's the answer. My answer is yes. And what that would do is, I'm sorry, but what that would do is you continue to have value in those points. It's going to address the game and fish shortfall if we eliminate points completely. It gives people a reason to stay invested in the system or not be invested in the system. And you can continue to accumulate to sell points.
So let me just make sure I'm understanding. If you have preference points, you're included in that initial allocation, that 50%. But if you're unsuccessful, which most folks will be, then you are dropped into the draw for the second half of the available licenses. But you would bring a bonus point advantage that if you had, say, 18 preference points, you would be in that draw with 18 bonus points. Okay, is that right? Am I understanding that right? And so it's a way that you are maintaining, I'm thinking about your interests. It's a way that you are honoring the investment that people have made, and increasing their chances, but trying to kind of preserve the economic side of it for game and fish, and for some folks who continue to apply.
That's my.
Okay. So you don't continue to award actual preference points, and when the preference points are all done, either because those folks have moved on or stop applying or whatever else, or they've gotten their tags, then everybody would just be in the bonus point system. So your odds, say if you had 3 bonus or preference points currently, gonna be at the tail end of that, so you stick with it. Scenario, like imagining what that would look like. But then once those people are all done, then everybody is just on the focus point.
What, because the skeleton framework of that I get and understand, why would we not allow those people to make that choice at application? You have the option, you know, let's say you're one of those individuals with 20 plus, meaning you're relatively within 2 years being able to plan your sheep hunt or your moose hunt, right? You have the choice right now to stick with that existing preference point system for half of those tags. Or if you want, if you're the guy with 19 or 18, because otherwise they're going to be sitting there going, well, you know, I'm on the fence. I either have 18 names in the hat or I'm 6 years out in the preference point system. There needs to be a phase out if we're going to honor preference points for a certain amount of time. But it should just be once. You know, you don't get a bounce back and forth. You don't get to take advantage of both systems. If you're going to hang on to your preference points, that's where your name goes. If you want to choose to take your 20 preference points and convert them to bonus points, that's where your name goes.
Maybe I misunderstood in the transition that the people who were unsuccessful in this preference point draw would drop into the bonus point draw.
Yeah, and I'm
Kind of the same as that.
I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea for, I mean,
You don't like double dipping?
yeah, you're making, you stuck with it. We're in the process of changing this preference point system that we all agree needs something to happen to it. And if we're going to kick half of those tags into a bonus point system, but you're deciding that you're going to stick with your preference points, that's where you're sticking. So if you've got 20, 21, 22, or 16, you think, I'm gonna be the lucky 16 guy, you know? Okay, you're making that choice. We've got 5 years of preference points left for max points, folks, 10 years. I mean, whatever that phase out number actually looks like.
Adam, what is, and just help me through this, what is the disadvantage in leaving them, because they're automatically gonna be dumped into they're not gonna draw. There's folks with preference points we know are not gonna draw.
Yeah.
So why, the choice has already been made for them.
I'm thinking expediency of that transfer more than anything. You know, giving them the option, if you've got 20, you can choose to go put your 20 points into the preference point 50% pool, or you can convert your 20 preference points into 20 names in the hat for the 50% of that bonus draw.
Well, it's gonna happen.
But it's gonna happen regardless, but make the choice. You know, we all make choices every day that have immediate impact. Make the choice.
Gary, the way I was understanding the 50-50, the random did not include any sort of advantage. It was 100% random. I don't want to see that.
What Lee is suggesting.
Why is that?
Because I want to, I eventually, I mean, a bonus point system is random. And I want to still, that's just me. I still think if you want to keep putting in and continue to increase your odds by putting in every single year, you ought to have that advantage.
Yeah.
So the big picture move here is to a bonus point system, but there's this transition that allows you to phase out preference points. So the big picture move philosophically is to move.
See, I threw all that stuff out earlier when it was just discombobulated.
But now you're getting it organized. Yeah. So I want to check and see if we need a lot of discussion or if there's like enthusiasm here and if we want to keep discussing or if we want to table this and iron out details later.
I'm confused. When we went around, it seemed to me like most of the people were phasing this system out completely. And now we're switching and changing. So I almost think we need to figure out what's our goal. Is our goal to change to a different system than we currently have? That's one thing. If our goal is to eventually phase out completely, that's entirely different. It brings up the financial to the game fish, whatever. Because I mean, if our goal is to phase out completely, we should just use the system we already got.
So
but I mean, if our goal is to switch to a different system, that's a whole different subject. I think we need to decide what our goal is,
I think
one way or the other.
what I hear the sweet spot that people are trying to hit is that they don't love the current system. They don't love the preference points and the ways that it makes
the likelihood of getting attacked so far in the future. So they want to increase the odds for other folks, but in a way that still does honor that experience and investment. So that to me is what people are wrestling with. If they say, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, we do want to honor the investment that people have made.
And Jerry, I would just get an add on to that, and back to what Pete said, is what the ultimate end goal is. We went around here and said, do we want to honor investment, years of putting in, or do we want to get to a point where everything is random draw? There's really not any, those are just, you know what I mean? There's only two things. You either want to, at the end of this, you want random draw. When I say random draw, everybody has one.
Equal chance, and everybody has 1%.
Or you honor the fact that you should get more for putting in, which is a bonus point situation or whatever. So when we went around, it sounded like most people wanted to honor the fact that you're going to continue to put in. We can straw poll that again, but I think it was, I don't know if it was 100%, but it was really close.
Yeah. So
And so when we go back to what Pete asked is, I mean, that's the question. We want to, we're going to phase it out. We're either going to phase it out into something else that gives you an advantage for putting in year after year, or you're going to phase it out to get to a completely random. You're going to get rid of everything, and when it's phased out, it is
1-to-1.
1-to-1.
And I think what Lee has proposed is a way that phases out bonus points, or I'm sorry, preference points, but preserves bonus points as a tool to still honor the long-term investment.
And what Adam asked was just a small tweak on that.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna go with Pete. We have a system, it's messed up. So what Lee is proposing is we make it more complicated and continue a messed up system with the addition of bonus points.
Okay,
But-
so the improvement doesn't feel like an improvement to you. You
So-
mentioned it's a muffler on a lemon still.
Look at
for being pretty
the
safe.
debate that's occurred today. I mean, there's no consensus, I would say, about what we should do, other than the system is messed up. But to put a muffler on a lemon and add complexity to this makes no sense. So I'm gonna go with what Pete said at the very start of this discussion is, if that's where we're headed, then let's just leave it alone. Let's not shed all this blood and have.
There's
this
a
huge
pretty
debate
significant
for which there's
difference.
No consensus.
There, sorry.
Hang on, Joe's been patiently waiting.
Yeah.
And then Adam, go ahead. And it might be that we just need to hit pause on this. It might be that we can't come up with something that feels markedly better than what we currently have, and then we stick to the status quo. But if the group does have one of those ideas, we just may not get to it today. Joe, did you have a?
Yeah, so I want to push back on Pat a little bit. I mean, I think we have pretty clear consensus that we wanted to get out of the preference point game and phase that out. We seem to be clear on that. There was pretty darn good consensus that everybody believed whatever we end up with, we want to honor people who put in year after year without drawing. You can't do those without going from what we have today to something different. The only option is you just go to just a standard random, which is still different than what we have today, even though we use that as a component. So I guess I felt like there was greater consensus around those two things. We wanted to get out of the preference point game, and that we believe that whatever we end up with, we want to give people some advantage for multiple years of application, but maybe I'm
This
wrong.
addresses that.
Yeah, and bonus points are not a preference point system. I mean, there's certain tags that are allotted to the high point applicants. That's why they have a better chance of drawing. In a bonus point system, you just have more names in the hat, giving you a statistically slightly better chance of drawing, but you're not in a pool by yourself. You're in the pool with the rest of us. You know, so it's still very random.
My thought would be, is we're worrying about what happens 15 years from now. Or if the attrition rates, the assumptions in the statistical models we looked at are wrong, we're worried about what happens in 140 years from now. That's silly to me. And we're just replacing a bonus point system for a preference point system.
What I'm hearing though is that for some folks that is a shift to a bonus point system would be an improvement.
there's also a reason why people went from a bonus point system to a weighted bonus point system, because they didn't like the bonus point system.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what Senator Hicks was saying. That's why they changed them. So are we changing one system for another that we're not gonna like 15 years down the road, won't change it again?
I think there's
Well,
agreement that all of these
maybe with
things are
random, too.
imperfect.
I have a question though,
Go ahead, Lisa.
just if everyone could clarify for me, I'm just curious. We don't have preference points for goat and bison right now, and so I'm just saying, are we then thinking if we do this, are we gonna convert to the weighted or bonus point system for goat and bison, or are we leaving them without it? I just wanted to know what we're talking about.
I think the consideration, so the modeling included what might it look like for some of the species that currently don't have it. But I was imagining these only being applied to where we currently have preference points.
Yes.
What would you want to do to it?
Okay.
So which is
Bighorn sheep.
sheep and moose. Okay. So considering all of that, I'm just gonna do a temperature check on this, and it might just be that we're not there, but I'm gonna do a temperature check on this. Again, you're wrestling with, there is no perfect solution, but you wanna find a way that preserves financial stability. You don't upset the apple cart if it's not an improvement, right? So don't make a whole bunch of extra work if it's not actually gonna make anything better. But you're looking for a way that you can increase opportunity for some folks, while still honoring the investment that folks have made and encourage them to continue that investment. So I think there's some details that still need to get ironed out with this. But consider this as another straw design we're putting out there, and let's see how close we are. If you have 50% allocated to your current preference point holders with the end goal of moving to a bonus point system, the other 50% would be a random draw, but with the idea of bonus points. So if you were unsuccessful, I'm gonna keep with the original proposal. I know some of you didn't like that, but if you're unsuccessful, as most people will be in this first half, you would drop down here and bring your preference points as bonus points for this second half of the draw. You don't continue to award bonus points because you're preference points because you're phasing out that system, and what you're moving to is eventually a full bonus point system.
Terry, can we just start with the double dip thing first? Because I think that's a divide. I mean, I'm not sure I like the double dip, so I'd rather just, if everyone loves the double dip, then could we do the straw?
Do you wanna let people, would you wanna amend it? We can check for agreement on this, or if you think no more people are gonna agree if we switch it to not double dipping?
Means that you get to put your 20 points into the random, but you don't get it. Like he said, choose your pool. right?
Choose your
Yeah,
pool.
choose which pool you're gonna
I'm
play.
kind of like, can we just decide on that first? Because I think that makes it less complicated. 'Cause
I mean, I don't mind the 50-50, but choose your pool, I guess.
So not double dipping, don't. drop
Especially
down
if phase out,
this,
if phase out's the option.
Make people
Along those
choose.
lines, I mean, I'm starting to think through that, I mean, that'll attrit the preference point pool quicker, because there will be people that have 15 points to say,
No,
I'm out, I want to take my 15 points and go over there and be out of this.
Yep.
And it'll phase out preference points quicker.
But in the grand scheme of things, that's happening anyway. It's gonna happen anyway. Those guys, those folks, there's folks that, as I said, and I don't know the math on it, but let's just say 15 point holders. They're not a factor. They are not a factor at all. So whether they choose to pull out and go, I just don't, it doesn't matter to me. I just don't think it's making that much, because they don't have a chance. They have zero chance in the preference point.
Well,
draw.
hopefully they'll have a chance.
But they could, I mean, if I was in that boat, I'd stay in the preference point if I know I got to play over there too. Because I might be guaranteed a license then in 15 or 20 years.
Okay.
I could get it both ways. I have a little better
Fair
chance.
enough. Yeah.
So
But
can we just,
I'm good at it. What?
So would you be amenable, it sounds like it would get Adam on board, you could say, don't let people choose, either stick with your preference points, so no dropping down if you're unsuccessful. Just have people choose, but then you gotta stick with that, there's no getting back into the.
I mean, it'll speed that, I think it'll speed that attrition up on the preference point side of things. And it's not a bounce back and forth, like, hey, this year I'm doing preference points, next year I'm converting to bonus, because I've got 5 years to do it. If it's, I mean, in an idealistic world, it's 2024, it's broadcast out there that when you apply for sheep or moose, you've got to choose whether you want to use your preference points in the preference point pool, or you're converting what you have for preference points into bonus points and adopting the new system.
So you're deciding which pool you're going into, but once you pick the pool, you gotta stay in it.
Yeah.
And you can't opt into preference points unless you have been in and stayed in.
Yeah, likewise, you couldn't opt into bonus.
Okay, so let's do a temperature check on this. So no double dipping. You got to choose your path. So if you're kind of that 15-point holder and you know you're not going to get the draw on this, you would either stick in it and just keep investing, saying I'm going to stay in that pool, or you could say no, I'll just convert it to bonus points and I'll play this game for the rest of the time. That's the idea on the table. I've got one napkin up. Show me your cards if this is the idea on the table. I've got 2 reds, 3 reds, you're green, 4. We've got 1. And Jen's giving us thumbs up. All right, so we've got 1, 2. Let me count our level of disagreement. We've got 2 reds and 2 yellows. Those of you who are red or yellow, is there anything quickly we could amend about this? You're yellow, okay, 3 yellows. That's enough. So just per your decision rules, that's enough to advance the idea forward. We had, I think, higher levels of agreement with this shift to 50-50 and phase out. So I'm not sure if this is an improvement, but those of you who are red or yellow, is there anything that you could tweak that we might get you on board with this without losing people that were green?
Well, for me, it's I think it's way more complicated. I mean, we talked about earlier, trying to get a resident hunter to understand how to put in an area for a second choice that he can draw for animal. I think this is going to cause a train wreck.
So the complexity of it is
It's not a bad idea. It's not, you know, on the surface, it's not a bad idea. It's not a great idea. It's not a bad idea. But it will be for the guy who can't figure it out.
Yeah.
He gets left in the dust.
Certainly.
He switches to bonus. He didn't need to switch to bonus.
Is there a simpler solution?
So I think about the guy that has 9 non-resident points. He's not gonna draw, but he sees some value.
Yeah.
Because he's got 900, he's got 1,500 or $1,200 in the system. He sees some value because he can now at least apply those points to someone.
Yeah, I don't argue with the merit of it. I see the instant, when we put it in place, being incredibly difficult for a lot of people to understand. And then being pissed. It's like, well, wait a minute, I didn't mean to switch into the bonus point system. I have 18 points, I want my preference points back. Guarantee you, she's gonna be the bonus those points.
So it'd be simpler to just switch to bonus points from the get-go if you wanted to just.
Hell no. No.
Don't agree with that, but it would be simpler.
It would be simple.
I think, and maybe I'm just ignorant, I'm not expressing this the right way or something. But if we phase out bonus and preference points and we go to 50-50 draw, we are honoring the commitment of those people that put in for 26 years and have 26 bonus points. They're going to at some stage draw out, and the people, you know, we have no idea statistically. We have some guesses, but statistically, those people with 18 will draw because they have 18 preference points, and they get a chance to draw 50% of the allocated licenses in that first draw, and then they drop into the random draw, and they have, you know, whatever chance they have in that random draw. So
I think it's the distinction of what are you moving to? If you're phasing out of preference points, people didn't like phasing out of preference points to go completely random. That was where I heard us balking.
Because you're only honoring the last 20 years. You're not honoring my kids and their next 20 years.
that's right. And you know, philosophically, I think all draws should be random. I mean, several of us probably bought cowboy draw tickets today. I have like a 1 in 2 billion chances of winning the $900,000 in the cowboy draw, but I do it.
And if you bought 2, you have 2 in 2 billion chances. So.
I think this is the crux of our question though, is we like this idea of moving to 50-50, but what we're moving to, is it completely random that everybody has that 1% chance, or is it random, a weighted random, or something like a bonus chance?
My problem with that is that's way too complicated, and I think it's burdensome on the game and fish department. Now Jennifer has to keep track of those that opted in, those that opted out. And it just, every time you do one of these kind of changes, I hope people think about, okay, what effect does that have on the department? And, you know, I've seen Jennifer's presentation on how we draw antelope licenses probably 5 times. My mind goes blank halfway through every time. Only Jennifer can understand that and follow through that and do that right. But as we add complexity like this, I think it's not a good idea.
So my question on that is, I do want to have Pat address the fiscal impact of that, going to the random draw. I mean, we heard something last meeting about, you know, increasing fishing licenses or something, but there is a fiscal impact to not doing something. And it continues to go up because the amount of people that send in for those licenses is going up. So I guess that's something that I do need to address, or we should.
I think you need to think about your customer base. So non-residents who apply for sheep tag. I mean, sheep hunting is not a poor man's sport. There are some young, silly people like I was at one time that did it out of a backpack because I couldn't afford an outfit like you would have. But, you know, a non-resident that applies for a sheep tag in Wyoming is fully prepared to hire an outfitter, spend what it takes to kill that sheep once in his lifetime. And I think those people will pay whatever we set the fee at. And, you know, if I don't know what we charge, we raised it, but we charge for buying a preference point. You either put in and get a preference point and get a certain amount deducted from your application fee. I don't think there'll be a significant fiscal impact. I think those rich people who want to come hunt sheep in Wyoming will continue to apply, and there'll be very little fiscal impact. If there is, we can adjust for it later on in the process and figure it out and keep the game and fish whole.
Yeah, I think that the fiscal impact is one piece of it. I think the bigger picture is what feels fair to people who have invested up till now. And if you're going to make a change, how do you honor that investment? Seems like we don't necessarily have a silver bullet. Brian, what do you want to add? And then I think we can table this and come back to it at the next meeting.
Sure. I appreciate what everybody's saying here. I appreciate everybody keeping track of fiscal impacts. My ask would be that we figure out what we think is right. And then we have to be committed then to coming back and making recommendations to deal with making anything we can possibly. In this particular case, just for sheep and moose for residents and non-residents, 2020, it generated 2.8 million in revenue. So it's not a chunk change. On deer, elk, and antelope for non-residents, because remember they're the ones with points, that was $11 million. So it's a total of 14 million 2020 numbers of revenue for the preference points.
And that's in addition to us already with the recommendation on 9 and 10, cutting the non-resident tax by 2/3.
Yes.
And inflation is not an issue.
That is a much lower fiscal impact. The number of licenses than points is.
So
Again, just what I said, remember, let's figure out what we think is right and then tackle that part of it. That's my recommendation.
So I'm going to suggest that we table this topic. We still have this idea that preference points are not quite right, that they rub us wrong, but we're not quite sure how to move out of it. As you are, wherever you do your best thinking, driving home tonight or while you're falling asleep or whenever that is, consider how you can maximize these interests. I heard that this last one, while it does a good job of honoring the investment, both now and in the future, that it gets complicated, the implementation is tricky, that interest is not being met as well. So consider which of any of these will be in what we have now. That's still balancing all this needs to.
I think we'll just end on that topic, at least tabling it now, with the fact that I think we understand that we don't do something to address the declining population and habitat that we're, you know, that's the biggest thing we can do, is bring the populations back, from these drawing odds. So hopefully maybe we can address that later. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's actually an interesting point. You know, one of the things points that I keep going back to too, is the economics of this. You increase supply or else decrease demand. I don't know that it behooves us to decrease the demand, maybe non-residents if we feel so inclined, but we want kids and people to be interested. So increasing supply, knowing that we're going into a budget session, does it behoove us to be having a conversation about supporting maybe recommendations for the department to increase supply? That's investment into resource improvements. I don't know if that's investment into a Bighorn sheep relocation or expansion program. I don't know what it is, but spot here, but does this task force actually have an opportunity to make a recommendation, to the governor, to the legislature?
And there's definitely no shortage of interest from the department and all of our constituents into trying to put more resource out there. We actually invest a lot of money on an annual basis to try to do that. And a lot of it's in habitat work. Most of our habitat work right now is focused around mule deer, but we also have some work on bighorn sheep. We've got a lot of research money in bighorn sheep trying to solve the problem to do exactly what you just talked about. It's trying to put more sheep on the ground. The other thing I'll tell you is that the commission, this is a recent example, just came up in our meeting last week. There's a proposal out there to increase the number of sheep in the state by putting them in a new spot. And the commission gave the department direction to move forward on evaluating that in accordance with Wyoming Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Management Plan to see if there's a way to put more sheep on the ground. That's a recent, it's just a recent example, but those kind of things happen all the time. There's definitely a desire to have, we put a ton of money into moose research because we've had such a decline in moose license numbers and how many we can issue. Part of that issue is goes back to some of the things Dwayne talked about at the beginning of the morning here, and managing the whole picture, both sides of the equation, carnivores and the game. And so,
Do you feel you have adequate resources to implement what you've been?
we can always spend more money on more projects. There's an endless amount of work we do. But to answer your question, I think that we have been, there's a lot of interest, and we have been resourced fairly well to do the highest priority projects. I mean, some of the research that we're doing now, I think it shows a lot of commitment by a lot of the NGOs and then also the commission. But I can tell you that if there's an endless number of projects to put on there. More money would mean more work on the ground.
It's a hope to that sheep herd. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know, so there's no legislator here today, but there's an opportunity we have with this session to make some of these arguments. And while we talk a lot about the economic impact of the outfitter industry, I'm thinking about the quality of life impact that recruits and retains people who want to work and live in Wyoming that are in manufacturing and oil and gas and all those things. And if we can increase a resource that bolsters quality of life, that's going to have a greater economic impact. So I would make an argument that if there's some things that we can do to increase herds and opportunity, it's a pretty darn good investment long term for Wyoming. So are we missing an opportunity, I guess, going into a budget session to make a statement?
And I think if this task force was, if I had to pick one thing to sit in front of Representative Littner's committee and talk about tomorrow, that would be the best for the long-term resourcing of needs for wildlife in the state, it would be to fully fund the WWNRT. We're generating
smiles in the audience,
generating a lot of revenue from WWNRT.
Can we make
Joe, I think there's one other thing that's pretty crucial. You can make it rain.
Yeah.
And I'm not being facetious. A lot of our habitat problems are because it's so dry and we just don't have the resources. If we had some 2 or 3 good rain years in a row, a lot of our issues would take care of themselves. But it's tough. It's tough right now. You do a lot of habitat work. If it doesn't rain, it's a huge problem. And I'm not being flip. I mean, this last several years have been tough on wildlife. This year could be really tough.
So because, just a quick question on that. Is that mostly because it's not growing grass that they eat, or because their reservoirs aren't there? Now, the reason I ask, because some of those projects can happen for drinkers and different things, but We can't make
That's
rain
right.
to grow things. So I'm-
Vegetation, it's a huge
Yeah.
problem.
Well, vegetation and competition for
This-
vegetation.
this- We could go down a long rabbit hole. The other big impact is the basic native grasses, and they're, cheatgrass mainly. Where there's cheatgrass, it's there for a reason. And more water makes less cheatgrass. That's the way that works. Where cheatgrass grows, the other good stuff that's native to Wyoming wildlife use does not grow. It's a big issue.
Before we start trying to make recommendations for rainfall, I think the point is well taken, that part of this, we're operating in a context of challenges for the wildlife, and there's plenty of that we can control and plenty of it that we can't, but being realistic about it and that big picture context is important.
I'll be quiet. I guess I just want to say, so we meet again in September. The governor is putting his budget together now. We'll be going into that session. I mean, can we make that simple recommendation that the Wyoming Wildlife Taskforce recommends that the governor and the legislature fully fund the.
Wyoming Wildlife Taskforce.
But, I mean, I would.
Are you making a
Yes, I
motion?
will move
There's a
that.
motion on the table to fully, that this task force would recommend fully
Joe, I'm
funding.
gonna ask, are you gonna state where that comes from, or are you just gonna say funded?
Yeah, fund it.
Fund it, figure it
I
out.
would say fund it. I certainly have ideas on profile capital gains, money over the Craig Creek. There are lots of places that.
Jamie has a question. Let's just check in process wise. I think part of this awareness is like, we're splitting hairs on some of these things with preference points and ultimately increase the supply and habitat well-being, all of that is gonna make a bigger impact. Do we have a formal motion on the table that we wanna have discussion?
I would make that
I'll
motion.
second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the task force would want to recommend fully funding WWNRT. Did I get that?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
So someone told us last meeting what that involves. How many million?
85 million.
85 million.
To fully fund it.
Yeah, it's fully
That's
funded.
what
That's not a
government
net
is.
85 on top. Is that an additional 85?
No, that's an additional 85. It's funded at 115. And when they envisioned and created it, they said it should be a $200 million fund.
I just want
Is
that
there
out
any
there.
discussion or are you ready to call the vote? Looks to me like, Jamie had a question?
No,
Well,
call
oh,
the question.
Call the question, sorry. I am seeing cards, I'm seeing. Nobody's waving their red napkins on this one. All right, so by unanimous agreement of the
No, you
folks.
didn't look at Jen. I don't know if you voted.
What was it?
Jen, thumbs up, thank you, Jen. By unanimous agreement, the task force agrees, and this is tied to options for the big five, but let's be aware of the broad potential benefits.
So how do we want to do that now that we need to figure out a
Method to take that.
method of.
Sell more preference points.
I'm just trying to think, I'm like talking real mechanics, like who's gonna write this thing for, I think Rusty and Josh to send forward. And so why don't, you guys want us to take a crack at writing a draft for your consideration?
You could, yeah.
Kerry, I just wanted it noted on the record that a bunch of conservatives just voted to spend $85 million.
The fuzzy-headed liberal is shining his light on all of you all. So in official draft what?
So we'll draft a statement on behalf of the task force in draft form. I hope that chairs heard everybody's intent. My recommendation is the chairs can just approve that message and send it without having to do another vote or wait for.
Yeah.
And maybe you could say from the CARES Act fund, we're getting a lot of money in Wyoming. We didn't even use up the last batch we got.
So just so it has been proposed already, I propose that. But
And I
this is
agree.
a totally separate,
Don't tie it to that.
I won't. This will be a separate thing from the Wildlife Task Force. Can you fully fund it, but don't tie it to any fund of any source?
Let that thing. Yeah.
So can you give us maybe through email with the statement, can you give us the process? I'm more familiar with legislative process than I am with the governor's budget.
It's very simple. It's just be a letter.
So what would happen after this gets drafted and the chairs approve it, then it gets sent to?
It'll be sent to the governor.
Who would do the actual sending?
Josh, it'll come, I mean, we'll do it, but it'll come from under the signature of Josh and the rest.
I'm okay if we all sign it. I mean, I don't know what it matters.
That just delays it. Let's get it.
All right.
Okay, so then the chairs would send it to the governor's office and we're thinking of a timeline of,
Unanimous vote by these members.
timeline of when we wanted to send it to the governor's office?
Brian, do you think there's any merit in having a conversation with Bob Budd on just his thoughts on how to move that forward, and what that might look like? Or-
Yeah, well, I know what he's gonna say, but I'll talk to him about it before we do this.
Anything else we need to capture for next steps on this? All right, coming back then.
Thank you. Wasn't even on the agenda.
I know, look at that. Now, you gonna move something else now?
So, no, Rusty and Josh, once you do that, I would hope our NGO partners would jump all over that and send letters to the governor as well, supporting that action. So if we put it on the website, they know it's gone and then they can jump in.
Yeah, so getting that, the support from the NGOs and their membership of messaging and support around that would be important too.
Okay.
Okay.
Moving on to the heart.
All right, so moving on, issue number 2. If you check back on our agenda, we were hoping to make some progress today on number 1. Issue number 1, we're gonna table it for now, but also acknowledge the progress that we made this morning with the recommendations you all made. This is the sign I need right now. When we think about sportsman opportunity for deer, elk, and antelope.
So, Gary, I do, just in starting this conversation, one of the things we talked about last meeting, follow up on, is we wanted to give Game and Fish this next month and a half-ish to get information that we kind of come up with on, you know, if there's some ways that we can increase drawing odds, preference points, or at least potentially in our minds, it might work. If there's things that we can ask Game and Fish to bring us in September, they have some time to look at that, see what it looks like, and see what they can model for us. So I know Adam's gonna leave here in an hour and a half, and Dwayne's not gonna be far after him. So certainly, if there's some things that come up, we want to make a good list to Game and Fish to get over the next hour and a half, so that they have time to do that. So
So here's what I'm imagining, and you all tell me. We can consider this question broadly, or we can narrow and focus on one chunk of it at a time. I was gonna invite you to kind of put your heads together of what else do we need to understand about the story? Not just what stands out to you from the Game and Fish presentation earlier today, but what else do people need to understand about the challenge here? And then also start collecting what questions people have and that information gathering piece. Do you want to consider it holistically? Or is there a slice that we want to cut off to focus on first with this issue?
well, one thing too, I don't know, and I don't want to, hopefully I don't jump the gun here or make anybody mad. It's potential today that we won't get to number 3 on our agenda, which is landowner issues. And I apologize. I know there's guys here that want to talk about that. And I still gonna give them time. We're gonna give them time at the end to talk about that, but we may not get to that total conversation in this meeting. So
Yeah, I wondered if we spend an hour on issue 2 now, and then we'll lose a couple of folks, but then we could spend the rest of our time on issue 3.
that issue alone could take 2 meetings.
Oh,
Let's
we
have time
can spend
together
weeks
and
on
say,
all
let's
this.
talk about access right now, because access addresses both of those. It increases opportunity, and it has to involve landowners for that to happen.
Slice off the access issue
I'm
earlier.
okay with that. I don't know if we're gonna slice it off, but we can.
No, we could
I
start
mean,
on it.
it's a giant
It's a place
can of
to start.
worms. It's a giant can of worms.
I know it'll just be cracking the lid.
Yeah,
Alright.
I think one thing I do want to make sure we do though is we get, certainly before you go and before I want to get information, I want to get questions people have to Game and Fish. What things will improve hunter opportunity for deer, elk, and antelope? I think that's really important to give them time to get that information. For one, I'm going to throw one out there. I would like to know what John, we added a type 9 license to every limited quota elk area, what that would do. I'm curious about that. I don't know if anybody else is, but I'm curious.
I'm curious about that, but for a late season option, late season type 9 elk tag or a late season type 9 deer tag.
Is that like a cow calf built on?
No, it's
Yeah, archery only. And you could be, it could be cow calf, it could be bull, it could be buck. I mean, Wyoming's one of the few states that does not offer a late season archery only tag.
So it sounds like there's some curiosity around some options.
Well, so what that does is it potentially increases drawing odds or something like that for the elk, for elk drawing, which takes us into the preference points, why we maybe don't need it. So I think there's some things that we can go through that we can ask about, and if we can get some answers to some of those things. Go
So
ahead.
quick question, I have real quick, and maybe this is something Carrie's wonder about is I think I like the direction you're going is let's just stick some stuff on paper. Let's not dive into discussing, we're asking Game and Fish, just so I'm clear, we're asking Game and Fish to bring us back information on what it would look like to put type 9s on some limited wood areas. Okay, I mean, my question is gonna be, modeling what a 3-year waiting period would look like on type 1s. And you guys come up with whatever whatever you consider a hard to draw area. Is it a 20% threshold? Is it 30% threshold? But what would a 3-year waiting period do? Because I'm curious if that's gonna make increase odds on folks drawing some tags, some of those tags.
So,
Yeah, so make sure she captures what we're saying.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna capture both of these,
Okay.
and then I wanna back up for a second. What was the other one, Rusty, that you are?
Type 9 elk in every, or you can. Yeah,
Sure.
mine was tell type 9 elk in every limited quota area, but I think, Adam,
Is that a strict type 9 only, so
I think,
your
yeah.
type 1s don't get archery on half the month?
So that's my next question on that, is I think that we should model that, type 1s don't get that on half the month. I don't know that we would model that, but.
So.
It's a choose your weapon question, right?
Yes.
Let me
And it's an
pause.
extension of, it's making more seasons.
Yeah.
People
Let me
make choices.
pause, let me pause this, because what's happening is we want information for criteria and evaluation about options that we don't know what problem they are necessarily solving, or we collectively may not know.
Opportunity, that's it.
So it's opportunity.
This is about opportunity,
Yeah.
okay,
It is.
so I'm wondering if, what happens when we put the cart before the horse, like, I know, here's an option, let's explore all the things
Some
with
of
this.
this, you may have to just trust us on that.
As long as we collectively, all of us understand all of the aspects of the problem, that's fine. But I wonder if the whole group actually does.
Yes,
Understand the nature of it.
we're just asking questions that for important issues we're gonna have to discuss in the future.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that we're not putting the cart before the horse of evaluating options. Like, do we understand the challenge collectively on this issue?
And perfect, I think you.
I don't know if we do or not. If you all do, that's great.
If someone
Someone hold up their green card.
If somebody doesn't understand one of these questions, I hope they ask.
Okay,
Does that sound fair?
yeah, that's fine. I'm wondering if this is gonna spark a whole bunch of other,
It potentially can.
okay,
I think there's a question on these, that number 1 in purple, I think. Does that mean that you cannot send in for any other area, or you only send in for general?
Right.
There's some different things on that. Because if you can only send in for general, then if you can send in for anything else besides a hard to draw area, then it makes those other ones hard to draw. So,
the problem we're trying to solve with
See
all
what
of
I'm
these is
saying?
opportunity, is that right?
Provide
That is-
additional opportunity.
yeah.
Okay. So, there was one more option that you knew you wanted information about.
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So eventually, we're gonna have to tackle 90-10 on elk, deer, and antelope. So, Brian, I think we just have anecdotal evidence about how that causes us management problems. I think I understand how that works, but I would hope that you could flesh that out a little bit more.
You can provide some additional discussion on that, like how many licenses are issued to non-residents with access on private land, and what the effects would be in certain parts of the state. A lot of private land would just do it.
Yeah, and how does that affect wildlife populations? How does that affect landowner relations if they have 10 times more antelope than they want on their land or elk or whatever? I just think I think I may understand it, but I think that's a good thing that the public considers as they assess these issues. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Are there other topics where you know from the get-go that you want information yet?
Yeah, the reduction of party permits from 6 to 2.
So is the idea that you could make that change from 6 to 2, or what's the, tell me more about that.
Yeah, I mean, to play off of what Lee is asking on item 1, I mean, it's pretty specific to those hard to draw limited quota areas. I think we probably have to define that with some sort of percentage. But I think when you look at those hard to draw limited quota areas from the public's perception, I think that ties right into that first one there with the waiting period is we can reduce that party permit in those hard to draw areas. That creates more opportunity. And that's really what we're talking here is supply and demand.
Okay, and so you want to know what the, what it would look like, how it would improve, what?
Yeah, I think some modeling on how that would affect those odds.
You can put limited quota areas if you like.
I think what we could do on that, because it's going to vary across the state so wildly, is what if you took a handful, let's say those premium animal breeders, and just modeled those and see how, just for an example, just a small example, instead of having Jennifer try to model the whole state, just pick a handful of animal areas and say, okay, in this area, there was 3 6-party applications and that type of stuff. So just so we have something to look at, but to try to model the whole state on that, to me seems like
that gives us a window.
well, yeah, it's just an idea, just a snapshot.
Gary, Savage would be a perfect place to look at that too, because there's a lot of party applications. Rep.
Well, I think where this idea is coming from, it's coming from the Sweetwater County area. And it's primarily being focused on animal division. So those hard to draw areas. People get their feelings hurt when a family of 6 draws a tag, right? So they get 6 of them. So I think that's why we should look at it from that part of the world. Because I'm not hearing this as an issue anywhere else, just that part of the world. So let's see what it looks like.
One of the things I'd like to see is, hear about is a statewide limited quota mule deer. And that might not, I know the state's not created equal, it's not the same in Southwest as it is in Northeast, so. But I'd like to see what that looks like. And I know it's either be by area or by region.
Rusty, another idea on top of that is splitting whitetail management out from it.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I said specifically, yes, splitting whitetail and mule deer management. That's fair.
Defining a separate.
And I also think, I mean, it's a completely separate topic, that limited quota for mule deer, but I think looking at resident regions, I certainly see some big differences between those two. There's huge differences between the two.
What was it, was there, do you
Well,
want, I
it's-
have split whitetail mule deer for management.
Well, and I put limited quota for mule deer by area or region, but it could be region. I don't know what's best. I think that sometimes there's a lot of areas inside of a region, so I don't know.
But I think there is an opportunity where you can still have general licenses, but then just implement resident regions.
Other areas where you know you're gonna want more information to help understand what these things might look like, go ahead, Ty.
Non-resident elk regions for general licenses.
Are these, just to be clear, because I'm gonna be in the room, are these options we're throwing out there, or are they places, is there like a specific question about that we want to understand?
Well, both, yeah, there's big questions about all this stuff. These are things that have been brought up numerous times, but have not been, some of them have been studied, but most of them have not been studied in depth.
Okay, so, to help me capture non-resident what?
Regions for elk.
And then if we're gonna add one more, an area that I think really needs to be investigated is type 9 general licenses for elk. So when you go to the counter, you buy your general license for elk, whether you're a non-resident or you're a resident, you declare it as a type 1 general license, or you declare it as a type 9. So when you go in the field, you either have, if we're gonna jump
So
into type 9, yeah, because that's really where the problem is. It's in the general areas, more so than the limited quota areas. The type 9 idea is great for increasing opportunity, but in my area where I outfit, that archery is, 1/3 of our elk are being killed with sharp sticks now, and that never happened 20 years ago. So that's where, and it's causing incredible amounts of angst amongst our resident hunters, because this is just, it's gotten insane over there. But if you drew a license, if you're a non-resident, and you put in for that license, you'd be in the same draw. Type 1 and type 9 being the same draw, you just put an application in for a type 9, or you put an application in for type 1, same license. It's declared right when you use it. And when a resident walked up to the counter, he would have to make a declaration that he was buying a type 9 license or a type 1. He still gets it over the counter, but he would be making that.
So what do you need from the game and fish on that? That's, we're
Us-
listing
we-
questions.
There again, I think we could probably go in and take some examples, some areas, some examples, and carve some of those out, like in the Grays River, for example, and see how that would look on the landscape without trying to do it statewide. Just take some examples out.
Or just the big horns. I mean, you've got hard to draw limited quota areas of 35, 38, 45, and then you've got areas like 34 and 33 that they could give out 45,000 tags, you're still only gonna kill 130 elk because there's no access to where those elk end up after the first rifle shot goes.
And what options are there after rifle season? You still put the hammer down?
Well, so,
Cow out.
yeah, the type 134, you can archery hunt it September 1st just through September 30th. It converts to a bull tag that you can hunt from October 15th through November 15th, and then it converts to a cow tag that you can hunt through the end of the year. But you don't have access, or everyone has the same access to the same 5-mile chunk of ground. Now they're over objective on elk, and like I said, you can give out 10,000 tags to try and pursue those elk. But once they cross that boundary on the 15th of September, you're sitting there with the other 700 of your closest buddies just watching.
Yeah.
So, and there's an objective issue there that has to be addressed, because landowners are ticked about housing 1,500 head elk for 6 months. Hunters are ticked because they're watching landowners house 1,500 head of elk for 6 months. And there's 740 tags, something like that just sit there.
And mule deer guys are pissed off because there's 1,500.
Because there's 1,500 head of elk down there. So, that goes back to that access conversation that ties into management, ties into opportunity. I wish I had a silver bullet that I could say, here's the best answer, but I mean, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
So what we understand on these, if I got handed this list of game and fish, if it were me, I would have no idea what the questions embedded in these actually are. Help me,
I got it.
you got it?
But I may have my response. We gotta sit down on Thursday and go through these. But my response may be something like, it's too much to do by September's meeting, or it may be, I don't know how this relates to opportunity. I'm scanning through some of them. So like, for example, we've had a discussion before, and I think there could be some wildlife management implications that would be good in non-resident elk regions. However, we're not gonna change number of licenses. It's still 7,250 at the end of the day, so I don't know how that relates to opportunity. And then, we may call individuals on some of these and say, what were you thinking exactly? Like the whitetail mule deer thing, I mean, we split it out now with type 3 licenses and other mule deer licenses. So I may get offline with some of these guys to make sure we're answering.
But Brian, do you think there's merit in revisiting that 7,250? I mean, that's been around from the 80s. The elk population is robust as it's ever been. I mean, we're operating out of an old playground.
Well, what I can tell you is this was evaluated 4 years ago and it didn't get through the commission, but that doesn't mean that.
I'll throw that up there, see if it sticks, but I think it should be revisited. If we're going to look at realistically what's happened to Wyoming's elk populations and the redistribution that's taking place in eastern Wyoming, and that's where a significant number of these non-resident general elk licenses are going now, is in eastern Wyoming. It falls in play of looking at the regional license aspect, and it also falls in play as to looking at that number. It doesn't hurt us in this environment to look at these numbers.
No, I agree. And I think that's an easy one for us. We just bring we'll update the information and bring it to the group, and you can see what, the overview of the summary. We've already got a presentation for it.
So, and so whoever just said it, we're not gonna get these answers by September 1st, that's for sure. But we do have an incredible window in September, October, November to get a lot of these answers too. So that's,
And we could pluck off a few of these to get it.
pluck off a few, but at the same time, this is a slog. This is an 18-month slog. This is not something that we're gonna accomplish
Can you,
in 6 months.
and just in that, is just so folks understand, is there a way you can just give us a statewide map of deer, antelope, and elk? Show us how the populations have increased, decreased in certain areas. I mean, anybody doesn't understand what size saying about eastern Wyoming elk, it's our deer and antelope numbers are going down, but our elk numbers are skyrocketing. And so I don't know if everybody understands that. Maybe
We can, a decision for the group is do we deal with that topic number 5? Or do we deal with it now?
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm wondering if we zoom out, because these are all places where we want more information. If we zoom out a little bit more, what are the other pain points we need to understand for why there's not enough opportunity and access?
So,
You know,
yeah, so I'll just throw it out there that there's some antelope areas that if you're an archer, start August 15th and hunt all the way until 30th of September, 45 days, and then that license turns into a rifle license. And so if I know a lot of people that come in northeastern Wyoming and all over Wyoming that are gonna archery hunt only. And so if there were actual archery licenses around the state for archery only, antelope, I know we kind of have it in there already, but does it potentially offer a place to increase some opportunity, drawing dogs? I don't know those answers.
help me understand the problem that
Oh,
archers.
Is it overall choose your weapon? I mean, is that what you're
Well,
looking at?
yeah, giving some people some choose your weapon areas to, period.
Yeah,
That's how you spread out the demand.
Yeah, and that's really all I'm asking. Not saying I'm falling one side or the other. I just really want to see what that looks like. In fact, we're one of the few states that you have a 45-day season for anything. You could split an archery season into 2. There's different options. We don't have any muzzleloader license, very few muzzleloader areas. We have and now that's also a really good thing about Wyoming too. I can get a license that starts in August and goes all the way to November. But does that create opportunity for more people? I think some argue no. So that's where I'm going with it. I think we should put everything on the table.
The Tech 9 thing is, just as an example, there's both, there's forces going both ways with that issue. So if you say we're going to expand opportunity, you have to define that, because by splitting, let's just say if we go strictly choose your weapon across the state, that is actually decreasing opportunity in many people's lives, because right now I have the opportunity to hunt the whole month of September in a general area with my bow, and then I get to go hunt another month with my.
it decreases opportunity for the individual, but it increases opportunity for
It does.
the general resident.
Yeah, so to take, for example, you have 10-15% harvest success with archery equipment, say, a bit higher. So technically then, to get to that same harvest ratio, you could actually put, you could put 5 more tags on there than you normally would with a full season. That's 5 more individuals that could have the opportunity to hunt the bow.
And do so the way they want to, in the experience they want to pursue.
And why is, so like you do 11 bias, why that one over something like 19, 20? So I'm always curious about how we end up with certain ones. I think 35 up by you is a type 9 archery only set for a while.
Yeah, but the type 1s get to show up halfway through September and hunt with archery equipment if they want to for the last half of September.
Pilots test areas, is that new, or is that just?
No, that's been, most of those have been at the request or at some kind of based on public feedback. No, they wanted to have additional opportunity, have an archery only. A lot of times it's motivated by having better fronting. lot of times we see better drawing lots when they initially put in a type 9 and then they flatten out over time. There's been a variety of different reasons for it.
But it's not part of the game and fish sort of master plan for distribution.
So is the idea here that by either splitting archery season or giving more tags just for archery, that you could have increased opportunity for some folks?
It's the whole choose your weapon discussion, which is captured.
Okay.
Right, we, on the commission, spent a lot of time studying choose your weapon. I don't know if we ended up with a white paper or what the result of that was.
We actually did it on, it was more though, it was about which types of archery, so it's the crossbow. I don't think we spent a whole bunch of time on choose your weapon.
It was more, well, that particular paper was about archery, whether it should be traditional or whether crossbow should be allowed.
Yeah.
that type of thing.
Well, and one of the topics, when we have commission meetings on this over the years, one of the big topics that come up is a type 9 license having better draws than a type 1 license. And that's always a sticking point. And it needs to be considered in this, but it's fairly easy. I mean, you can put them in the same draw. You can put a type 1 and a type 9 in the same draw the license. And if you put it for a type 9, you get a type 9 license. If you put it for type 1, you get a type 1 license. But I don't think it gives us the additional opportunity of what Rusty's throwing out there. And I think Rusty's idea has merit. And a lot of us have talked about that. It's like, how do we get more people the opportunity without crushing the resource or crushing the experience, which is what we're experiencing in Western Wyoming now. We're crushing that experience. It's no longer fun to have hundreds and hundreds of archers in the field. It's just not good. So we get 20 years ago, we weren't killing them like we are now with bows. The technology's changed, people understand how to do it, and it's just, it's crushing that resource in Western Wyoming. It's not a good thing.
To your point, Si, about making it all the tags in one draw and you determine what you want when you apply, I think that creates a management nightmare for you guys. Because if you have a different expectation of harvest with type 9 than you do with rifle, you can adjust the number of tags based upon your expectation of harvest, which when it boils down to, there's a game management issue component here, obviously. So, if you have a historic, although I agree with you, archery kill is climbing. I mean, I've seen it in the years I've been guiding. What we see on our percentage of archery kill is ramping up, but still it's a lower harvest than rifle. So that's a factor on how many tags you're going to issue.
It is absolutely. I was thinking that, as I said, there probably is some statistical ways too to predict what you get in a random drawing of both type 9s and 1s thrown in the pile and with the harvest.
We're up to a full third of our elk in the
I
grade.
think 38 or 39 are over that.
You set that.
I wouldn't know, I've never drawn.
And
that would be
determine
probably
that during
primary
season.
settings.
Yeah.
This cow success is way lower, I would say.
Oh, yeah, it's way lower. Sorry.
I don't know if it's a management nightmare. You decide we want to kill 200 elk out of area X. And you say, we think there's a demand for 10, 20, whatever it is, type 9 licenses, and you apply on your application for area X type 9.
Maybe couple that with a waiting period and a reduction in party permit, those hard to draw areas, all of a sudden start having.
And if I don't want to bow hunt, I apply for area X type 1. I don't know that adds a management burden to game and fish. It's a discretionary call by the department and the commission about how many you allocate to type 9 and how many you allocate to type 1, but is that right?
No, I think you're exactly right. It's all about predicting, the amount of harvest that the population will stand. And then applying that to a number of licenses that should be issued. And that's all, that part of it is all department commission stuff that we should stay away from. But the general question of should we be recommending to, one way to provide more opportunities with choose your weapon or with limited quota or with, the other thing, I'm not proposing this, believe me, but the other way to increase opportunity for the total number of people on the ground out in the field to get a chance to hunt is you don't say choose your weapon, but you split the season in half and say, yeah, you can hunt it archery and rifle during your portion, rifle or archery during the second portion. I mean, that's another model. I know Colorado has like 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah, 8-day seasons, 9-day seasons.
Yeah, I'm not a proponent, I'm just saying that's something that probably ought to be considered.
So one thing I'd like to see is, this might be hard to describe, and I'm sure Jennifer will probably get it fairly quickly. How many deer and antelope, how many licenses that we roll over from the resident to the non-resident pool? And then how many, and I'd like to see it by area. But then how many leftover licenses residents don't get? That makes sense. I want to know how many residents are not getting a leftover license. And if we could see that by area, I think we could probably eliminate a few issues really easily right there.
So how many licenses roll over from resident to non-resident for, this was,
Deer and antelope.
deer and antelope?
She's got deer already.
Yeah, she's like that.
She's got that.
That's what I thought.
That presentation she gave the commission meeting in July 2020 pretty much snaps it. So.
And you want to know by area though?
Yeah, and maybe it's online. Well, and really what it gets down to is how many residents didn't draw in the leftover license draw. If
They put in if they were unsuccessful.
correct, if they put in they were unsuccessful, I think that's an issue that honestly we could probably alleviate with our residents somehow pretty easily in the license draw. In my opinion, I talk about it.
Or those in the ground?
I think it's something that we can address.
So this having, is this back to the kind of the hunter education piece of if you only put in for high priority
Well,
areas?
that could alleviate itself if everybody knew exactly how to put in.
Right.
But sometimes you don't know what areas are gonna be left over.
Mhm.
I mean, you should, but you might not know everything.
So
The other-
wanting to understand the magnitude of the problem of who's not drawing when that happens.
The other issue right now is I think it's still legal to have 2 buck antelope tags, right? Can we find out how many people have received 2 buck antelope tags this year and maybe last 2 years?
And what's that gonna tell us? Or tell me about why it's important.
Antelope Joel. Yeah, well. I'm just curious about how many people take advantage. People that know how to send in can do it. And to their credit, great. Is that goes back to, is that more opportunity for, are we giving more opportunity for more people or less opportunity?
If I give you the number, you can tell whether it makes sense to continue to allow that with the increase in demand and the decrease in licenses, like that.
Brian, what kind of increase in opportunity would it allow for landowner licenses, particularly with the resident draw, to be removed prior to the draw? So that they're not included in the resident draws. Those come off the top, and that's not part of it.
It essentially is that way. They do that.
It is.
Yeah, so there's a total number set by the commission, say it's 100. We're gonna give 100 licenses for this area. Before they do the draw for residents, they suck out from that landowner licenses, and then they go through.
Yeah, how can we change that so that's not part of, because essentially it just removes those tags from the resident opportunity of that 100 tags.
So they gotta come from somewhere though. If there's only so many tags that can be issued. The commission says this is what we have to issue in order to achieve our management objectives. Those licenses gotta come from somewhere. You say
Whether they're there
issue them
or-
above and beyond the resident quota.
Exactly.
See, then you're I mean, it's apples to, it's the same thing, 6 both ways. Because there's still only gonna be a certain number of licenses to be issued, period.
It's just a matter of who they go to. And then coming out of the resident pool first doesn't really change the draw lines. I mean, the commission could say, yeah, I guess we'll issue those separately, but then they're gonna lower that quota. There's still only so many animals that science says can be harvested on an annual basis, period. We're already, we go above and beyond that in a very limited way.
Do you see that number fluctuate, like area 124 now? Is that area, I mean, that's a pretty big percentage of the pool.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it fluctuates greatly because once landowners are in, they're pretty much in. I mean, they pretty much do the same thing every year. I mean, that's a broad statement for the whole state. There's certainly probably some areas where it might change and go up and down a little bit, but for the most part, those folks that are in are in. Now, the one change we have seen is where we have landowners that do not typically hunt. Then they go get landowner licenses so they can donate them to the department to be reissued as part of either Rose or one of those other nonprofits. So we have seen, especially in central Wyoming, a lot of the places where science, we've seen an increase in landowner license issuance there because of that issue there. The only other place we go above and beyond, or we issue above the quota that the commission set, is governors and commissioners' licenses and super tech.
One shot.
Yeah, one more report that Jennifer and I have talked about this a number of times, but we need to update that unique resident big game hunter number. So a number of years ago, Gene Cole produced a report for us that shows how many resident big game hunters there are actually in the state of Wyoming, unique resident big game hunters. And then it breaks down how many licenses each of them got. So you can see that number, and that snapshot, when you see that report, that's when I sent you to a picture of it. It's shocking. It's shocking. And so when we talk about opportunity, we need to also start with where we're at right now. There's only 70,000 big game hunters in Wyoming, resident big game hunters. We need to start there and then show how many of those get 2 tags, 1 tag, 3 tag, 4 tag. I think you'll be quite stunned when you see those numbers on an updated basis. What's that?
I have a question on that. When you say shocking and stunned, what do you mean?
Well, it's when we started tracking this back in 2015, it's around 70,000 Wyoming residents are big game hunters, unique big game hunters, which to me, I always thought it was significantly more than that before we started pulling that number. So there's 445,000 approximately voting age citizens in Wyoming. 70,000 of them hunt big game, which is 15% of population. So when you start there and you say, okay, wow, that's really an unusual number, as we think of ourselves as being a much larger pool of big game hunters, because I know I did. And then when you start breaking that number down, you see it's almost 40% on an annual basis of those 70,000 only buy one big game license a year. And then it goes into 2, then it goes in there. So when you get down to the strata of 6, 7, 8 licenses per person, it's a very, very small strata. It's a couple thousand residents. So it's a couple thousand residents, all that are buying those kind of license numbers. And so it's really important when you talk about opportunity to see where we're at currently. We have a significant amount. We can buy 3 elk licenses, and there's very few residents that buy 3 elk licenses. So it's important for us to see where we're currently at with what kind of use we have with the existing opportunity to really know, do we need to increase it?
I was gonna say, would the idea be to limit that lower 2,000? I mean, is that
No,
the goal for that
I just think
information?
I think it's just really important to know where we're at, because, I mean, like I said, that number of 70,000 unique big game hunters in Wyoming is always just flabbergasted me. But everybody.
It's higher or lower
It's
than you would expect? it to be?
incredibly lower than
Lower
what I
than
think
you-
a lot of people actually think of ourselves, because we run with like-minded people. I mean, my friends are big game hunters, and Joe's friends are big game hunters. I mean, and so you got kind of get locked into that. And the reason that's going to be incredibly important for this conversation is because what we do with this deer, elk, antelope quota affects a lot of stakeholders who aren't big game hunters, hotel owners, restaurant owners, et cetera, et cetera. They rely on this economy of this big game hunting that we've created in Wyoming from the non-resident visitor and from the resident visitor, resident sportsman. So it's important to, as we move forward, is to make sure that those people's voice are heard on an equal footing with the individual who wants 6 tags. He's not the only person here we're talking about. It's the one with 6 tags or 7 tags. And that also is explained to me over the years why so few people get involved in game and fish commission meetings and season setting meetings, all that kind of stuff, is because a significant number of our Wyoming big game hunters are strictly recreational. I mean, you can't, somebody that gets 1 tag pretty much on an annual basis, it's different than somebody who's getting 8 tags. The guy who's getting 8 or 9 tags, he's got more collateral. He's coming to the game with a different mindset than somebody who gets, an over the counter general deer license every year. So I think it's a real easy thing for Jennifer to generate, but it's incredibly powerful information.
The one thing, you're right on all that side, those numbers are. One thing that is also interesting was, that's a 1-year snapshot. When you say, the last survey we did, when we say, how many of you in the last 5 years have health? The number goes way up. It's on like 40-50%.
How many of you have what? What's the?
How many in the last 5 years? So some people, like Si is saying, they buy 1 license a year, sometimes they don't. But if you look at how many have bought a license in the last 5 years, it's way higher, like 40 to 50% of that population.
A big game license.
But it's important information to understand what we're dealing with as far as opportunities, trying to increase opportunity.
Yeah, because you're looking at use numbers and figures now. And if I'm understanding what you're saying, it seems like people are using what's available now.
It seems there's a lot of opportunity out there that they're not utilizing.
Right, yeah.
A lot.
Right.
I mean, we're selling what, 40,000 over the counter deer licenses on the net, 45,000? General
Well,
licenses.
40,000 resident general elk license, 3-year average. Deer.
Come on.
I mean, so that right
You
there.
usually
is
talk
just-
elk.
Yeah, it's those are the kind of things that, when you talk about increasing opportunity, you've got to understand the opportunity that already exists.
It's not being
Some of,
managed.
yeah, some of that's, like Joe was saying earlier, human choice. If I don't get my type 1 128 deer tag, I'm done deer hunting for the year, even though there's 1,000 doe fawn tags in my backyard.
And that person that does what Tanner's just talking about is not very likely to come to a public meeting or go to a season setting meeting or get real engaged. I know we get disheartened all the time because we don't get that kind of public feedback that we wish we could, but that's why. I mean, it's like, man, you get licensed every 4 or 5 years. It's just, you're not going to invest a whole lot of your time, your energy to just human behavior.
Tony, you had a hand up.
Well, I was gonna comment on what Si's saying too. A lot of people, like, I guess I've taught hunter safety for 35 years, and one of the first things you always talk about to the kids is you go through the 5 stages of hunting. You're a shooter first, and then you're a taker. You gotta get your game every year, and then you kind of go to a trophy stage where you're just going to look for a wall hanger, and then you get to the sportsman stage at the very end, and where you just enjoy being out there. Maybe you hunt with your family. You don't care whether you get anything or not. And I think for a lot of us, a lot of these comments and stuff are from people who are very passionate about, they're still either in the trophy stage where they want to get a wall hanger, they got to look for the big one, or they need to fill out. They want to fill their tag every year. And we take for granted then that there's not so many people who are just out there to hunt with their family. Geez, I've killed enough deer and elk and antelope in my lifetime. It's no big deal to me. I mean, I buy deer and elk licenses every year just so I can go with my family and enjoy the opportunity and enjoy the outdoors and that sort of thing. And I don't even buy an antelope permit anymore because I just got enough, and my grandson is going to start hunting antelope, so I'll buy an antelope permit. But I think we need to keep in mind that there's a lot of those people out there that we're not just trying to focus on those people that just have to get something every year. And I think it's important that we take a look at those people that just are out there as to enjoy the resource, and whether they get something or not, it's not a big deal. You know, they just want to be involved with their families or with their friends and enjoy the opportunity. And I think a lot of times we're focusing more on those people who, when they hit the field and they're really after something, and they just have to get something, or they have to look for that wall hanger, so they apply for an area that has those available, to go from there.
So help me understand, and this is from a real outside perspective, when people talk about being frustrated with limited opportunity, limited access, you know, there's the land access piece of it. What else are Wyoming hunters frustrated with?
Well, you just nailed it. You can't talk about that without talking about access.
Okay, do you want to
Access
just
to,
delve into
there's two
that?
different things, access to private land and access to public land.
That's landlocked. That's landlocked specifically.
Well, yes and no. I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, there's a lot of access areas that belong to public, all intermixed, and the landowners letting them hunt everything. It's private, it's public, whatever. Some of it's actually like my place is.
So this is where somebody has a license, they have a tag, but they
Well,
don't.
a lot of, some of the things that Rusty was bringing up in northeast Wyoming and some of eastern Wyoming, where say animal licenses are readily available to the resident hunter, they don't use them all because they don't have access. So to get that percentage closer to 80%, they gotta have a place to go.
And access is a word that we use, we throw around a lot, but we haven't really defined it, because the TRCP, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Organization, 2 years ago when I was at the AWCP meeting, they did this big study, and they said there's like 3 million acres in the west that are off limits, that are public lands that people don't have access to. But they counted everything that's inaccessible if it didn't have a road into it. So if a person can walk into it or use a horse, they considered it inaccessible. To me, that's heaven. That's perfect. That's what you want.
Access and accessibility are two different.
And so when we talk about access, you gotta really cut that down a little bit, because Joe, I would imagine Joe probably likes to walk and hunt. So you don't think access has to be your four-wheeler getting into that point. Now it's accessible because I can ride my four-wheeler. Okay, so there's that level of it. And then when you also talk about access, what does that mean? Does that mean like if it's leased to a hunting outfitter and he's got 30 hunters going in there that are all citizens of the United States, they pay their taxes, they're hunters. And does that mean that access isn't open? Although there's 30 people in there hunting it now, it's just not you. So it's not as simple as just using the word access, because you got to be careful how you. I think we need to parse that as we go through this conversation, because
I agree, that's a great point, especially coming from a landowner, because it's almost offensive to me when people say they don't have access, because they do. I mean, if you speak with landowners, they're allowing access. I mean, maybe after your outfitter that leased your property to is filled out, but the resident hunter then has the ability to come access the same as that on the but I think defining what access means and access problems specific to certain areas in the state is very important.
And it'll vary from state to state. I mean, southwestern Wyoming, you've got the wonderful yellow and gray checkerboard that stretches all the way across that old railway right away.
we only wouldn't have built that railroad.
Yeah, you know, and in our part,
You're right, Adam, as you talk about, I don't know, Peter, you mentioned plenty of animal tags available, but if you're in southwest up Wyoming, and you haven't used it, you're
you're hoping they just took hunter's ed, they're excited to be able to draw an antelope tag, that opportunity for you is very limited. And that's a big frustration in that part of the country, particularly with antelope and deer.
Well, we all locally have anecdotes from where we are, and I think about our part of as part of Wyoming. You have fortification, you've got the North Fork Wilderness Study Area and the Gardner Mountain Wilderness Study Area. One of those three is effectively accessible with a 12-mile horse ride. Best way to get in there. Now, if you happen to have land, it's 1.5 miles off of Hazelton, which is wonderful, and gets torn up with four-wheelers and wonderful things, which is a whole nother question. But the North Fork, unless you've got climbing gear, you're not accessing it. I mean, there's no way. You've got to cross Robinson Canyon, you've got to cross Crazy Woman Canyon. You literally need to be and I don't know anything about climbing, but a very good climber with tons of gear to make the 22-mile trek to get to that section of land. Or pay the $1,000 trespass fee or $550 trespass fee to take your four-wheeler in. So accessibility and access are two different things. I truly agree, and that does need to be defined and meet every part of our study.
So is there any information that we can wonder or ask for around access and those kind of things that we can work on over the next little bit?
I would like to see how access, yes, can kind of develop, not to, I don't want to take the knees out from underneath the outfitting industry. It's a long-standing, very successful, vital part of this state's economy and history. But I would like to see how access, yes, can be somewhat competitive, because having spoken with landowners who are willing to speak with me about it, there's no incentive to participate in access, yes. It doesn't, financially, no reason to. Why would I do that? There's way more people that show up for way less benefit to the landowner. It makes sense in some places. I know some landowners around the Buffalo area that it was the easiest way to avoid the trespass issue with the sheriff's department is to enter something into a walk-in area or an access yes area, but that doesn't work the whole way. So I'd like to see how at the state level, we could bolster access yes to make it a viable option for landowners who are willing to open up either access through or to their land to those federal areas or state areas, or even their own deeded acreage.
What about having just information on how many of those areas, say, are 3 sections, so what, almost 2,000 acres that are landlocked? How about looking at how many of those are there in Wyoming?
Well, landlocked is effectively landlocked for two. I mean, fortification, there's one access point, it's 22 miles across, right?
I understand. I would consider that one a hard to access.
Yeah, North Fork's the same way, Gardner's the same way, but.
I would consider fortification one of those. One of the challenges those bring up are management of animals, because it's basically managed by landowners, which for the longest time we have gained because landowners don't put an ad in the paper and have everybody come kill everything, right? So it's good for them. But it does have to have some management challenges, and it certainly has challenges to, I mean, we've seen how many comments in here that we've read say it's public land. Why can't I mean, in a sense, why can't I hunt public land? And so, I guess I don't, you just identifying those areas.
I think we could get somebody from the Access Yes program to give a small presentation on the extent of this of the program right now, maybe pitfalls or whatever.
Yeah, and then even what we're doing now, we did just get a big raise of conservation standpoint. We got at one point, we'll end up being for access about 1.2, 1.3 million a year to spend on accessing their difficult access public land. So we can talk about how we're moving forward with that and what we're looking at.
Yeah,
My curiosity on that is, when you have general areas and then all of a sudden you throw access into it, if it's unfettered access, then all of a sudden that general area just changed a whole bunch, is my guess, or at least that when somebody thought this was going to be this great area, you have access in there now. I'm curious about the management piece.
issues that brings.
Yeah, so I think
that almost any of those management issues can be addressed. We have a whole bunch of really smart people that can figure out either license quotas or general areas season length to address the desired harvest and meet management objectives. So I don't think this group needs to get that far into the weeds, but I think that in general, saying and looking at ways to improve any kind of access into those public lands is worth the discussion by the group. You know, and like you said, you know, any kind of, like Anna brought up, you know, ways to become, ways to have an opportunity to do those kind of, to purchase some of those kind of units. There are places that don't have outfitters, but that don't allow access. And so are there ways in some of those places, some of these, you know, game sanctuaries, are there places like that where there's an opportunity to look?
So is there a information week here?
Yeah,
For better understanding the
presentation on the Access Yes program would be good, just kind of a good spring.
This might be too big of an ask, but how would that compare to how Montana does block management? I mean, I have a lot of friends that live in Montana and speak I know nothing about it. That's why I'm asking the question. I've never hunted Montana, never been part of it, but I have a lot of folks and friends and acquaintances that speak extremely highly of the block management system up there. And I'm just curious how, if that model could potentially translate to Wyoming. I'd be curious whether landowners would be interested in that.
Yeah, I outfit Montana. It seems like they found a good balance in Montana between block management, what's leased to outfitters, that type of stuff. But one of the ways that they did that is net client hunter use. So when you outfit Montana, the amount of use that we're allowed to have up there is this big. And if I've got 24, I can have 24 clients. If I want 6 more, I gotta go buy it from an existing outfitter so that I can take 30. So they figured that out a long time ago, but there's some different nuances to their system. What I think is important to understand, being in this business for a long time, and I probably had one of the very first hunting leases that existed in Wyoming, is this state, when we talk about trying to carve up more access, everybody's kind of where they're at as far as landowners go. So 15, 18, 20 years ago, I would field 3 or 4 phone calls a winter from ranchers wanting to know if I'd be interested in leasing their property. And Pete was there during those times too. He understands that. That doesn't happen anymore. So, well, I basically liken the state to where it's least tight. So basically, where outfitters are now is there's no more leases. We're not being asked to lease more property. The Game and Fish is carved out their hunter management areas, their access yes areas. There's the public land. So there's a little bit of movement, but it's not significant. Everybody's kind of where they're at. So when you talk about trying to increase access, and we're going to have this incredibly huge discussion when it comes to billionaires coming in and buying Wyoming, because that is a whole nother thing that just, because they don't have to sell deer hunts. When you're a billionaire and you buy a giant piece of real estate, they don't have to do that. And so how we incentivize those people to hunt those properties is a whole nother beast. And I know that's going to be a monster discussion that we're going to have. But when you just talk about, I'd like to hear what the Access Yes program has. You're doing a good job. But it's not the cure-all end-all to gaining more places to hunt, because first of all, it's kind of over with. The state's kind of leased out or got their programs. It's just from somebody who's been doing it a long time. It just doesn't, we just don't move.
I was gonna ask, is there information on the number of these areas or regions where the quota is not reached because of the access problem, or are there areas where because of the lack of access or the lack of the number of hunters, no quotas are ever reached, so the population continues to increase. And then,
Yes.
you know, and if there's that kind of information, maybe mapping where we can see what areas are there where, you know, we're not getting the kind of take that we need to keep the management where it needs to be because of the inability to access those areas.
Yeah, and that's information that we have. I don't know how easy it'd be to map the whole state with that, but.
Or even you just map the areas or show maybe where some of those areas are, because I would think in our area, there's some places where that would be clear.
There is one big place in your area.
I know.
And there, you know, there's other places where and we worked really hard on trying to obtain more access, and a big brick wall.
And that's what I was getting to, then how can we address that? I mean, how can we help as a task force to maybe give you an idea or two that maybe you haven't had, which I doubt if that's the case, but.
No, I think we should bring that information forward, but everybody discuss it.
Go ahead, Pat.
You know, so I have a landowner friend who owns a ton of land, and he would really like to have fewer out. But the thing that holds him back is really sportsman behavior. So I can go and take anybody that wants to go with me because he knows I'm going to close his gates. I'm not going to throw beer cans around the place. I'm not going to, you know, do something stupid and get stuck and have to hike to his place at 2 a.m. and he has to get out of bed, pull me out. I mean, I mean, I pondered that a lot. I mean, I don't know how you solve that problem, but it's kind of the behavior of our sportsmen. If they get access, leads to less access. And I don't know how you do that unless everyone's with Game and Fish has done some I don't know what you call it, but you know, a rancher will let Game and Fish temporary people take people on to kill elk or whatever management thing we're trying to solve. Because they know that Game and Fish guy is going to close the gate, not throw beer cans around or get stuck. You know?
Well, and I guess speaking for the public land hunter and do-it-yourself sportsman, I'm not advocating for unfettered access all over the state. I mean, I have a small 5 acres that, you know, it's very much my own, and I appreciate the stewardship aspect of being a landowner. And I recognize that whether you're an intermediate, whatever the acreage designation is, or you're a large landowner, the amount of time, effort, blood, sweat, and tears that goes into maintaining that, you know, as a viable outlet for a cattle operation, sheep operation, or just the hobby billionaire that we have showing up. And there's things that go into that consideration, and I fully support some kind of either hunter education or landowner determined access. If they want to hold a local lottery, you know, we're letting 1,500s through the place this year.
Well,
Put your name
I'm
in the
not,
hat.
I'm not advocating. I'm just saying that's a problem.
Absolutely.
I don't know the solution other than, you know, people treat other people's property with the respect they would want if I were lucky enough to own 55,000 acres. I don't know how you solve that problem, but it's a problem with regard to access.
Yeah.
Matt, what you're saying is so spot on. When I got a new lease, the first thing I ended up doing was hearing 45 minutes to an hour of the rancher grievances, areas grievances about the wrongs that have been done to them by sportsmen, this and that. So important. One of the reasons they lease to us is so that if something goes awry on the property, there's one phone call. It's my ass that's getting chewed. I'm the one who has to figure out and fix it. And that's a huge reason why your friend lets you take people there, because he knows you're going to, he's got one phone call to make, and it's to you because you're there. And that's why they leased it out. A lot of people in this state, resident sportsmen especially, don't understand that mechanics of why landowners lease their properties to us. And it's for that very control thing. It's just one phone call. There's a gate left open. It's probably one of my guys. And my ass is gonna be.
Well, I think, Si, the other thing too is it's a pain in the ass to have 200 people call you at all hours of the night, show up late at night, show up on weekends and ask you to hunt. And I think one thing that leads to people leasing to outfitters is it's my place is leased. I mean, that's a great answer. And the other reason why I think there's been a huge influx of people letting folks hunt, like hunting with heroes or kids, that are dying, like Wayne, or like Dwayne does, that's a great way to use the resource, but not have all that grief that comes with just every Tom, Dick, and Harry show. So I don't know, maybe the game and fish could do something along those lines, which they kind of do with walk-in areas and stuff. I mean, maybe we could improve that place so that the landowner doesn't have to deal with 200 people showing up at their door at midnight, or 6 in the morning or whatever. We need to make it more palatable for landowners to let people on to hunt. I don't know exactly how we do that, but it's a problem.
So we're gonna lose Adam and Dwayne. I don't know if there's anything you guys need to want to add to this before you take off or anything, but I know I didn't want you to have speed too bad, but I know Adam.
Yeah, I gotta get to Buffalo. I apologize for my early departure, but I have enough. I mean, I can talk about brainstorming ideas.
This is really gonna be probably just a discussion and brainstorming and getting some landowners.
Yeah, and I apologize to the public that I'm not gonna be here to do that too, so I do.
Oh, that's right. He's the guy that
Drive safe.
Oh, yeah.
So here's an idea. I've been capturing kind of these different angles of the story. I wonder, with the time we have left, if you want to take a quick break so we can come back refreshed and then check in from the public to hear their perspective when we think about problems with limited opportunity and how that relates and connects with the landowner perspective and landowner issues. I think it's fair to put those together, given the interrelation, especially on this access side. Does that sound good to take a break, come back for some public comment on those topics? And then we'll make sure that we wrap up with clarity around next steps for information gathering for our next meeting. Good. All right. It is 4:28. Let's come back at 4:40. Take like 12 minutes. 4:40. We'll come back here. An antelope, in thinking about at this point, filling in the story, what does the task force need to understand about this challenge to help inform the brainstorming of solutions and the evaluation of them as they get there. So what does the task force need to understand about that? And then also starting to wade into landowner issues and thinking about landowners as stewards of habitat, who also experience the good and the bad of those challenges and what that looks like. We touched on some of those landowner issues, but I think folks in the room today are ready to speak to some of those as well. So Rusty, you've got some folks who have signed up, is that right?
I do, and so we have delved into number 2 and number 3, and so really, if anybody has a comment now, let's take it. Thank you guys for toughing out this day. And we're to get to this as soon as possible. Maybe not in this deep dive yet, but that's to come. So if you want to give some public comment, I have start with the dusky quarter.
I'm just gonna make the general announcement. Hold this thing close to your mouth when you speak, and everyone will hear you best.
All right, I need somewhere to put my notes.
Oh, you can put it on where you speak, so.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Uh-huh.
So, well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity to address you guys. I do want to speak on a small piece on number 2 before I move into number 3, which is why I came here today. So, just listening in the crowd, there's a couple things that I felt like didn't quite get fully addressed that is worth mentioning. So there was discussion about the 7250 just keep in mind that is not how many licenses are restricted to non-residents right now. So in 2020, there were 13,513 licenses that went to non-residents because the 7250 does not address reduced price cow-calf licenses. So it's just important to put that out there in perspective. The second one being the choose your weapon, just a word of caution. When we had our local MDI efforts, we went through choose your weapon quite significantly. And just bear in mind that when we go down that route, you need to be prepared. If we're going to have special seasons for rifle, special seasons for archery, you also need to be prepared. Where do we stop that? Where do we draw that line? Are you willing to have special seasons for crossbow, traditional archery equipment, compound equipment, atlatl? The list goes on and on. So just, be careful when you unravel that. It can go a long, long way. And then the final, which Peter talked about, is just the hunter ethics piece. We're never going to be able to regulate hunter ethics. Folks that are hunting today, they don't respect the land like they used to. We can talk about if we can insert something like that into our hunter education, but that's going to be a really tough one for you guys to address. And honestly, I don't know how you do it. So the reason I came today, I wanted to talk to you guys about the allocation of landowner licenses. I know we haven't talked about it a whole lot today, so some of my comments might seem out of text, but I know you guys have had a lot of information on the plate already. So hopefully this makes sense what I'm going to talk about. I want to start out by saying that I currently, I'm in favor of the existing system. I realize that it has its flaws with respects to different things like damage payments, as well as, LLCs with similar ownership getting multiple tags within a unit. But I think it's a fairly decent system that we have right now. Before we get into what I like and I don't like, I also think it's important to put this in context. You guys saw the slideshow presentation that talked about, the increase of landowner licenses over the last couple of years, but I think it's important to get the scale of this. So the information I didn't see that was presented was that in comparison to the total number of licenses. So we saw that there were about 1,166 landowner licenses for antelope in 2020. There were 58,206 total licenses. So we're talking about 2% of total antelope licenses go for landowners. For deer, that number gets even less. It's less than 1%, 795 landowner licenses in comparison to 84,988 total tags. A very similar trend in elk in 2020, 73,961 tags, with 1,400 of those being landowners. So again, less than 2%. So we're going to spend a lot of time, just like you did on moose and sheep, but just know that's a very small percentages of licenses that actually get taken out of the public draw. Okay, so as far as my next point, one of the big issues for consideration was an attempt to fix the problem of parcels of land that have been grandfathered in that previously qualified for tags, but the department knows they don't qualify anymore. I would make the argument that we already have the rules in place to address this problem, and there's no need to change the rules or make new ones. The synopsis was also given as far as how the department goes out to classify or reclassify properties for the purpose of obtaining landowner licenses. The problem with the process is, though, if we were to go out and reclassify these properties, it's a significant amount of burden on the department. They would tell you it's a burden that they can't take on. Requirements are also defined within the regulation. I have considerable concern with you guys considering changing the minimum acreage, as I think that goes against the North American model of conservation. I'd remind you that in the United States, the animals are owned by the public, as opposed to the European model where they're owned by the landowner. Showing preferential treatment between landowners based on size completely goes against this model. However, it is justified the landowner. How is it justified that a landowner of any size can feed the animals all year round and not have the benefit of obtaining a tag? I'd remind you guys that the benefit of the landowner licenses are for the promotion of wildlife maintenance and habitat. So the argument I'm trying to make there is when we differentiate between size, it really shouldn't matter. If you're providing habitat for these animals, you should see the benefit of those landowner licenses. I'm going to give you guys a good example as to why. For the last 47 years, my family has owned and operated a small parcel of land in Trona County. It's prime elk habitat intermingled with other private and public holdings. Traversing our property is a main access point for over 12,000 acres of adjoining public lands. We've always permitted access through our property, and we're charter members of the Access Yes and local HMA dating back to its inception in 2001. We've allowed hunters to use our property and provide access for what would otherwise be virtually inaccessible public lands. We've always had a great working relationship with our local game and fish and feel as though we are good community partners. Although we feel as though this is the right thing to do, it has come as a detriment to the hunting on our own property and on our own lands. The elk obviously tend to move off once we start to see people going up and down our road and hunting on our property. Historically, harvesting the animals has not been an issue for us because we've been able to do that on adjoining public lands. However, these hunt on land proposals that you guys are going to be considering would basically render our tag useless. It gives us the burden of feeding the elk year round, but then we wouldn't be able to access them where they are in the fall. I can tell you this is a sentiment that is not felt by just myself, but also other landowners within our area. I do feel like that's a concern that you guys are going to have to address around the state. Many of the Midwestern states that do have these hunt on land proposals basically are for the management of whitetail only. It's 100% private anyway. We all know you can throw a whitetail in your backyard with a garden hose and be perfectly fine. That's not quite how Western big game works. Obviously, we have to worry about elk migrations, deer migrations, antelope migrations. So it's not just quite how the animals use the land. So to surmise what I'm talking about, guys, I really have significant reservation with you modifying the existing system, increasing minimum requirements, as well as moving this to hunt on your land. I think you're going to see a lack of public participation. You guys just spent a significant amount of time talking about public access, and I feel like it's going to go the absolute opposite direction. So thank you for your time.
I had a real good recently that they are selling properties specifically for non-residents just to have their own basic hunting reserve. So you don't have a problem with that, even though they get the same landowner number of landowner licenses that you do?
So I do have a problem with that. And my answer to you would be that problem is already addressed within regulation. It says that you cannot obtain land for the purpose of getting a landowner license. So if we're abiding by the rules that are already in place, that individual would not qualify.
Well, they may not tell anybody that they're really for that, but that's what they're doing.
And that's probably the increase in licenses that you guys are seeing for landowners, applicants.
I think you'll see, excuse me, I think you're going to see it. I think with COVID, there's been an increase in property sale in Wyoming.
You could be right, but that would be my answer. I mean, you can't buy land strictly for the purpose of obtaining licenses. I mean, that's right in the regulation. So we should be enforcing that. I would be the first one to admit that. If you don't qualify, you shouldn't get the text. Thank you.
Okay, Bud's still here. Okay. Bud will probably give us some other comment. Rob.
So I want to just speak to 9010 and just know a little bit about this. If I had not known what I knew and listened to the Game and Fish presentation today, I would be against 9010. I thought it was a very biased presentation. Just as the gentleman before me spoke previously, the actual number of tags that non-residents elk tag they use is far more than the 7250 because of the reduced cow gap is far more. The numbers that were presented in terms of percentages, I'll ask this question to the Game and Fish. How many under 9010? How many more elk, deer, and antelope tags go to residents that are currently going to non-residents? Do we have that answer? Because it would just put up what we saw on the screen was just to be a percentage increase of just a few percent. How many what's the number there?
Yeah, we'll take your comment and we'll look at that and see if we can provide you an answer.
Our own figures, just from 2019 numbers, 622 type 1 and 9 elk tags would have gone to residents that are currently going to non-residents, and over 3,000 antelope tags currently going to non-residents. Type 1 antelope tags would have gone to resident hunters. Also, I'm kind of curious why you presented information on SF94 instead of SF103, which was this year. And you didn't include in SF94
that bill included tag price increases for non-residents, which made that bill revenue neutral. In fact, according to LSO, it would have been 975K revenue positive to the Game and Fish Department. But in the presentation up here, it made it seem like the bill would have been 1.2 million negative. So I guess my overall impression is that we still support 90-10. It would increase opportunity for resident hunters, and honestly, in flabbergasted what I saw from Game and Fish.
I did my own survey of my resident hunters that I know are rabbit hunters in my area. And they had never heard of the 90-10 proposal. And when it was explained to them, they were opposed to it. Because first of all, they're not having any trouble now drawing and accessing and filling out. And they are opposed to any kind of fee increase. So do you have a thought on that?
I haven't spoken to these hunters, but I think if you were to ask 9 of 10 hunters in Wyoming, do you think we should get more tags for resident hunters? 9 of 10 would say yes.
So my follow-up to that, and we Side had said, right now it appears there's no dissatisfaction because it appears that resident hunters are taking the opportunity that they've been given, and they're really not even utilizing it completely. So if that's the case right now, then I'm not seeing the dissatisfaction.
Well, there's several animal areas in western Wyoming was a 30% less draw for resident hunters. And there's several, that's a big one right there for resident hunters. So the people I speak to, there is dissatisfaction.
So mainly just in western Wyoming.
Well, that's not the case. There's access issues in eastern Wyoming for resident hunters also.
So I can answer some of your questions on the presentation today. First of all, were you here for the entire presentation?
Yes, sir.
So I guess I'd reiterate the fact that the department's presentation today was to provide some factual data around 6 different options that were all considered and presented to the legislature. When they made a decision on drafting the bill, it wasn't any kind of advocacy for or against any particular bill. I think if you saw, there were multiple options that had all varying levels of deficits that if they were implemented strictly as they were presented, it would have those fiscal impacts. It was not a presentation to try to advocate for or justify any one particular option. It was simply stating some facts for this group so that they can be informed as they contemplate any testing.
Part of the presentation referenced SF94. SF94 had price increases for non-resident tags that would have made the bill revenue neutral, revenue positive. That was not indicated. The presentation also talked about just percentage increases in non-resident tag draws, which doesn't look impressive when you just look at it. Unless you're one of the 622 people each year who gets a type 1L tag that's been trying to draw for years. So yeah, I do think it was biased.
But just for the record, I want you to note that my discussions with the task force at this point have been, my request is that anything that they evaluate be cost neutral for the department, and how and the way that is recommended from this group is up to the group. But we have made that request that no matter which way the task force goes on a myriad of different issues, that the revenues for the department are considered.
One of the questions I have for you, Rob, is if we move forward and we investigate waiting periods, so let's say you've got an area that you draw a certain type 1 license. So you're ineligible for that license for 3 or 4 years, but it increases the draw odds for the other resident hunters in that pool by 30–40%. Is that going to be something that you're going to be in favor of? Because you now have better chances of drawing those tags.
Everything that increases resident opportunity.
I'm talking about draw odds, not opportunity. Just talking about draw odds. Is that something that you'd be in favor of?
Absolutely.
Sure. Not my good question, right? And I've heard this across the board. Certainly where you live, those folks depend heavily on tourism for what the non-residents bring in. I think as a Wyoming resident, I'm mindful of the local businesses that are owned by Wyoming residents. When I start hearing the numbers that were presented today from the Hotel, Restaurant, and Lodging Association, that's a staggering impact to what makes Wyoming tick. I'm just curious, how do you, and what you're formulating is basically your platform, how do you continue to further that message, knowing that it's having a very negative impact to Wyoming residents that choose, as you say, to live here, want to live here, and make their living here, depending on that revenue?
Well, my answer to that is, first, a lot of that issue comes from eastern Wyoming with antelope tax. A lot is tied up in antelope tax. And under SF 103, this latest one, if I understood it correctly, 9010 only applied to the first draw. And after that, non-residents could pick up those tags and weren't subscribed by resident hunters. So I'm not too sure there would be a significant impact, actually, to the number of tags that are being picked up in eastern Wyoming, just because of the access issues that you're trying to solve. Secondly, I'm not too sure that we can address some of that issue with the outfitter set-asides. Might be a way that we can do that. I think it can be a win-win. I mean, all that matters is how many non-residents buy tags and how many outfitters the access issues in eastern Wyoming. And because of the access issues for resident hunters, I don't know that we're going to be able to solve. I'm not too sure it'd be that big a deal. Understand though that the issues in eastern Wyoming, you know this, affect western Wyoming. Because the guys in Casper can't draw antelope tag, our client in my part of the state. So, I mean, having more tags over there available through 9010 means more tags for all of Wyoming. And I guess finally, resident hunters patronize these businesses all year long, also, right? And the lodging is specifically, unless I'm mistaken, they don't contribute anything to game and fish, right? What about a 1% lodging tax that goes to the game and fish department across the board? The lodging industry for that, probably not. So there's different issues. I think it swings both ways. But yeah, I think the big issue is antelope, especially in eastern Wyoming. I'm not sure 9010 would affect that. Go ahead.
And in follow-up, I've asked 3 meat processors in western Wyoming how big of an impact the non-resident is to their operation. And what they have seen, particularly in light of CWD, is a trend or a shift of residents processing their own. But they absolutely depend on the non-resident as a staple to that business. I'm just curious, have you thought about that? Those are very unique, very intricate businesses that cater to that industry. Those are Wyoming folks.
Oh, absolutely. Again, we might be able to address that through land number set-asides. If my numbers are right, and I don't know for sure, but based on what we looked at, we're talking 622 elk that would go from non-residents now to residents type 1 and type 9 with 9010. I mean, I'm not too sure that would be a huge impact to processors over there. I mean, we may not be talking about a whole lot of numbers, except for antelope especially, I guess, maybe a little bit here.
Thank you.
Steve, Garrett.
I don't have much to add to what Dusty and I thought.
Said it all. We have a place not too far from Dusty's out there with, and we got a lot of it in HMA, and my family's an elk hunter. I love to hunt elk. And we qualify for elk tags and antelope tags. But we have all the elk in the winter, hundreds of them in the winter. And I do have them all summer and through the first part of the hunting season. But since 1937, we have unconditionally allowed elk hunting and antelope hunting. And I'm concerned if you guys make us have to hunt on our property only, especially since we got a wintering herd that migrate out. Yeah, I do have them there during hunting season, but we don't hunt until the late season. We let the sportsmen have the early season because we're shipping cows and finishing the harvest stuff. And you guys are going to lose access because we're going to have to shut our place down. So we got a place to hunt. And you're gonna find that with a lot of people. That's pretty much all I had to add.
Steve, you can take one question.
That's a fascinating point. One of the things that I think we struggle with is we think about benefits to landowners. There's the wildlife management, harboring and the habitat that you provide, that's absolutely essential. But then it's the access point. So, and I'm just throwing this out because I want to kind of gauge your response. You lived it. The ability to hunt unit-wide on a landowner tag, if that were contingent on your landowner's participation as a hunter management area, a public access area, it sounds like you would support that fully. Yeah. So the ability to hunt unit-wide, if that was dependent on the landowner saying, I'm willing to enroll in this program, you'd be supportive of that?
I would be. You'd have to be able to hunt the whole area, but in return, I think that landowner should be like us and allow hunting on his place.
Okay, thank you.
How big is your place? I know that's a rude question.
Well, let's
say, how many cows do you run?
Close to 70 sections.
Huge place. Would you be, let me ask one more follow-up question. Would you be opposed if someone who owns 70 section got more landowner tags than someone who owns 160 acres?
Well, I think 2 tags per corporation is plenty for each species. I don't think you need to go any higher than that. And I think the guy that's got 160 acres, if he's got 2,000 animal unit days, he should get the same amount of tags that the guy with 70 sections got, that's got 2,000 animal use days.
Would it be appropriate if you had your ranch held by a corporation to issue shares of stock to your buddies with the power of attorney so you can take it back at any time so that they qualify for a landowner license as a corporate ranch owner?
No. I've thought that too. I could split my place up into 2 different places and get 4 tags. That's just not right.
Thank you.
Steve, it's good to see you again, by the way. I didn't recognize you getting as gray as I am. So my question is, one of the things we're gonna have to really struggle with as we go down this landowner license deal is how do we make it equitable between that 320 acre parcel like the Porters have and a 100,000 acre ranch that's got 3,000 head of elk on it. They get 2 tags. It's 320 acres, gets 2 tags, and has they're feeding significantly fewer elk, although they may have them on there quite different times of the year. But how do we make that equitable and at the same time work our way through incentivizing some sort of access on these properties if that is tied together? How do we do that?
That's going to be a tough road to hoe.
I was hoping you'd have an answer.
Some guys, 15 tags, and they're still not going to allow access to their place.
I agree.
I mean, it's just.
But one of the things we need to quit calling them is landowner tags and start calling them appreciation tags.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jax.
Yeah, well, we appreciate the fact that they provide habitat for our resource.
But the one thing, get access, don't give them landowner tags unless they allow access. So many hunters.
I don't know that 2 tags is enough to do that.
That's not, but if they want to hunt, that's a hard to draw area. They might let a few people on there to break them up.
When you think about it, call me up and give me an answer.
I think on it all the time.
Jess.
I'll really try and keep this brief, but we had a couple of ideas floating around that we've heard of through membership and just as amongst talking with staff. And one of them was in response to looking at access and how we start moving that ball down the road. And a thought was in there about creating a program going to be similar to the damage claims, but that is damage claims for if they mess up roads or leave gates open or litter, what it is with formulas and stuff. So it's an insurance that you get if you are part of the Access Yes program to help incentivize the landowners that are maybe hesitant because they've had bad interactions with hunters and so forth. No idea, we haven't done large canvassing of this, but we're just putting ideas out there that can be discussed. The other one being landowner tags having their own pool and their own seasons that are reflective of when the animals are actually on their land. Again, not a ton of stock there, but we're trying to bring solutions and just bring thoughts forward for discussion. So that's the two I have.
Thank you, James. Question? Okay. We have Wyatt online.
Yes.
Is there anybody else in here that wants to? Wyatt's on the line.
Jeff Wyatt is coming in for comments. Wyatt, the floor is yours if you're there.
I am here. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wyatt.
First off, just a point of clarification for what was just discussed in public comment. There is no way to know if someone has bought or divided property for the purpose of obtaining licenses unless they straight up tell you. I mean, they can come up with any reason under the sun and there's no way to disprove their motivations. In most cases, the way that regulation is written, I don't think it's worth the paper it's printed on. So just throwing that out there for that. So my comment emphasizes how interrelated all these topics are. I mean, we've been hearing that with public comments coming in, but it's tough to introduce a solution for one thing without talking about another topic. There's a lot of give and take between the topics. This comment involves increasing opportunity via healthier herds, increased access, and tag availability. I'm providing my comments regarding sustainably increasing opportunity for deer, elk, and antelope. And it was supposed to segue nicely into the next topic of landowner incentives. So, in speaking to the topic of healthy habitats and optimizing wildlife populations by giving out highly sought after tags to landowners and maintaining a defined number of acres that qualify for those tags, you're incentivizing the division of large tracts of holdings. The more subdividing there is, the more fences, the more roads, the more structures, and the less intact habitats we have. We all know the reality is that tracts of land are being bought and divided for the purpose of obtaining hard to draw hunting tags and thus taking opportunity away from the general populace. Real estate companies are advertising properties as having elk tags. I've seen it multiple times in the last few years. It's offering exclusive pay-to-play opportunities for our public wildlife resource. This system is not consistent with the North American model of wildlife conservation, with principles ensuring wildlife resources are conserved and held in public trust for all citizens, and every person has an equal opportunity under the law to participate in hunting and fishing. Equal opportunity is lost when one individual is guaranteed an annual tag that another individual hasn't drawn in a decade and has 10% chance of drawing in coming years. Landowners need a system for support, not a winning lottery ticket system that misguided or wealthy folks can exploit. I'll just say there's a lot less opportunity to drastically misuse an antlerless tag, and it's far more valuable from a resource management standpoint. Many of the landowners currently getting the tags bought the land for the wildlife. They aim to raise and encourage wildlife on their land. So a guaranteed tag is icing on the cake. They get their cake and they get to eat it too. This is very apparent, as is the reduced random draw opportunity when it comes to non-resident landowners. I'll give an example of one hunt area. The area has 350 total tags with 16% or 56% or 56 total tags going to non-residents. There are 29 tags available in the non-resident regular and special, random and preference point draws. This means 27 or 48% of the total non-resident quota is going to non-resident landowners. So who are these landowners? Properties in this hunt unit registered to out-of-state addresses list owner names that includes words like hunting property LLC. And the lot size is, you could probably guess, 160 acres, or maybe 180 or 200. Another example of property ownership is a ranch that subdivided a portion of the overall ranch into 8 160-acre parcels, allowing individuals to buy into those parcels at 1% ownership. A ranch could maintain the supermajority of ownership and decision-making, but the individual now has their name on the property title for a 160-acre parcel and would qualify as a non-resident landowner. Other times, ranches get split into multiple parcels and given an alias. Still, all parts of the same ranch, each members of the family can lay claim to their own parcel for the sake of tags. Non-resident landowners, once locked into qualifying for a tag, always get to pay the regular price too. So they save on applying for special drawings, those special rate drawings. Does it get any more obvious that people are able to, and some are actively abusing the tag system? In many cases, we're catering to the wealthy and crafty at an expense to everyone else's opportunities. I would argue this is one of the greatest injustices to fair opportunity. That's just a local hunt area that I researched, likely not the worst example in the state. The same is happening in the resident system too. It's just very apparent with the lesser quotas of the non-resident tags. If we raise the acre requirement to qualify for tags, it may help consolidate some of these smaller parcels, but then we're just catering to the super wealthy. If you want to increase broad scale the opportunity for deer, elk, and antelope, let everyone fairly compete for the most coveted tags. Find a different way to support the landowners. This could release some lands into the access yes or outfitter pools that Cy was saying are currently fairly static just because everything's leased out. Referring to what a member of the public from one of the last meetings saw in Colorado and in reference to Lord of the Rings, greed plays in big. If you hand old Smeagol his precious bull tag, he's going to guard it and the land it's standing on. Lands are less locked to the public if people associated with them aren't so hung up on the bucks and the bulls and their tags to hunt them. Access yes shouldn't be seen as paying to allow the public. It's giving money and a management resource, which is the hunting public, to the landowner. It's a win-win incentive program for the landowner. In some cases, the public can be destructive and inconsiderate. I'll give you that. Mitigate those impacts. Allow foot traffic only and designated parking areas on your land. You don't have near the issue with gates left open and littering if you exclude motorized vehicles. A single trail easement across private land would limit the area of impact too. Along the lines of access, I propose, in referring to the extra conservation stamp money associated with House Bill 122, save it until it's a sum that's valuable enough to purchase permanent easements. Year-to-year easements are only valuable temporarily. We need permanent solutions, permanent easements. Even if it's just a foot trail across private land, tiny strips of permanent access to key areas buys us so much. Give out 15 years worth of annual payments as one lump for a permanent easement and buy us some permanent solutions. That was pretty much what I had for that. It's a lot about opportunity, but multiple different ways to get there. And thank you for considering my comments.
Hey, Wyatt, thanks for paying attention all day today. Sounds like you're hearing everybody okay, or is there certain parts of it you have had a hard time hearing?
Some of the people in the further from the microphones, I'd say, are a little mumbled at times, but for the most part, if you really concentrate, I've been able to follow along with everybody well enough.
Perfect. Well, thank you for your comments. Anybody have any questions? Thank you, Wyatt. Wyatt makes some good points there. At least those 160-acre pieces are not parking lots. At least they're still having that. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
That's on.
Nope.
Okay. All right. We have one public comment.
Oh, no, I just want to make a quick comment. I guess maybe it's my age and the fact that I've shot too many shotguns and rifles, but I had a hard time, especially back there, hearing a lot of you speaking today. Maybe you just spoke kind of softly, particularly Pat Crane, but I personally, I can hear you a lot better over here, but I don't, anybody else back there have a difficulty and the acoustics in the room weren't good, but it would be helpful if you could speak a little louder, I think, for those of older people like me in the room.
Do you hear that, Frank?
I've been slapped down by Bruce Lawson, so I'm good.
We have been messing around with the layout of the room and tried shifting to create this side row, and I hope that was an improvement today. That echoing both for folks online and folks in the room, but the more we can speak up reliably, that's helpful for folks for sure. Separate point, I forgot, Dwayne asked me to mention, there was a comment about access and how we understand that concept. And he wanted me to raise the point, and if you were still here, he would have done it himself, I'm sure, that for some folks, including in his age range, he said, roads are really key for access. So it's true that some places might be accessible through, hiking or horsing or whatever else, but remembering that there's some folks that through age or physical ability or whatever, that road is really important for them. So thinking about accessibility in those terms, and it's not always for lack of trying, but for age or ability, that road access is really key.
So one thing I would like to add to access, and I don't know where this goes on your sheet or anything, you can just write it down somewhere, that access in our area, northeastern Wyoming and other areas, there's not an issue for accessing tags. It's not they're not hard to draw areas. They're hard, that they have an asterisk by them because they're areas with not very much public land. And so it was years ago, I don't know how many years ago, but there used to be a database. One of the big issues we have is having people draw tags, and it's happening more and more, that don't have a place to hunt. They draw the tag and it's left over because it's 100% or whatever. So we have an influx of people. I would say most of them are non-residents that draw the tags, don't have a place, and then they look for a place after they draw. There used to be I think it was a coordinated between maybe the Chamber of Commerce and Game and Fish at one point, that there was a database that landowners could put their names on a list that they would allow access, whether it's for a fee or not, they would allow access. And for a lot of antelope, I mean, they're just charging an access fee, they're not guiding. And so I don't know if there's an answer to this question, but it was there for a while and then it just went away. And there's way.
Is that something that access, yes, maybe took the
Yes.
place of that?
Well,
That
it's
database
actually
that-
a combination of things. We've had those at virtually every region of the state. And when they go away, it's usually at the request of the landowners. Because either we don't have anybody else volunteering, or they've got enough local people that they don't have troubles, or they're tired of the phone calls and they say, please take my name off the list. That's what's happened in the past when those have gone away. A lot of our local folks kind of have their own little informal, have a little list in their pocket of places where they know when they get hit up by a hunter, they can send them, but those opportunities are getting tougher.
I had that little list too a couple of years ago. Now there's no list either. I still get a lot of calls. I'm the only taxidermist registered with the chamber, and so they call me process. They call anybody that they after they get tagged, and so it's Go ahead.
No. Well, I just to go along with Rusty, and I did. One of the things that I visited with our local game warden about was that very same thing. It used to be, in Commerce County, we even have a hunter's barbecue for non-residents, try to let the non-residents come and there's a free barbecue and get to know the landowners are invited, try to get people together so that they can make some kind of personal connection of some sort and used to provide that. But I think Brian is exactly right. A lot of those landowners have now taken their name off that list, so then you only have 2 or 3 and they just get swamped. And talking to our game warden in Commerce County, or in Glen Rock at least, and I'm sure it's in Douglas as well, they end up with all those calls. And he said, it's one of the things that you hate to have to answer because you're working all day and, you got 12, 14-hour day, and then you get home and you got 15 phone calls from people who got a license but don't know where to go to hunt. And he said, you would love to just kind of put those on hold, but you gotta tell those people, you gotta try to help them out because they have a license and you're trying to be positive and give them an opportunity, but there's not a lot of places for them to go. So that certainly is a big deal in our area. And I see them up and down our roads all the time because we do have a couple of sections of public land where antelope and deer have been found in the past, but where they just get swamped and people are standing there parking alongside the road with a blank look. And so I'll stop and they just said, I see there's some public land here, or where can I hunt? Because I have this doe pond permit. So it definitely is a problem.
Yeah, there's a hand in the back.
I'm gonna let Pat Crank loudly speak. And then I got somebody over here and somebody back here. So Pat, go ahead.
I don't know if it was last fall or 2 falls ago, I drove around the back of Glendo and to Manville and Lusk and that road, and it was the opening day of deer season. I was amazed at the people that were parked in the borrow pits. You could tell where there were sections of public land because they were all parked in the borrow pits, motorhomes, camps, everything, trying to access that public land. And we talked at a commission meeting one time about maybe trying to work with YDOT to, make pull-offs so that they'd actually get off the highway, and then work with the department, local landowners to mark the public land. I assume that's a nightmare for a landowner. If you have a school section that borders a highway and may or may not be fenced, those people are just gonna trespass. I mean, they don't know where the boundary is, and it's just a nightmare in the eastern part of Wyoming. But I think there are some solutions we talked about, maybe working with YDOT to make pull-offs, or maybe the department could help mark the public land. We all have GPSs and stuff, I think now, or a lot of people do, but it's difficult. I mean, it's great to bump up against a fence that says private land, do not trespass. But it's a nightmare in eastern Wyoming on opening day of deer season or antelope season.
So thanks to the committee for some flexibility, taking some questions real quick or comment.
Oh, yeah, thanks for letting me come in. My name is Bruce Lawson. I'm a Casper, Wyoming native. Was lucky to be able to go to high school with Cy Gill, and he's a year younger, but I'm a lot smarter, so. One thing that I wanted, I don't know if this is something your group would want to delve into, but one concern for me that I see on the horizon in terms of further limiting hunting access to public lands is the development of renewable energy, and in particular solar and wind on public land. Currently, everything we've seen in this part of Wyoming, central Wyoming, at least the wind projects, we haven't seen too many solar projects, but the wind projects have been primarily, if not exclusively, located on private and state land where they already restrict access to hunting due to ownership. But what concerns me is Gateway West. When it gets completed, it just kind of scares me as what we're going to see in terms of wind turbine development on public lands. And in particular, the one that probably concerns me the most is Shirley Basin, which would be Area 47 Antelope, which is one of the most sought after popular tags in the state, and also some of the elk hunting in Area 16 in Shirley Basin. But all along that Gateway West corridor, I'm really concerned about what is going to happen to renewable energy development on public lands and how that will affect us as hunters. I know that I don't want to particularly go out and hunt antelope on a major wind turbine project in terms of aesthetics, but I've also heard there's a possibility on wind turbines, particularly maybe in more inclement weather, that they might restrict access even on public lands because of ice that builds up on those blades and then can be thrown off the blades and create a public hazard. I've also heard recently that there's a proposal to build a 4 square mile solar farm in the northern end of Shirley Basin, and that would be all on BLM land. So it's just another concern for me of how renewables might limit our access as hunters to public lands.
One more comment, I think.
My name's John Stearns. I'm cast Wyoming native for 68 years. We have a 12-section ranching unit up on the head of Deer Creek, both Commerce and Trumbull County. Neighbors with Steve, neighbors with Steve. And I just want to support both those guys, what they've said. We actually have land in both area 7 and in area 19. We don't use that. We take 2 permits. So the majority of our land is in 7. We would qualify in 19. The gentleman that came on, I think he's quoting exceptions. I don't think it's the norm. People I'm around grants, none of us abuse our rights that we feel we have for feeding these animals. So I just want to echo what these guys said. Thank you.
All right, if that's it on public comment and your all's contributions thinking about sports and opportunity, can we talk about next steps?
Yeah, I think one more question, just to be prepared. I think it came up last time. I just want to, it might not be for the next meeting, but at some point I'd like to know what's a normal trespassing ticket cost, and it's what that process is. It's 280. Yeah, it's 280. I think that's it. Maybe I don't need any information. I just
Not the formality of questions that get answered right away and then we're done.
Just to put it in perspective, like if you're talking shed antler hunters, they would flat out tell you, find me, I made more money today gathering these horns, and I can easily pay that fine.
what's the process? And maybe at some point we'll talk about law enforcement and the process on a trespassing ticket. If somebody's trespassing, do they get to keep what they got trespassing? Do they, whether it's shooting a deer, whether it's getting shed antlers?
Right.
I don't.
I think the trespass issue is on our list of things to consider for landowners, and we can certainly consider recommendations on changes for that, considering the impact to landowners for that and the potentially negligible consequences.
Since we're talking about all this access stuff, I did just send Todd an email here a little bit. He can share with the group later, but it's a link to just food for thought that Oregon has an initiative out right now, a petition to get 112,000 signatures by next July. To end all hunting and any consumptive use of anything in Oregon, fishing, hunting. They would ultimately end the management of all wildlife agencies, no funding for wildlife conservation through sales or anything. So just something that, we're at one extreme, there's another state.
I was going to say, oh, Oregon.
All you can consume is dope. You can smoke as much marijuana.
Was it Oregon that decriminalized hallucinogenic mushrooms or something? Yeah. Different strokes. All right, so here's what I have for next steps, but let's build this out together. I have consider options for preference points. We've been focusing on the big 5, and I'd love to, if we're gonna make any recommendations, let us think about what other improvements we might make. We weren't settled on it. And I think that the conversation for this will help inform if you do anything with preference points on topic 2. But consider that, all of you, discuss amongst yourselves. You've got over a month. And when we come back in September, that'll be ongoing. But when we come back in September, we'll see if we have anything else that gets a higher level of agreement, or if we want to say, all right, we're satisfied with X number of us approving or recommending whatever the best of the options are. We didn't have anything that had like whiz bang approval today, but we certainly had things that were above 50%. So you could decide if you want to advance that. I have here advance the big 5 ideas so far. So thinking about allocation and lifetime changes that you voted on today. So I have Jamie plus. Do I need to assign anybody else to this with you?
Well, Brian.
Okay. And I put that the group will know that you're working on that for your potentially August committee meeting and then also the November meeting. But the group is excited to push those ideas forward. So thank you for that.
For sure. Us in the loop on when that is and all those kind of things. So we can plan on it.
Do we need any other backup in terms of articulating? I mean, we have the minutes in terms of what the recommendation is. Will the committee want anything else content wise? Okay.
And just from my recollection, are we good with that timeline? Should we were to advance something on the big 5 for the KRW to take that up for consideration?
Well, Jamie's gonna talk with her co-chair because it's a new topic and it have to be approved by the management council. So there's some procedural things that have to happen, but that's what the task is on the list for Jamie. So Jamie and I are gonna figure that out.
Okay, if I can help us somewhere else, I'd be happy. I just want to make sure we don't all of a sudden rent something to you at the last minute and say, no, we're ready to go. Because it's a long time.
I have gather information around issue 2, and I have a question for Game and Fish staff with this. We kind of threw up here a bunch of things that we're curious about. I'm thinking about the task force's ability to consume the information in a comprehensible way, and also just if you need any more clarity of what the questions that folks are asking are. This feels to me a little bit like a table of contents of stuff we want to talk about, but I'm just wondering if we need any more clarification so Game and Fish can be successful in the information gathering.
So we are going to meet Thursday morning at 9 o'clock with the whole team. And we are going to move through the entire list and see what's feasible for September and what may need to be later. And then if there will be probably some clarification. And we'll go direct to task force members if we want clarity of what specific information requests they have.
Okay, so you all will internally manage that and chase after people if you need other clarification on it.
Yes, and if there's something on there that we don't think we can get at, we'll come back to the task force and say this is why.
Okay, appreciate that. Any other things we want to think about for information? This is a ton of information, but any other requests? And I marked, I kind of highlighted in orange some of the other kind of maybe smaller questions that came up. Any other information requests that they can be preparing? They're going to be so just feeling fine with having so long to prepare. Too bad we gave them so much to do with all that extra free time. All right, then we'll need to set the agenda for the September meeting. So I will work with the chairs to do that, and we'll coordinate with Game and Fish folks in terms of all the information that will be coming back. We'll set up a meeting for that. And then I captured making sure that we're going to draft the letter regarding the WWNRT to send to the governor's office, and Brian will work with the chairs to do that and get it out as soon as possible. Any other tasks or next steps that we need to have prepared for September meeting?
Maybe not for September, but going back to what Brian had mentioned earlier, going and reaching out to the absent members of today's meeting on the efforts to move the 9 to 10 on the big 5.
Oh, yeah. So gather, can we call it votes? On issues from today. Who would like to do that?
I was wondering, because I didn't write the exact motion down, I was wondering if maybe Megan could capture those motions so that they can read what it was, and you can copy the chairs and those folks that didn't actually vote on it, and then they can discuss it. If they want to discuss it with us, then they'll at least know it. Well, then we'll get a vote from them on the first.
Okay. And that way we can kind of add them on to your numbers, assuming that they agree with that. Okay.
And Carrie, include the other vote on the support for WWNRT is also something for them to weigh in on.
Yeah. So we'll put the asterisk.
So Rusty, just point of process and clarification, you're not necessarily collecting their vote because it's already voted on.
Correct.
You're collecting their position and whether it is support or.
This is gonna go forward because
Yes.
it already has.
So I mean, but you're not collecting votes because vote has occurred.
Getting their position.
Yeah.
So I'll clarify that, gather their position, saying that we want to include it and make sure to acknowledge it, but the decision has already been made. Okay, good.
Another thing for September, Diane Schober asked if she could have a little bit of time on the 1st to discuss statewide economic tourism stuff that we probably have questions for her. And so we'll give her a little bit of time to talk about that, if that's okay.
Okay.
So you can, if you have any questions for her, have those ready.
So we'll have a presentation in September. So bring
And I think
questions.
We can just, I'll just give her a time frame of 30 minutes, how's that? And that'll give her a small time to do a little presentation, have some question answer stuff.
Okay, so anybody can send questions to the chairs to make sure that she can, as much as possible, address those things in the presentation. But then you can obviously ask follow-up questions then. Okay, good. Go ahead, Tony.
I was gonna ask, didn't we say, and Brian, correct me, my tooth is causing some grief. On the access, have somebody come in and tell us a little bit about the Access Yes program and,
Yeah.
Just a quickie, and maybe even talk a little bit about, how they assess landowner licenses, I think might be helpful as well.
Yeah, so we've got that highlighted that we want more information about Access. Yes, you all got a presentation in advance, but any other additional information about Access? Yes, and the landowner license approval process. Okay, good. Feel like there was something else
So
lingering.
I think on public comment, just to frame public comment, obviously what we talked about today, just having discussion was very, very, very broad. And we don't have anything really, we didn't take any specifics out of number 2 or number 3. Still an information gathering mode. But I don't want to discourage people from commenting on whatever they think is important on 2 and 3. So now in the next, 50, 60 days, people want to comment on whatever they want to comment. Certainly, we're going to be talking about these issues for some time. So they'll have more opportunity to comment, but so they can make comments on whatever they like.
All right, and just to clarify, so everybody can continue to gather that. So you can collect comment on everything, but just to clarify, I think the agenda for September will look similar to today's. But we'll work together to maybe narrow down some of the chunks within issues 2 and 3, but those would be the big topics again, in the agenda. Feel like there's something else. Oh, I do remember. 2022 sounds like a made up year, but it's coming. Dates. We talked about wanting to get those dates on the calendar for our meetings. Right now we're scheduled through December, but wanting to get dates on the calendar. I wondered if we could get a small subcommittee to at least make a menu of possibilities for us that we could doodle from. Yeah.
I don't want to volunteer because they're not here, but I think it's really important to get the legislative folks that have a legislative schedule in the first few months to let us know what the actual schedule is. And then we can maybe go from there.
I was gonna suggest, Joe, maybe you have Nick do another model of potential.
Statistical probability.
Statistical probability of getting everybody together. So we have some calendars that are predictable, knowing county commissioners meetings tend to follow on X dates. We can kind of cross some of those dates off, but I wonder if I could get a couple volunteers to work with Game and Fish staff to at least narrow down our possibilities, and we can do a doodle poll from there or something like that. volunteers, folks who know the legislative calendar?
We have people in leadership in all of these legislative positions that are gonna have more meetings than others, and so I don't know if Representative Linder, if you wanna talk to, I don't know which one of us is the best one to talk to.
Well, I know Larry's on appropriations, so they meet in January before the budget session meets in February. So February is off the table probably for legislators and the first part of March. So
If we could try to get one meeting in January, that's probably gonna be the only meeting we're gonna be able to get in January, and then we're probably gonna have to go to the end of March.
Okay, so who can help me pick some actual dates that might work for people?
I will help in any way. I just don't know if they've set those dates yet.
Help you, Jamie. I'll try to.
Easy night.
Okay. So if I coordinate with you all and somebody from Game and Fish that can see lots of other calendars, that would be, does that work?
Yeah, the executive will probably know those dates.
Okay. So we'll start a conversation to at least make some possibilities and then start narrowing from there because we want people to start putting them on their calendars. That was what I was forgetting, and I'm glad I didn't. I need my own to-do list. Yeah. Any other comments for tasks to track?
No, but I do want to just say again to Joe, thank you and your staff for taking all that time.
Seriously.
We didn't make any decision on this, probably.
It's not a reflection of the numbers.
I already got an email from them, so what you decide, I'm gonna say the chairman, co-chair did not let us make a decision.
If you do have ideas of, wait, what if we did this and this and this, and you want to see what those numbers look like, again, we don't want to go paralysis by analysis and certainly don't want to waste anybody's time. But if there's something where we could see how the numbers look, now that the model is built, it might be easy.
I warned him to prepare to maybe be doing more comprehensive analysis. You know, if there's something that you think that you garnered from that discussion that you think would be helpful for us to see, fire away. I don't know. Doesn't mean impressed by how low all the odds were. So much you did.
All right. Well, on your way out today, make sure you thank a fellow task force member for the hard work they're putting in, and make sure you thank a member of the public for their time and attention that they're putting into this process. And we'll see you all back in September.
Thanks again to staff.
Yes, thanks indeed. Thank you.